All right. I want to thank you for joining and welcome to our Inclusive Investment Summit. Our conversation today is grounded in the belief that entrepreneurs are the bedrock of our communities, and investment in entrepreneurs of color will really lead to economic justice and opportunity for everyone. This conversation is particularly timely as we see the increasing number of entrepreneurs of color across the country. There's some recent statistics that show that there are over 8 million businesses owned and operated by entrepreneurs of color, contributing to an economic impact of about $1.4 trillion. That's a lot of money, y'all, and employing about 7 million people. Now, we have to balance that with the reality that we've experienced a lot of devastation as a result of COVID-19. When we look at Black-owned businesses, about 95% of them are sole proprietorships. And when we think about the federal funding that was afforded at the beginning of the pandemic, many sole proprietors were ineligible. Also, as a result of the shelter-in-place requirements, about 41% of Black-owned businesses actually had to shut their doors. So your involvement in today's discussion as aspiring investors, founders, and current investors is really important toward our pathway in terms of economic recovery. We are also in for a treat. And I say we because I am really looking forward to our incredible lineup of speakers that we have for you today. Folks ranging from investors, leaders from national entrepreneurial support organizations, and founders themselves. So before I go any further, though, I want to quickly orient you to the platform. I'll do a much deeper dive after our keynote conversation. But to kick things off, you're currently in the main stage. And so this is where we will convene every morning. This is also where our keynotes will occur. This is also where we will regroup after our breakout sessions. And so you can engage with our speakers in a number of different ways. So if you look on the right-hand side of your screen, you'll see several options in terms of chat, polls, Q&A, and even something called a Wordle. And so the chat is really your way to participate in the conversation. So we won't pose questions there, but if you hear comments from speakers that really resonate with you, one of the norms that we encourage people to do is something called a +1. And so that's just adding emphasis to what you heard. It's almost like a yes in real life, okay? The other thing is feel free to drop an emoji. Maybe it's a heart emoji or a smile, or if you want to grab a quote that resonated with you, feel free to also put that in the chat. And so just to quickly get us comfortable with it, what I'd love for you to do is just share where in the world are you joining from? So I'm currently in New York City, New York. I'd love to see just where people are right now. I know we have a national group and even global. I think we have some global participants. So it'd be good to see what folks, where you are in the world. So feel free to drop that in the chat. Okay. Cool. Just want to take a look at some of the comments. I love that folks are already using that +1 and emoji option. Very good, very, very good. All right. And so also we'll be capturing some feedback in real time using polls and that Wordle function. So I'll encourage you to do that as well. So now that that's out of the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Matt Williams, and I am one of the co-founders here at Hustle Winston-Salem, headquartered out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And I'm honored to serve as your host over the next 2 days. What is so exciting about this opportunity for me is the energy that I get from seeing so many people succeed and encouraging folks to invest in communities of color. Outside of the work that I do with Hustle, I am a leadership trainer and diversity and inclusion researcher for Life Labs Learning, which is the go-to management training company for the tech industry. So we've worked with folks like Warby Parker and Twitter and Google and Facebook, you name it, we've likely worked with them. And so I get a lot of joy and satisfaction from facilitating conversations that help people grow in their leadership and also dismantle barriers to inclusion. So, which leads me to my next point, which are essentially our ground rules for engagement. Hustle is a radically inclusive organization, which means that we are intentional about creating spaces that affirm folks from across the identity spectrum. And so we deserve spaces that uplift us in love and support. And so we will not tolerate language that denigrates other people. So no racist, homophobic, transphobic, ableist, fatphobic language or behavior will be tolerated. So if we see that, a member of our tech team will remove you. Also, there are several key terms that we will use or share over the course of our conversation today. So I want to just have those pop on the screen so that we all are working from, again, the same understanding. So those are words like diversity, inclusion, equity, and in this case, social equity. We'll also talk about financial equity, intersectionality, which is a unique term that talks about how aspects of our identity combine to create modes of discrimination and privilege. So, as a person who holds two identities that have been historically marginalized, I identify as Black and also a member of the LGBT community, that can combine to create barriers to access and opportunities in some spaces. Conversely, folks who hold historically dominant identities. So someone who may be able-bodied, male, or white is granted privileges that puts them in spaces or that gives them access to opportunities that may not be afforded to others. So that's what we mean by intersectionality. So we will likely mention that. Also, ESO. And so these are entrepreneurship support organizations that provide a lot of resourcing to help entrepreneurs grow and develop their business. Impact investing, predatory lending, okay? And then non-extractive capital, okay? Those are words that we will see and use over the course of our time today, okay? So with that, what I'd love to do now is just take a pause and I want to hear from you. So I want you to click on that Wordle option and I want you to share with me, what are you most excited to hear about today, right? What are you most excited to hear about or learn about today? I want you to drop that in that Wordle option. Let's see what folks have to say. Give you a couple minutes to respond to that. Yeah, what are you most excited to leave with today? See what folks have to say. Absolutely. Thank you, Joy. We'll drop that in the chat. What are you most excited to leave with today? I see your comment in the chat too, Corey. We are not talking about intersectionality as a way to use it as for your advantage. It's more so giving language to the ways in which folks are impacted by multiple systems of oppression. So that is how it is defined. So, all right, seeing some comments come in. Folks are excited to leave with knowledge. Yeah. New insights, actionable advice, vibes. Yes. Yes to the vibes. Definitely. All right. I love what I'm seeing populated here. Growth, resources, options. Yes to that. Yes to options. And actionable advice. Definitely. I can tell you that with some of the folks who we have lined up, there are resources that you can immediately tap into that will help you advance your business. And so I'll also share a little bit more about what we have included in our platform that could lead to that as well. Yeah. All right. So I want to transition us now into our first speaker of the day. This is our keynote. And so Qasim Rodriguez Mosin will kick us off with the conversation topic, different shades of investment. Is the traditional rinse, scale, repeat model of investing right? Or is this the right way to invest? Or is it the white way to invest? Qasim is an architect of scaling, funding, investment, and acquisitions for high growth businesses. He is the founder and CEO of two investment firms focused on providing entrepreneurial support to social impact ventures and founders from historically marginalized groups. He served as a data scientist for the US Department of Defense and UK Ministry of Defense. He has successfully scaled and supported healthcare products to improve the quality of care in Africa, the US, Canada, the Middle East. He's also convened top farmers and engineers to reduce carbon and water footprint in the agricultural space using the Internet of Things and that technology. He's also visited over 20 countries, was once a traveling musician, is a very talented guitar and harmonica player. So he may grace us with some of his talents a little bit later, but maybe not. But I think this is going to be an incredible conversation. And I'm so looking forward to the things that Qasim has to share with us. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Matt. And just let me know in the chat, can they see my screen already? There we go. Hello, world. So we're able to move. Fantastic. All right. Perfect. So thank you so much for the wonderful introduction, Matt. I'm so honored to be able to speak with y'all today. Thank you for attending this summit that's focused on inclusive investment. So as noted, my name is Qasim. I'm the founding partner at Equilibrium Impact Ventures. I'm all the things that Matt said. I'm all the things you see here on the screen. I'm a few things you don't see on the screen, but really that's enough about me, because today and tomorrow are about you. And you are a miracle. Statisticians estimate that the odds of you or me being born are about 1 in 400 quadrillion. That's 4,000 trillion. In fact, the most unlikely thing to ever happen to you is probably your birth. And yet, here we all are today. Also consider, kind of embedded into this, the odds for humanity even surviving this long, given the natural food chain and our place in it. I mean, we're pretty slow, we're kind of weak, right? We rely on the land, we can't fly. All of these things don't really play into our favor. And in truth, humans only continue to exist because of our ability to collaborate, because of our collective intelligence, and because of our propensity to build community. And so through innovation and teamwork, we've overcome many of these innate weaknesses to make them strengths. We can not only fly now, but we can fly faster than the speed of sound. We can literally move mountains. We can even leave the planet. And yes, we can all sit together here in this space, even though we might be physically many miles apart. So we have chosen to be here today because we care about inclusion, because we acknowledge that the current state of inequity in our economic system is unacceptable. And we're here because we want to be agents of change, because we believe we can help to create a more equitable society. However, in order to do so, we must first confront and then tear down all of the myths that are holding us back. And myths are powerful things. They exist in our subconscious, they influence our behaviors and our beliefs. But we're going to be doing some myth busting today. And we'll start with the scarcity myth. And this is the idea that there is not enough stuff for everyone. And this myth has ignited greed within our hearts for millennia, and it still governs many of our economic actions to this day. Now, greed certainly has a biological basis tied to our hunting and gathering days. But over time, with the same ingenuity that allowed us to create the spaceship, we turned resource scarcity into a myth. And yet the delusion of greed still remains and drives many of our economic incentives. Consider the following assumptions: that there's not enough food. The world produces enough grain every year to provide every human with 3,500 calories a day. The US wastes 150 billion pounds of food every year. Still, 1 in 6 children in the US will go to bed hungry tonight. What about the idea that there are not enough homes? There are 500,000 individuals experiencing homelessness at any point in time in the US. At the same time, 17 million homes sit vacant. Also consider that in 2021, 1 in 5 residential home purchases was made by a hedge fund. So while we know there is enough to go around, we still behave as if we believe in the myth of scarcity. And perhaps this is because over the same time that we were overcoming scarcity, we also created social constructs around wealth. The greediest humans were rewarded with more and more wealth, which led to greater concentrations of power and influence. And eventually, these groups became the dominant culture. Then they set up systems to control access to currency of all types, both monetary and social. They also created new myths to entrench their control. And that is why it is so important to check our assumptions and to identify the unspoken mythology of our society and our culture. Now, one myth that we tend to subconsciously accept is the myth of meritocracy. The idea that the playing field is level and that everyone advances based on their ability and their merit. But we know this is false because in studying dominant cultures, we understand that the dominant group gets to make the rules. They write the laws, they set the customs, they establish the norms, and they do so to benefit themselves. And we'll dig into this more in a moment. But this includes setting the standards for merit and excellence, even the standards for beauty. And yeah, dominant culture, they get to write the history books. Members of non-dominant groups must conform to the dominant culture in order to gain access to resources. And even when they conform, access isn't always guaranteed. They must follow the law, learn the language, look the part, and behave within the norms. All of this reinforces, benefits, and strengthens the dominant culture. And this leads to inequity, not based on ability or merit, but based on intentional exclusion. Dominant culture can become so powerful that it can be taboo to even challenge the myths or to name them out loud. But we must brave this taboo. Because while uncomfortable, if inclusivity is truly our goal, it's imperative to understand why our systems, particularly our economic systems, have been so historically exclusive in the first place. Like a doctor examining a patient, we have to accurately diagnose the disease, the root cause, before we can begin treatment. And yes, we must do some unlearning. Which brings us to one of the most powerful myths in America, the myth of race. This myth says that we are different from one another based on the color of our skin. Now, to start, this has been thoroughly discredited through genetic testing, which has revealed that nearly everything we believe about race is wrong. Genetically speaking, we are nearly identical to one another across what we call racial lines. The color of our skin, the shapes of our noses and our eyes, all of that was determined through natural selection based on the climate of the land upon which we evolved. But perhaps more compelling than the science is where the concept of race and the idea of white as a race actually came from. Because it was not until the late 1600s, over 100 years after the first slave ships arrived in the colonies, that the idea of white and the idea of race came to be, and only because of political and economic expediency. So during this time, as the amount of work to be done in these growing colonies expanded, the availability of Irish and Scottish servants began to dwindle. This left plantation owners requiring more and more free labor to work the fields. And because plantation owners were so cruel, they also began to fear an uprising from both slaves and servants alike, especially after Bacon's Rebellion in 1676, which saw Europeans and Africans band together against the colony of Virginia. The colonizers definitely understood the power of community. In the 1690s, as part of the reaction to Bacon's Rebellion, and as a way to preserve the power of the colony, Virginia passed a series of laws to enshrine the institution of chattel slavery, to stave off future rebellion, to scale the transatlantic slave trade, and to acquire more labor. This legislation created a new class of person called white, with special privileges and rights. For example, white people, even if they were enslaved, could one day work to become free. Those who were not white, however, could never become free, and were now considered hereditary slaves by law. One law, entitled An Act for Suppressing Outlying Slaves, contains the first known legal usage of the words white person, and it created law enforcement to chase down runaway slaves, a precursor to our modern day police. It also declared that any white person who married a non-white person would be banished from the colony. So in other words, what we think of as race is a purely political construct that was solely created to justify racially based slavery and to maintain a rift between communities of people based on skin color. It's called divide and conquer. This powerful myth of race, when established in a burgeoning nation, simultaneously institutionalized white supremacy into the fabric of every system in America through legal decree. By 1776, white supremacy had taken a strong foothold in the British colonies. About 20% of the population were African slaves when the United States was founded. This nation was created directly on top of over 600 existing indigenous nations. Manifest destiny drove the extending of this new nation's borders from sea to shining sea on the backs of slaves and servants. This went on for 3 centuries, and it established the infrastructure needed for this new dominant group called white people to concentrate immense amounts of power and wealth, while excluding almost everyone else from those same opportunities. In this nation, racialized chattel slavery was the law of the land until 1865. And immediately following emancipation, many states enacted Jim Crow laws, re-enshrining a continuation of white supremacy for another 100 years. This discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin was legal until 1964, Every incremental step toward progress has taken decades and centuries to achieve. Anyone with a shred of intellectual honesty would acknowledge that this level of long-term systemic oppression of a people would create generations of economic and social disparity. And while this is Black History Month, this is not Black history. This is American history. It is European history, and it is the history of colonization. But it's also our current reality. Since the election of Barack Obama, 25 states have passed laws making it harder for Black, brown, and poor people to vote. We all remember what we saw on January 6th. We can see them burning books, and we are watching legislators pass laws to prevent American children from learning the history that I just presented. We are still fighting the shadows of colonialism. They will not go gently into the night. But in case this may all seem overwhelming, there is another great myth at play here. And that is the myth that we are powerless to enact change. When we as a species have literally been to the moon and back, we can accomplish whatever we put the power of community behind. The tools of our trade are innovation and revolution. The situation we find ourselves in today truly calls for both. And more on this later. But first, let's look our current problem in the face. Because this is the economic reality that the myth of race has created. I believe we are all at this summit today because we understand that the fastest way to close these economic gaps and alter our trajectory is to fundamentally change how we think about investing. The world of investment, in particular private equity and venture capital, has created enormous amounts of wealth while remaining especially exclusive by design, out in the open, and as a brand. And here's how much venture funding has gone to Black and Hispanic founders over the last several years in the US. Do you notice anything? While the sheer amount of money going into venture funding has skyrocketed, Black and brown founders have remained stuck at about 2% or less of the total funding pie. This is the problem we need to solve as a community. And we need to dig under this problem to uncover the myths that have been holding us back, because these numbers have not budged. So let's bust some myths. Let's first ask, why does so little funding go to Black and brown founders? Well, one possible assumption is that there just aren't any qualified Black and brown founders to invest in. However, a review of pipeline data done by the Kauffman Foundation shows that since 1980, Black and Hispanic people have been graduating with advanced degrees at an accelerating rate, while the rate of college-educated whites has actually dropped. However, this is not directly translated to either jobs in tech or in startup leadership. The entrepreneurship rates of Hispanic people have outpaced everyone else by leaps and bounds, yet they continue to get less than 2% of all investments. So why is it so incredibly difficult for Black and brown founders to secure investment? And why isn't the increase in pipeline converting to increased entrepreneurship or funding opportunities? Where's the disconnect here? Well, one insightful way to examine this question is to ask, well, how do investors source their deals? And in what may seem ironic in a moment, Harvard conducted an in-depth analysis of 900 venture capital investors to ask them, how do you source your deals? And here are the results. 30% of deals come from former colleagues. 20% of them come from other investors, other VCs. About 10% are referrals from their existing portfolio companies, the companies that they invest in. And then 30% are outbound searches. So the investors go out and find businesses to invest in, and they usually go to the same places, accelerators, pitch competitions, and investors can only go to the communities that they know and understand. And sometimes they can only work regionally. But only 10% of deals happen because of a cold email or something coming inbound. This means that 90% of deals actually come from inside existing investor networks and as far as they can reach out their arms and touch. Even if you get a chance to pitch a VC, only 1 out of every 101 companies that a VC reviews will actually end up with an investment. So these are pretty long odds. And it looks like being in network is pretty important. So the next logical question would be, well, what do those networks look like? And by the numbers, 95% of VCs are either white or Asian, and 78% are male. So if a VC is sourcing a deal from another VC or a former colleague, there's an overwhelming likelihood that both VCs in the conversation are males, and a very good chance that they are both white males. If you look at money under management, the disparity becomes absolutely one-sided. White males control 93% of all of the money currently sitting in VC funds. Well, okay, so what about the other sources of deals? What about, let's say, people they went to school with? And if a VC is sourcing a deal from a former classmate, there's an overwhelming likelihood that both VCs went to Stanford or Harvard or another Ivy League school. Working VCs who go back to school overwhelmingly go to the same schools that feed the pipeline. This is critically important because these pipelines are also designed to be exclusive. And they are obviously creating a highly inequitable funding landscape based on the data. So let's dive a little bit deeper. Let's just take a look at Harvard, which is often cited as the birthplace of venture capital. And there are many myths to be unpacked here, because this is why Harvard is considered exclusive. And these points are indicative of many of the schools on the VC pipeline. Firstly, Harvard operated as a prestigious institution of higher learning for 233 years before having a Black graduate, and 284 years before admitting its first woman student. Secondly, this year's incoming class had an admissions rate of 3.9%, the lowest in the school's history, and tied with Stanford for the lowest in the country. And third, the cost of attendance. Look at those numbers. These costs ensure that a bulk of the student body is coming from wealth. And here's where we start to uncover some myths. Because to many, perhaps to most, Harvard is believed to be exclusive because they only accept the best. With a 3.9% admission rate, they only accept the best, right? And with that price tag, only the best, right? Remember the myth of meritocracy? Now, because Harvard is a private university, they do not have to disclose their admissions process. However, over the past few years, Harvard has been embroiled in legal battles about how race plays a role in how they decide which students to accept and which to deny. In fact, this case will be heard by the Supreme Court in October of this year, along with a similar case against the University of North Carolina. Now, we're not going to argue the merits of this case today, but I do want to present some information that was released into the public record by the court as part of the legal process of discovery. And this information speaks to the myth of meritocracy. And it allows us to take a very rare peek into an internal process called legacy admissions. Now, legacy admissions exist at many exclusive universities, most of the Ivy League, so this is not particular to Harvard. But what is so compelling here is that without the recent lawsuits, we would not have access to this information at all. So what are legacy admissions anyway? Well, it's basically a way for some students to cut in line and get preferential treatment during the admissions process. At Harvard, these students fall into 4 categories. The first are recruited athletes, and these make up less than 1% of total applications, but legacy athletes make up 10% of the student body. And at Harvard, these athletes are majority white, and they have an admission rate of nearly 100%. The second group are the Dean's Interest List. These are students whose families have donated to the school above a certain amount. Those who tend to give and give often can land their kids on this list. These students have a 42% admissions rate. Remember that the most recent general admission rate was 3.9%. So this means if your family donated to Harvard early and often, that you would be 7 to 8 times more likely to be admitted. The third group are students whose parents are faculty members. These students have a 47% admissions rate. And the last group are students whose parents are alumni. And these students have a 34% admissions rate. Now, demographically, 71% of all of these legacy applicants are white. And with the higher acceptance rates for legacy application, it actually turns out that 43% of all white students at Harvard are in fact legacy students. And perhaps that's not surprising, but here's the kicker. Based on Harvard's own application scores, 75% of white students admitted through legacy admissions did not meet admission standards. Okay, so let's visualize this because this helps me put things into perspective. If the 100 icons on the left represent 100% of white students at Harvard, then 43 of them, those 43 in the middle, would be legacy students. Of those 43, about 32 of them, 75% of 43, do not meet admissions criteria. This means that 32%, or 1 in 3, of all white students at Harvard got into the school without meeting the criteria that was required of others. Every argument against affirmative action cites a scenario such as this: a large percentage of below standard people taking the place of those who deserve it more. If we apply this percentage to the incoming class using the demographics supplied by Harvard on their website, that would equate to 415 students. Think about the 3.9% admissions rate for everyone else. Who might have gotten excluded in this scenario? Now, let me be clear, because almost every major private university has legacy admissions. And in 2019, a scandal rocked the news and implicated Stanford, Yale, Georgetown, and several other elite universities, along with some Hollywood actors. This has been going on for a long time in secret, and it will continue to go on until universities put a stop to it. So let's bust this myth right now. Graduates from these exclusive universities are no smarter, are no more effective, are no better qualified than graduates with similar degrees from schools like Michigan State or Ohio State or Florida A&M or Queen's University. Yet these pipelines of opportunity, the exclusive ones, the ones many call elite, and the ones that run directly into venture capital are working to keep one group of individuals in the system while keeping other groups out. And as a result, the outputs from these pipelines are still overwhelmingly white and male. It is the myth of race balanced upon the myth of meritocracy. Exclusive is the VC brand. It has always been a feature and not a bug, a source of pride and not shame. And that is what makes inclusive investment such a groundbreaking concept. But executing it doesn't require groundbreaking ideas necessarily. Remember, you are not powerless. That is a myth. In fact, with this knowledge, there are some simple policy and procedure changes that can make outsized differences. If you're a person of influence in investment, private equity, venture capital, if you're an employer in these spaces, if you are in higher education, you can work to bust these myths. For example, your firm can begin to do blind interviews. This will eliminate the bias towards certain schools and certain employers. Funds can begin to eliminate warm intros. There's a growing movement for this. Perhaps every submission to your fund can go through a front door application process, and every application for funding can get some consideration by the fund. Yeah, this is slow, but it's so much more fair. And then lastly, of course, universities can just eliminate legacy admissions. Studies have shown that this would increase equity in universities across the country. Or maybe you do have a groundbreaking idea, because we need those too. In fact, we have every right to challenge the existing ideas of what investment can and should look like as we tear down these myths and build new ideas in their ashes. For example, at my firm, Equilibrium Impact Ventures, we have intentionally built our thesis around creating equity in our investments. We've done this through creating a diverse general partner team. We do it by allotting at least 2/3 of our funding to Black, Brown, and women founders. We do it by supporting and investing into new networks and pipelines. And we do it by directly funding companies that are solving for these equity gaps. And these are not just the right things to do, we also know that it's good business. So we all understand the power of community, and we've seen how critical it is to have access to VC networks. So our goal should be to expand these networks to be more inclusive of everyone. This summit is a great example of an opportunity to start building those connections. Investors must work to find new partners, including nonprofits doing the work of equity and universities outside of the Ivy League, especially HBCUs. However, we cannot gloss over the centuries of myth reaffirmation and systemic oppression. Indeed, this network expansion will take trust. And trust is a loaded word. So I will leave you with some wisdom from Brené Brown based on her extensive research into trust. So first, let's define trust. And we can define it as choosing to make something that's important to you vulnerable to the actions of someone else. Inclusion and equity is important to all of us. And in order to work with each other to build a better world, we will have to put ourselves in places of vulnerability. Now, because the word trust is so loaded, it helps to break it down into 7 components. And I believe these principles can be impactful for us to take into the summit and beyond as we seek to build trust and vulnerability with one another. And these components use the acronym BRAVING, because when we are vulnerable, we are also being brave. So let's make these commitments to one another as we start to build connection. The first one is boundaries. We must set boundaries. We must hold them, and we must respect them. If you're an investor or an organization looking to join this movement, seek out those who are already doing the work. Understand their boundaries and don't cross them. If you're an organization doing this work, set your boundaries and communicate them clearly. Secondly, trust requires reliability. This means that you do what you say you will do over and over and over again, because we can't trust one another if we do not follow through on our commitments. If you say you're going to write a check, then you better write a check. Third, accountability. This means that we own our mistakes, we apologize, and we work to make amends. Nobody is perfect. So giving one another and ourselves grace to mess up and then make it right is critical. V is for vault. And this means that whatever we share with one another in these spaces, we will hold in confidence. It means we will continuously demonstrate a commitment to confidentiality. It means we won't share stories that aren't ours to share. And it means we won't gossip. I is for integrity, which is so important in this work. Integrity means choosing courage over comfort, choosing what's right over what's fun, fast, or easy. It means practicing our values, not just professing them. And especially if you're in a place of privilege, you must be courageous to break down the myths and to speak truth to power in your spheres of influence. This is called being an ally. N is for non-judgment. And this means that I can ask for what I need and you can ask for what you need without either of us judging one another. It means we can talk about how we feel without judgment. It means we will ask for help, and it means that we will help one another. Asking for help is a sign of strength and not weakness. And then finally, generosity. And this is not just generosity with your money and your time. It also includes extending the most generous interpretation to the intentions, the words, and the actions of others. We cannot build trust if we are constantly assuming the worst of one another. If we do all of these things, all of them together, we will expand the inclusiveness of our networks on a strong foundation of trust. As a result, we will spark both innovation through new ideas and revolution through defeating these myths. And my friends, innovation and revolution are truly the only 2 things that have ever rapidly changed the human experience for the better. Please enjoy the rest of the summit. Reach out to me on LinkedIn or any other social platforms to continue the conversation. May you all be well, happy, and peaceful. Thank you.
Want to say thank you, Qasim. That was so amazing. It was awesome. So Definitely in line with your namesake. And we are so thrilled to have had you share your expertise with us. Now, I do want to maybe open the floor for some comments or questions if folks have them. Feel free to drop those in the chat, and we'll give Kasem an opportunity to respond. Oh, sorry. We're actually going to hold on the Q&A. We're going to hold on the Q&A, but feel free to connect with Kasem during the networking portions of the summit today. So we're going to keep it moving forward. Thank you so much. This is our opportunity to pause for a bit and just let what was shared completely wash over you. I'm still stewing in some of the things that Kasem mentioned. And so, just a couple of things to orient us even more to the day and the platform. So, Hop In is a great tool for us to connect with one another. When it comes to joining the breakout sessions, which will be next, feel free to click on the sessions button of the platform, and that will pull up several different breakout groups. So you select the one that you would like to participate in. The other option for you too is networking. And so that's a space where you can set up some one-on-one engagements with different participants in the summit, have conversations with one another, share your contact information and resources. The expo is also a really unique feature of the platform. And what we've done there is actually invited vendors and entrepreneurial support organizations to share resources, videos, and materials that will help you in developing your business and connecting with investors. So I encourage you to spend some time there and again, get to know some of the people through their work and the things that they provided.
Good afternoon. Happy Thursday. This is Black Angels, How and Why You Should Invest. So if you just got all fired up by my good friend Kasem's speech, then you should be here and you should be ready to jump in and change the narrative. So first things first, I always like to introduce myself because it's necessary to know why the heck you should care about what I'm talking about. I never like taking advice from people that I don't know. So I'm Dr. Shantae, and I am an angel investor. I'm a private investor. I'm the CEO of Black Pearl Global Investments. I'm also a partner in Equilibrium Impact Ventures, which is doing all of that wonderful work that Kasem's talking about. But before I got pulled into the VC space, I got my start specifically as an angel investor. I'm also the author of a couple of books. One is called Black Angels, Black Angels Among Us. And I'm going to start this conversation not with investing, but I'm going to talk about something that we never really talk about out loud, and that's gentrification. But why gentrification is our problem, and not our problem in that people are coming into our neighborhoods. It's actually the opposite problem. It's a problem we created. So I don't know if you guys are like me. I grew up in a lower income neighborhood, and as soon as my parents got money, where did they go? To the burbs. And, you know, they got the heck out of Dodge really quickly. And that was the dream, right? As soon as we get some money, we're going somewhere else. We're not going to invest in our community. We're going to leave it. And what happens in a vacuum? Other people come in. So I like to always start angel investing conversations by saying, people cannot gentrify your neighborhood if you don't give them space to move into it. And that's where angel investing really comes into play here. So stay with me and stick with this topic just a little bit, because it hurts a little bit at first, but I promise you'll agree with me in the end. So when we think about our neighborhoods, and a lot of people say, well, why would I want to stay in a place where there's no value? I can promise you as an investor, no one puts money into a space where there's no value. No one comes in and buys property in a space where there's no value. No one comes into an area and says, you know what, I'm just going to sink a bunch of money here because there's no value. No, we've got to, first of all, retune our minds. And when we think about angel investing, that's what we're able to do, is really retool our minds in how we look at and assess value. Now, one of the myths that Qasim talked about in his speech was powerlessness. I personally believe that angel investing actually gives us the power back. The power back to talk about some of those things that we don't get to talk about, or the conversations we don't get to join in, like VC, right? If we're angel investors, then we are the deployers of the capital. If we're talking about gentrification, we are the people that own the properties. If we're talking about education or politics, we can change the conversation by becoming angel investors. So powerlessness is something that we are not, because we all have checks. Two things that our community has in spades. One is talent, the other is a sense of community. And I have the pleasure of talking to startups and founders all over the world all the time. And inherent in our startups is this impact notion. It's this community notion. I've never actually met a founder of color who wasn't building something that would have an impact on their community. And I think that's a powerful thing. And I think the way that we can actually support them is by angel investing. So I told you that we aren't powerless, but why aren't we powerless? Well, it's because angel investing actually doesn't take as much as you might think when compared to venture capital. So I'll start with some data. So only 1.3% of all angel investors are Black. That's actually less than the 3% that's actually in venture capital. Now, why does that matter? Where do angels come in? Angels come in very, very, very early on in the life cycle of a business or a startup. And angel money, if it's patient and if it is sufficient, it's able to help a company, a founder, a startup get through what some people call the valley of death, but it helps them to get that early traction. It also helps them to fend off all of the vultures. Now, one of the things that I see time and time again with startups and small businesses, so I'm going to talk about two different groups here: startups, high growth, high tech kind of things that might go after venture capital, but I'm also going to talk about community or Main Street businesses that are, those anchors in our communities. Both of them need money. Okay, so if we are able to support those businesses early on, guess what they don't have to take? Predatory money. And why would they be preyed to money? If they're smart enough, right? If they're good business owners, they won't need that. Well, statistics show that Black business owners or people of color are less likely to actually get a business bank loan. And if they do get the loan, they're going to get less than they asked for. So commercial lending probably, or small business banking, really isn't going to be something that's available to them. Especially if it's heavily reliant on credit. And if you're an entrepreneur, like I was an entrepreneur, your credit might be shot to shingles for at least a little while. So that's not going to be an option for them. That puts them into the secondary market. If they have to go to the secondary market, that cost of capital is extremely high. I'll give you a first example of a company that I had the pleasure of working with. And this company was able to get started. They started generating money. They got to generating about $1 million, and they needed somewhere around $250,000 in order to get to the next level. That $250,000 they could not get from their bank. They were over leveraged. That $250,000, they didn't know any angels. They didn't know any private investors. So they found someone who would give them $250,000. They wrote them that check. And then what happened? They started making payments. Now, they didn't read the fine print on this particular loan. And after 5 years, they still owed $250,000, even though they paid more than $1 million. Why? Because they had to go to the secondary market, and the loan that they had to take out from this private investor only paid off the interest, and they would have to pay the interest plus the principal, and all of this unpaid principal had compounding interest on top of it. So they were just in a mountain of debt. So they came to my firm and they said, can you help us get out of this? And of course, we worked very hard to get them out of that capital situation. That happens time and time and time again. So that's part of the why. We shouldn't be sending our businesses to this secondary market. We should not allow them to be prey. The other why that I think is much more important is if we want to control the conversations, we've got to control the currency. And that is the bottom line for all of what we're talking about throughout this entire conference. Controlling the conversation, meaning if we want to see more impactful startups make it, we've got to put the money towards it. If we want to see more founders of color moving forward, we've got to put the money behind them. Well, Dr. Shante, I'm not a millionaire, right? So if you're not a millionaire, I wasn't a millionaire when I made my first investment. My first investment actually came in the form of something that wasn't super sexy. It wasn't super high tech. It was something I knew. It was hair, right? It was my hair salon. So I came in thinking, okay, I love my hairstylist. I love those products that she's putting forth. And why not? Why is she not selling these products? Because I can't find the products she uses in my hair. So I asked her a very, very simple question. And I said to her, well, I want to buy your products and, keep me coming back, and generate other revenue for you. Why aren't you selling them? And she simply said, I don't have enough capital in order to buy the products and then use them on the client. So what I buy, I have to use. I don't have a surplus to sell. So my very first angel investment was to a Main Street business. I wrote her $1,000 check, $1,000. And that $1,000 helped her to buy products. Those products went on the shelf. The products on that shelf sold very, very quickly. She re-upped time and time again. After about a year and a half, she had more than returned the loan or the investment plus margin. And she said, well, can we do this a couple more times? Can we increase this investment? Of course we can. I'm an investor. I want to make money on my investment. And she saw this as a method to generate extra revenue into her firm, into her business, but she saw it as a leg up. So she ended up not only just having an extra revenue stream, she hired 2 employees. That's 2 other incomes that's going into our community, creating economic mobility. On top of that, she said, you know what, this is really working well. I wonder if we can open a second salon. So she opened a second salon. And from that, we're now more than 10 years beyond that first investment. And that first investment has actually helped her to move completely from behind the chair. And she now is a national director for a hair startup that is growing by leaps and bounds. Now, why is that story significant to you other than, it's a great story about how you can take a little money? It's significant because it shows the power of community. Our community has a lot of talent. It does not necessarily have a lot of capital currently, but collectively we can pool our monies together. So we talked about angel investing just a little bit, and we'll talk about angel investing in the terms of what can we do with our little dollars? How do I get started? I encourage everybody to do what I call a financial fast. Your financial fast is literally saying, where does all my money go? And yes, I am talking to myself a lot of times and saying, my money needs to go, to bills. And then I've got, frivolous things that I spend money on, but I need to know where my money's going. That's how you start to see whether or not you have any extra capital to put anywhere. Make sure you have your savings, and then you go from there. But when you start looking at how much you might want to, start investing, I want to have $1,000. Maybe $1,000 isn't enough for what you want to do or the types of businesses you want to invest in. You might also have 10 friends that have $1,000. I worked with a small group of women who came together after seeing a couple of workshops that I had done. And they said, you know what, I've got $1,000 and I've got $1,000. And soon they had $10,000. And this group of Black women said, together, we're going to come together to invest in a Black woman-owned startup. So they provided early capital into a Black woman-owned business in order to help that business grow. That's the power of community. None of them took an exorbitant amount of risk. None of them, are out there speculating, and none of them actually had the expectation of walking away becoming a multi-billionaire on their $1,000 investment, but they got their feet wet. I see I've got a question in the chat here. It says, what's the difference between giving money and investing? Oh, well, there's a huge difference. If you give your money away, that's philanthropy. Philanthropy means you're giving it and you don't expect to make any money on it. You are putting it out there to do good, and that's great, but you are not respecting any type of financial return. The type of return you might get is, societal good, impact related. It might even be feel good to you, but it absolutely is not going to be financially returned back to you. So that's giving money away, or philanthropy. Investing your money means that you are putting your money into something with the expectation that it's going to return your principal plus something else. And the principal is the amount of money by which you put into the investment in the first place. Now, on that note, there are lots of types of investments. You can make an investment that looks like debt, which means that, I lent somebody some money and they made a payment to me over time. And when I add all those payments back up together, I got my money back plus some margin on top of that. That's an investment that has a return, but that's a classic debt vehicle. Now, that's going to look like the typical loans that we already know how to do. If we're talking about investment more aligned with startups or small businesses, then you may be putting that money in and waiting for a period of time. It could be 6 months, it could be 12 months, it could be 3 years, depending on the type of business you're investing in. But you have put your money in there, you're waiting a period of time, and you're expecting a return to come back to you. And that return, if you are going to be a VC investor, is going to be completely outsized. If you're an angel investor and you're very early in and you're investing in something that's going to be a high growth business, then you're going to be expecting a really, you're early in, you may be expecting quite a big return. You probably won't get rich as an angel investor unless you have done it lots and lots and lots of times. You're pretty diversified and you've been able to invest larger sums of money. So if you are investing $1,000, I don't want you to walk away thinking, Dr. Shante told me I invested $1,000 and I'm going to make $1 million next year. That's not likely to happen. A couple of other points that I do want to pull out while we're talking about angel investing. We talked about a little bit of the how. I started with understanding what you're working with as far as capital goes. Okay, you might say, okay, I've done my financial fast. I know where my money's going, and I've got a little extra money. Let's say, all in all, after doing this assessment, I've got $2,000 a month that I could pull to the side. What do you do with that $2,000? Now, you could, go out and find some business to put that $2,000 in, but most people are probably going to do something a bit different. They may go to the internet and they may go to a crowd equity fund or a crowd investing platform that's going to allow them to take a small equity stake in a company, similar to how I described my first investment, but this is a company that could be a high growth business. It could be some business that's, across the country. It could be across the world. Crowd equity allows you to put small amounts of money into businesses, and it grows over time. The beauty of crowdfunding or crowd equity is you don't have to worry about necessarily being an accredited investor, which is a barrier that keeps a lot of smaller investors and people of color out, because it means that you have at least $1 million of net worth, or you are a high earner. And a lot of people haven't gotten to that level yet, and that keeps them out of those high growth opportunities. So you want to absolutely look at some of these opportunities in a couple of ways. Think about your risk tolerance. You want to think, am I someone who really loves things that are highly speculative, and I'm all in on things that are super, super new and I'm willing to take a chance? Or am I someone who might be more conservative? I want to invest, but I want to invest in something I know. I've made investments into things like a have made investments into things like a catering company on one of the platforms. I see a couple of places that you can go. Cosm is dropping them in. WeFunder, Republic. I like Mainvest. Mainvest is actually a crowd equity platform that allows you to invest in Main Street businesses. I will also give you a couple of pointers on crowdfunding. There are several types of crowdfunding. So don't confuse crowd equity platforms with those crowdfund platforms that are going to give you like t-shirts. Those are excellent ways to get capital into businesses, but you are not expecting a return there. You're not expecting a financial return. You are, putting monies in, you are helping them get started, but you absolutely aren't going to see any type of financials, anything down the line. So if you get onto a platform and, someone has a great idea and they say, oh, this level gives you, a t-shirt and da-da-da-da-da-da, then that's a different type of crowdfunding model. It is not necessarily investing. It's akin, someone said giving away money. I don't know that it's giving away money. It's an investment that doesn't have a financial return that's tied to it. A few other things that I'd like us to really consider as we think about our currency, our capital, our communities. I want us to really start to think about the missions and the things that we hold dear. We talk about holding the boundaries and holding our values in our community, and our capital determines that. Where we spend our money, how we spend our money, what we invest in absolutely determines that. There was a headline about a couple of weeks ago that said Black spending power hit an all-time high. However, our net worth declined. That means we spent money, but we didn't actually grow our base. And that is a troubling sign. It's a troubling sign because that means that we may be spending on things that aren't retaining their value. Angel investing is a mechanism by which we can retain more of our net worth. That means we might become angel investors by collectively owning property. We could become angel investors by investing in businesses. We could become angel investors by supporting a specific startup, or we may even find a specific fund that allows for smaller checks from individuals, where we can write a check into a venture fund as an individual and be an investor in that way. I will say all of that to say, there's a phrase that I've just fallen in love with. Our mission should not be divorced from economic value. At the end of the day, we have to make sure that if we want to change all of these statistics that we see, Black businesses underfunded, people of color getting overlooked, the amount of funding from VC not staying stagnant, not going up. We have lots and lots of new fund managers of color. However, it's taking them twice as long to raise the capital, and they are raising a fund that's about half the size of their counterparts, which means we can't rely on the venture capital space exclusively to push things forward. We really need to think about how we as individuals are going to take charge of this conversation. And the way we do that, in my opinion, is by getting off the sidelines and becoming investors, writing checks directly into our communities. My advice to anyone who is even the least bit curious about angel investing or starting to write checks within their community really is to come into the conversation and start looking at the local businesses around you. You might ask, well, how do I find a business in my community that I might want to invest in? Well, think about the businesses that you frequent a lot. I tell people, we always have that favorite spot that we complain about, right? Like, oh, I want to go there, but it takes so long to get food, or oh, I want to go there, but they never have the stuff I want. That might be an opportunity. We have to stop looking at those inconveniences as barriers for us to support and say, okay, maybe my support needs to look like an investment in. Now, please remember, taking on an angel investment into your personal finances, you need a lawyer. You do need to have an attorney. You do need to have, you need to understand the implications for your finances. So please talk to an accountant. It's not a DIY situation unless you're going to go with an established platform, and then they're going to generate those tax forms for you. If you're going to source your own deals or go out and find businesses for you to invest in, make sure you have a team. If you don't have a team, it's okay, but you do need to ask questions. You need to ask a lot of questions. You don't want to write yourself or paint yourself into a corner. You don't want to lose your money. On that note, setting expectations is the last thing that I'll say here. Angel investing is an excellent way to support our community. It's an excellent way in order to get more businesses, getting that early traction, some customer discovery, that prototyping, just giving them what I like to call financial faith, showing them that there is community support. Angel investing is not charity, so you're going to need to choose good opportunities. You're not just giving it to anyone that you happen to like. It needs to have some actual economic viability and some business viability. But you want to make sure that early on you're saying, okay, good opportunity, plus I'm well prepared to wait, because you can't put pressure on an early business. You don't want to say, okay, I'm going to give you this money and in 60 days I need my money back. That's not how angel investing works. If you're an angel, you probably need to be what we would call patient capital. And patient capital is really that type of capital that's going to wait it out. It's going to be there for the long haul. It's going to be there over time and saying, okay, I'm here with you, growing and growing and growing. And hopefully you see an exit or a return on your funds at some point. I will say my earliest true investment that was equity specific was a 5-year wait. So rule of thumb, expect to wait. Expect it to be a slow jog for most investments, and then don't expect, a 1,000-fold return. Depending on how much money you put in, the return could be nice. It may not be life-changing, but I like to think of angel investments as me doing my part to push businesses forward. See a couple of other questions here. With crowdfunding with equity, does the group have voting rights? I will say, for the most part, I don't think so. The few platforms that I have been on, there is not a voting right. Now, that might be dependent upon how much you put into the opportunity. I haven't seen that. Usually what I've seen is, you can invest as little as $50 all the way up to, $10,000 or $50,000. And depending on the investment level, there may be additional rights granted at a specific level. So it may vary depending on what type of platform and the opportunity as it's laid out. Does giving or investing always need to be with the intent of getting a return? No. Investing, in my opinion, is about return. The type of return you're looking for could be balanced. There are lots of social investors or social impact investors that are looking to balance impact, meaning I'm doing societal good, or I'm doing, growing, food, or I'm solving a problem, or I'm achieving a mission, or decreasing inequity. Plus, I might make a return, and sometimes that social return might be more than the financial return. Sometimes the financial return might be greater than the social return. It doesn't have to be financial. I would encourage you, though, to look at your investments as some balance of both. And it may be a pendulum. It could be, 60-40 on one side, 70-30 on the other. This is a personal decision for me. I like to be charitable where I want to be charitable. And if I'm going to give away money, that's philanthropy. I don't call that investing at all. I do plan to do good. I know there is a return, but if I want pure social return or pure feel good, or, get all the good feels, that's going to be in a completely separate bucket. I don't consider that a part of my angel investing activities because that's not going to increase my bottom line. And because I'm an investor and that's how I make my money, I do invest with the intent on getting a return. So I would encourage us all to have a balance between impact and financial return. I, for one, don't think you have to sacrifice one for the other. I think you can do good and you can make money. I don't think you have to say, okay, well, I put in a lot of money, so I will just expect, I'll take any collateral harm that comes. I don't think that has to be the case, just like I don't think if you're going to do good, you don't have to get it, you won't get any monies back. So, think about as you go forward and you decide to get off the investing line, not the charity line, getting off the sidelines and getting into the game and investing, think about it with some intention of activating your money, because activated money compounds. Activating money creates opportunities. Activated money is able to create economic mobility. Activated money is able to push the community forward. It's able to change the narrative. Activated money can change the world. And I love just the metaphor of angels, and angels are here to save the day. And I encourage all of us brown people, all of us Black people, to become the angels of our communities and lift those businesses up. I don't know if we have time for one more question. I think we're good to go here. Oh, I've got 5 more minutes. Well, any parting thoughts? I would just say to you, my imperative to especially my Black women investors, I've adopted what I call, I'm the Black lady that invests. While we see very small numbers of Black people in the angel investing space, we see even fewer women, and women seem to be very reticent to become investors. This is usually because we want to know everything about everything and be completely sure that we aren't missing something, and we want a sure thing. Investing, there are no sure things. That's a big red flag. If you see someone saying, oh, this is a guaranteed return, that's not going to happen. So don't fall for that. But my imperative to women in particular, a lot of women of color end up head of household, or they may end up the breadwinners because they are getting these degrees and they have these high flying jobs. We need to become check writers. Black women, even at this point, are starting businesses at a very high rate and receiving such tiny amounts of investment, and we really need to move things forward. I say, if we use one of the platforms listed above, will those platforms automatically provide tax forms so we won't need to get an attorney advice on it? I can see that being a barrier. I actually do get tax forms from the opportunities that I have written checks into. So the tax form itself isn't the barrier. However, I will say you need to know what to do with the tax form. So if you're going to start dabbling in the angel investing or investing space writ large, you probably want to start having someone else prepare your taxes. And you want to get advice early on about how to claim income, whether you do that through a separate entity, whether you do that as personal investment. You want to get some CPA guidance on that so that you know what to do with the tax forms that you get. I wouldn't TurboTax it if you're someone who does your own taxes. Hi, Gloria. It's good to see you here. But yes, my passion is Black women. I'm a Black woman investor, and ultimately, all women actually are reticent to jump in. Black women, can really be a catalyst. I hate to use the terminology superwoman because we're not superheroes, but we have had to wear the capes. And I think sometimes it's apt that we save ourselves. So we can put our financial capes on and write checks and save our businesses, save our own businesses, and start writing and investing. And, all of my talk, I hope that you walk away thinking two things. One, you absolutely can do this and you can get started. And then two, you don't have to do it alone. You don't have to invest alone. You don't have to invest by yourself. You absolutely can and should work with a group. Find your tribe. Everybody has an investing tribe, a group of people who absolutely want to do the same things that you do, who are on the same mission, who live in your community, who want to see the same change. So find your investing tribe. I'm happy to help you find your investing tribe at the end of the day. So please feel free to connect with me on any of the social platforms. Anybody who's seen me speak before knows that I say I'm in these internet streets. So you can find me on Twitter. I'm Dr. Shantae. You can find me on LinkedIn. I'm Dr. Shantae Williams. You can find me on Instagram. I'm Dr._Shantae. I'm on Facebook. I'm literally everywhere. And if you want to ask me a direct question, you can go to my website. It's Dr. spelled out DOCTOR Shantae SHANTE.com. And Dr. Shantae, if you look up Dr. DOCTOR_SHANTE, you should find me on Facebook. Or if you want to send me a direct email, send it to ask@DOCTOR .com. So I look forward to connecting with you. Danette, I hope you find me on Facebook, or I will try to look for you. Twitter again, Dr. Shantae. They're all the same handle. Should be DOCTOR_Shantae on Twitter as well. So I tried to keep it simple because I can't remember many things other than the investing stuff. So Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all Dr. Shantae. My website, drshantae.com, all spelled out DOCTOR. And LinkedIn, you will find me, I think, Dr. Shantae MBA, if you're looking for me on LinkedIn.
Welcome to the F word, understanding the language of business session. So thank you all for joining into this session. I do think that this is a very important topic for a lot of businesses. And right now, what we are definitely seeing a lot of is that more and more people are really finding themselves having some very important conversations about business. But one of the challenges that a lot of people tend to run into is in some of those conversations, they don't quite feel like they are prepared for those conversations because there are certain words that are being used. There are certain topics that are being brought up that they don't always feel like they really have a good handle on what those topics are, or even how to answer some questions as certain terms are being used. But one of the very important things about, the journey of any business owner, if you're looking to really raise capital for your business, or you're looking to attract different investors, one of the most important things is that you are able to reach a level of understanding with the person that you are speaking with. And when it comes down to reaching a common level of understanding, a lot of it has to do with the language that you use. Because what you don't want to do is you don't want to communicate the wrong message by using words in ways that don't connect with the audience, or whether the audience or the potential investors that you're speaking to, whether they are using words that you don't understand, that you don't connect with. So in this session, because I'm actually doing 2 sessions for this conference, today we're really going to talk a lot about some key terms and things that you need to understand. Tomorrow, I'm going to go a little bit deeper into actually how you tell the story. Now, in order to be able to share and tell a good financial story, because the financial story makes all of the difference. I mean, from whether or not you can attract and hold the attention of someone who has interest in your business. And so today we're going to talk about some key terms that you'll need to know to be able to tell a really good story. But before we jump into that, to give you a little bit of context on myself, my background is accounting and finance. And I went to school, undergrad at a small school called Lander University in South Carolina. And then I went to graduate school at the University of Notre Dame to get a master's degree in accounting. And in the process of doing that, there was a lot of things that I came face to face with realizing is that finance was not in accounting. It wasn't a topic that was talked about in my home. I didn't come from a home where this was common knowledge. The only time that I really heard about accounting and finance is when I would occasionally flip through channels and land on that channel that had all these numbers scrolling at the bottom of the screen, all these different stock tickers and stuff like that, to where I really didn't understand what was going on there. I really didn't understand, what was being said on that. And it took me some time of really digging in to learn. But over the years of working in finance and accounting, I learned a ton. And then from after school, I went into working for one of the 4 biggest accounting firms in the world, did a lot of auditing. I learned a lot, got to see behind the scenes of a lot of major companies, and really saw how they thought about business. To be in the room with senior level executives, to hear the types of conversations that they were having. And it really opened my eyes to a lot that I just didn't know before. And from there, I started working with Fortune 500 companies and doing different roles in finance. So really understanding not only just the accounting and the technical side, but how do we take what we do in finance and then how do we make sense of it for making operational decisions? And by far, probably the most impactful role that I had, during my time in, I would say probably 3 very impactful roles. The first one was I worked in investor relations. And in investor relations, my job was to work with 2 other people, the VP of investor relations and the director of investor relations. And what we would do is we would work with the senior level executives, the CEO, the CFO, in helping craft the story of how they were going to communicate to the Wall Street analysts. Now, at the time I was there, the company had revenues of north of $14 billion a year. So it was a really, really big company. And it was one of the original companies that was on the Dow Jones Stock Exchange or stock index. And one of the big things that I spent a lot of time doing was reading through the Wall Street analyst reports. So all of these major Wall Street banks that invested in companies like that, my job was to sit through and read their analyst reports, read their analysis. And in some cases, when I saw mistakes or I saw errors in the things that they were saying and the things that they were doing, bring it up with the executive team and saying, hey, here's what we need to do to address this. Because being in investor relations, there's only so much information we can make public without it triggering an SEC issue. So that role really opened my eyes to a lot about when it comes down to investing and how you tell the story and what terms matter and also who's paying attention to what. And in that process, I also got the chance to meet, different hedge fund leaders and also different major investors who, some of their average investment amount was they were trying to decide what to do with a $500 million investment fund. Like what company should they invest in? And when you sit in rooms like that, you tend to hear conversations that are at a level that you are like, wow, this is what really gets talked about in these types of rooms and these types of settings. And then from there, I went back into working in the business and really working in different segments of helping with M&A activity where we were either buying or we were selling a business. And then eventually my wife and I, we moved to the Charlotte area, and I started off working with a tech company in Charlotte, North Carolina, and helping them buy other companies. And then we went through a round, we helped them raise about 65 million in private equity funding. And a lot of that was just helping craft that story, supporting that journey of how do we communicate with our investors to make sure that we are telling the story and being as clear as we can be about where we are, where we're going, and to do it in a way that really piqued the interest of potential investors that would then invest in the business. And like I said, during my time there, we were able to raise over 65 million in private equity funding, which allowed for a massive expansion and continued growth of the business. And from there, I decided I had all the pieces that I need to lead that and to start my own firm. So now I run my own firm, the TL Turner Group. We focus on bookkeeping and CFO services. And on the CFO side, we spend a lot of time helping entrepreneurs and business owners craft the financial side of their story. I mean, we've done some partnerships with the local economic development centers. We've also worked with some universities. And one of the things that we get a lot of calls on at times is we get calls from different companies or different organizations that are sponsoring pitch competitions. And one of the common things that they tell us is they say, hey, people really struggle telling the financial story of their business. So one of their requests to us is, can you give some time to some of our top contestants and help them understand how to better tell their story? And we started doing that last year and working with, different organizations that are hosting pitch competitions where they're giving out funding to entrepreneurs. And since we've been doing that, some of the entrepreneurs that we've been working with and consulting with, they've been landing in the top 1 or the top, 2 positions, and they've been able to get grant funding. They've been able to win pitch competition because a lot of it comes down to how you tell your financial story. And so outside of doing all that, like I said, our firm is recognized in the New York Times in 2021 as a top Black-owned business that you would love. And then also this past year, we've been recognized I was recognized personally as a national 40 under 40 Black CPA. And one award that I was notified of it, that it is coming out, another 40 under 40 award related to finance and valuations is coming out. Since they haven't announced it publicly, I can't say the name of the organization, but there is another award on the way because of the work that we're doing to support small and medium-sized businesses, of really helping people understand these things that are talked about in very important rooms that often don't get shared with everyone. And so what our goal is how do we help do that? And that is why my wife and I, we started a media company called the Business Talk Library. And there we do a lot of speaking. We post a lot of content, create a lot of videos, some courses. Most of the stuff we've done over 500 videos and podcasts, and the combination of such that we've released for free in the past 2 years. And part of that is because we are trying to get the message out about things that people don't commonly hear, because maybe they haven't been fortunate to be in some of the rooms that we've been in. So our goal is, how do we take those things that we know, things that we were exposed to, and bring it back to small and medium-sized businesses? So the first thing that I think that we really have to establish is the core of understanding the language of business is accounting. Now, there's a famous saying, and I believe that the first person to say this one, or the person who's probably the most popular for saying this, is Warren Buffett. But I believe that he's even talked about, like, it's not his original statement, but it is true that accounting is the language of business. And one of the things that I tell a lot of, entrepreneurs and business owners is that if you don't know how to tell your accounting or your financial story, then you're not going to be able to communicate well with other people when it comes down to trying to get investment in your business and trying to grow your business. Because the reality of it is that most people don't get into business because they love the financial side of it. Now, they want the financial rewards, but they don't necessarily love, the getting into the details of the finance. They want the outcome. But the challenge about that is that you won't be able to get the financial outcome that you want if you don't develop a good, solid foundation or a basis for understanding this part of your business. And so, to make it simple, because I don't think that you need to go to school to get a degree in accounting or go get a master's or become a CPA. I don't think that you need all of that. And to be honest with you, if I'm being very, very frank, most of the stuff that I learned in college and studying accounting, I don't necessarily use it on a regular basis. Now, there are some cases where you do tend to use a lot of it, but for the most part, when it comes down to dealing with, medium and small size businesses that are in that phase where they're looking to raise capital and they're looking to grow their funding, we're not really talking about all the technical stuff that I learned in accounting. And so what I did is for this session is pulled out some of those very key topics that I have seen in common transactions and things that I think that you should probably add to your vocabulary. And I think that you should also understand what it means. So now, when you start to hear other people talking about their business, you'll be able to think through these terms and you'll be able to think through these topics to help you kind of better understand what is that person saying? What does this mean? Because it will make you not only a more informed person, but it will make you a better business operator if you understand these key things. So the way that I think about it is I break it down into 3 key areas. The first one is going to be people. The next one's going to be concepts. And then the last one, we're going to dive a little bit into some of the key financial terms. So for the people, it's really thinking about a business. When you're going to have any type of investment conversation, there are some common things that you're going to hear and some common words that you're going to hear used and some common, I guess you would say, subject matters that come up. And in the area of people, a lot of times you may hear investors, or let's say a potential investor who's looking at your business, maybe looking and asking you like, do you have any partners in the business? Now, depending on how you look at that word, some people understand partners as, is your business structured as a partnership, meaning, you own X percent, they own X percent. Now, a lot of times when investors are asking, do you have partners in the business? They're not asking, are you legally structured as a partnership? Sometimes what they're referring to is, do you have a co-founder, or do you have someone else who is as deeply invested in the business as you are? Now, one of the things that you may want to do when an investor asks about partners is you may even just ask them, okay, in this context, how do you define a partner? Because that makes sure that you understand what they are actually asking. And then also when it comes down to investors. Now, when it comes down to an investor, a simple way to think about investors, and the reason why I think this definition is very important because a lot of people miss this. A simple way to think about investors these are people who believed in the vision of a company enough to put their own money at risk. So when you think about an investor, and I tell a lot of businesses this when they're like, hey, I need to find an investor. One of the things that I tell them is make sure you understand what you are asking a person to do when you are asking them to invest in your business. You are asking them to believe in the mission and your ability to execute enough that they would put their personal money or money that they're responsible for, that they would put that at risk to support your mission and your ability to execute. And so one of the things that helps a lot of businesses that I have spoken with and talked to is it helps you put in perspective. It helps you start to understand like the gravity of what you are asking someone to do when you are asking them to be an investor. Because in many cases, especially if you're a small or medium-sized business, people are putting some of their own funding into your business. Now, when you get to some of your larger investment deals and your private equity funding and your VC funding, is they may not necessarily be putting their personal money in. They may be putting money that they are responsible for managing in, but you do want to grasp the gravity of what you are asking an investor to do. The next part that comes up a lot of times in conversations are board members. Now, what board members are is some of your top key employees, like your CEO or typically some people in the C-suite may also be board members, but a lot of times they're going to be individuals who may not be employees in the business, but they have some type of specialty that will help the business move forward, where they become an active advisor for the business. Like one tech business that I was working with, they were in the fintech space. So some of the board members that they brought on were people who were former executives for large banks in the payment processing space, to where some of those board members had experience and they had a unique perspective that would help the startup grow faster, that could shine a light on different things. Now, when it comes down to a smaller business or a medium-sized business, you may be looking at it and saying, okay, all right, who should be on my board? One of the ways to think about that is to ask yourself, what are the critical skill sets that we need to actually help the business move forward? And do the people that you are inviting on your board, do they have experience in those areas? Do they have skill sets in those areas? Because as an investor looking at your business, they not only want to believe in the mission of your business, they also want to understand is, do you have the right advisors around you to help you actually achieve this mission? And then you will hear sometimes where some businesses or some investors will ask about, stakeholders. Now, stakeholders are very different from shareholders. Stakeholders are people who have an interest, some of it's direct, some of it's indirect, in the success of your business. One of the most obvious examples of stakeholders are the people in your community or your employees. Like, they have a huge interest in whether or not your business is successful. They may not necessarily be owners, but they do have an interest in seeing the success of your business. And a lot of times people are not aware of who the stakeholders are for your business. Like, who's going to be impacted if your business succeeds or if your business does not succeed. And then, of course, you don't want to forget about your customers. Your customers, and the best way that I can explain this for a lot of people is your customers are going to be the people who pay for your product or your service. The reality of it is you may be giving your product away for free. And in your conversation with investors, they may ask about customers, and you may talk about, the people who are using the product and, they're, taking a trial of the product for free. If that person is not putting money at risk to actually buy your product or your service, to many investment conversations, they're technically not a customer. They may be a person who may be giving you market feedback, but until they put their money at risk to actually own your product or to utilize your service, technically, you don't really have a customer relationship. Now, also another one are going to be vendors. That will play a role in your story. And what a vendor are the different third-party companies that you do business with that enable you to provide your product or your service. The other areas are going to be concepts. Now, one of the things that you'll hear, and I'll go into a little bit more detail about this tomorrow, is valuation. And I like to group multiples together because valuation is simply how much is your business worth. Now, multiple, it gets into how you actually calculate what your valuation is, which we're going to get into that a little bit more into the story when we talk about that tomorrow. The other terms that you may hear about is solvency, and that really gets into is, do you have enough assets to keep your business alive? Now, one of the things you want to make sure that that you understand that most businesses go out of business not because they have a bad business or not because their product doesn't work. Most businesses go out of business is because they run out of cash. So from an investor, they may be looking to see how solvent is this business? Like, do you have enough assets to keep operating? Another concept you'll hear about is leverage. Now, leverage is a very, very important concept. Now, this is where you really start to look at your debt and how smart you are using debt to grow the business. And again, we'll talk more about that. Now, when it comes down to equity, equity is a term that we hear used in different contexts. Now, one context you may hear discussed is social equity, which has to do with human relationships and how one group compares to another. Then you may hear about financial equity, which is a common term you'll hear about investors, them putting their money into a business. And then you hear about accounting equity. Now, accounting equity is the simple assets minus liabilities. And so we'll discuss that a little bit more when we get to the telling the financial story. Now, the piece that I really want to call your attention to is when it comes down to key financial terms. And I tell people all the time is take a screenshot of this. Whenever you are trying to craft your financial story, one of the key things that I am looking for when I am reviewing a pitch proposal, or when I am putting together a pitch deck, or sometimes companies call me and ask me to do due diligence for them, meaning I'm reviewing the pitch of another company. And these are key financial metrics that I am looking for. So when you are telling your story, one of the things that you want to make sure that you are doing is that as you get ready to tell your story, you can discuss what does the revenue journey look like. Now, as I said before when I was talking about customers, is that your customers are going to be your paying customers, not the people who use your product for free, but the people who are actually paying to use your product or your service. And you really want to be able to tell the story of what's going on with my revenue. Now, also what you want to explain is you want to be able to explain, how do you get revenue? Is your business a subscription, meaning people sign up and they pay the same amount month over month? Or is it project-based, meaning people pay a one-time price every time they utilize your product or your service? So you want to make sure that you can tell the story. You understand, how do I talk about and define the revenue? Now, gross margin is when you think about your product or you think about your service, the revenue is the price that the customer is going to pay. But one of the other factors that you want to think about to get down the gross margin is how much does it cost you to provide that product or that service? And when you think about that cost, you want to ask yourself is, what are all the costs that I am paying specifically to deliver this product or this service? For example, in my firm, we provide bookkeeping to a lot of medium-sized businesses. One of the areas we've been working a lot with are our law firms. So when I think about to calculate my gross margin, one of the things that I have to think through is, okay, all right, what are all the costs that are directly related to supporting these law firms? So I have to think about the bookkeepers who do a lot of the back end, the software that we use to specifically support the reporting and those type of contracts. And then also all of the different programs that we use. Now, there are other costs related to my business, but they aren't directly tied to delivering the revenue. So when you back out what are your direct costs, you're going to get to what you call your gross margin. Now, this becomes a very, very important thing for investors. And the reason why is because if your gross margin does not exceed a certain level, then what investors are quickly calculating in their head is, if your gross margin is too low, then you're never going to make money in this business. Like, this business has no chance of making money. So one of the things that you definitely want to make sure that you understand is, how do you calculate your gross margin? The other aspect that I think you really want to pay attention to is your OpEx, or you may hear it as your operating expenses. Now, what this covers are all of the other expenses that are related to operating and running your business. Now, these are all of the back office expenses, the things that are not directly tied to the customer delivery, but they are important for you to run your business. So you want to understand that. Now, EBITDA, which is a term we'll talk a little bit more about in the story, is what that stands for is earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization. Now, a simple way to think about this is that when you're running a business, if you take out a loan, there's going to be some interest that you have to pay. There's also going to be some tax implications. And then for the depreciation and amortization, a lot of times, if you make a really big purchase of something, let's say, at your business, you purchased a building. Now, when you're looking at financially, that building is going to be used over time. So you don't want to take all of that expense like on day one. What typically happens is you end up depreciating the value of that building over time. And so that's what falls into your depreciation. So the key thing there is investors want to understand, what does your earnings look like before that extraordinary stuff, which brings you down to helping them understand, how well are you operating the business? Like, if you didn't have the interest, the taxes, and the depreciation, how well are you actually running the operational aspect of the business? How profitable is that? And then we get down to net income, is where you add back in those interest, taxes, and depreciation. Cash flow is one that we'll talk a little bit more about tomorrow. And then ROI is probably one of the most, I guess you'd say, overlooked parts of the story when it comes down to really telling your financial story. And we're going to dive into that a bit more in detail. But one thing I want to leave you with is, if you are trying to figure out, what terms really matter to the audience and the investor that you are speaking with, one of the things that you want to make sure that you do is you want to make sure that you understand, you do a little bit of homework on the potential investors that you're talking to. Now, I put these as cheat questions because even if you don't know a lot about your potential, audience that you're speaking to, or the potential investor, and let's say you don't have the ability to do a lot of research on them, but if you do have the chance to either have a conversation with them or someone that knows them, these are 3 common questions that I have seen people ask that have really helped you gain a lot of helpful insights so that you know how to craft your financial story. As I said before, when it comes down to telling, getting and attracting an investor to your business, a lot of that is going to come down to how relevant and how well you tell your financial story. And asking these questions beforehand will help you figure out how to really craft your message to tell a more compelling and a more interesting financial story. So definitely come back tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to be diving into some specific examples of how to tell the financial story. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to today's session. I would say enjoy the rest of the main stage sessions as well as the breakout sessions throughout the day. And I will see all of you back tomorrow. Thank you.
Hey, I want to welcome folks back to our main stage following our first breakout session. I hope that you have enjoyed the conversation so far. I've been reviewing some of the comments, and I had an opportunity to connect with some folks during the networking portion after the keynote, and I can just feel your enthusiasm. Many of you have shared just how informative things have been so far. Quick note about the networking: when you're in the conversation with a partner, you have the option to extend your time. So just be mindful of that while you're in conversation. We also have folks, LinkedIn profiles, speakers, and mine are also available. So if I was in a networking room with you and we didn't get an opportunity to finish up, feel free to reach out to me directly there. This is an opportunity for us to take a quick break before we hop into our second breakouts. And so, with that, I just want to do a quick pulse check just to see how people are doing. So, I'm going to invite our tech team to pull up our polls. And I just want to hear from you in terms of what you think. So, first question that I have for you is, what is your immediate reaction following the keynote and the first breakout session? How are you feeling? How are you feeling right now? So, I'll give you an opportunity to respond to that, and we'll just see where people are in the experience right now. There we go. Let's see. People are still processing here. A lot of people are engaged and feeling empowered. That's excellent to see. All right. So, next poll question I want to have for folks is, how quickly are you ready to move toward investment now? So, I'll give you some options here. Uh, are you moving at a snail's pace? So, still need a little bit more information, going to really take your time, not quite there yet in terms of diving right in, maybe dipping a toe in the water, but you're just moving a little slowly to the process, really taking it easy. Uh-oh. Looks like we have some confusion from Alan here. Is it with the poll process? We'll just pause for just a moment so things can catch up. There we go. Thank you, Magley, for the direction. What you can do is click the poll function right beside that chat feature on the right-hand side of your screen. Again, what we're doing is just a quick pulse check in terms of how people are experiencing the summit so far. Okay. So again, curious to hear, how quickly are you ready to move toward investment? So snail's pace, are you ready to soar to new heights right now and really gracefully move toward your investment goals? Are you ready to leap into it? So, like a frog, are you ready to get there quickly? Or are you sprinting to opportunities like a cheetah? So, after the sessions today, you are super excited about it and ready to go. So, it looks like most of you are ready to soar to new heights like a bird. And then the last question that I have for folks is, given the session on language, and even some of the insights pulled from Dr. Shante, I'm curious, where's the first place you're going to share your new language and some of the new terms that you've come across today? Are you going to journal it to yourself, offer it up to close friends and family? Are you going to share it with colleagues at work or on the internet or social media, or even with a random stranger that you meet? The reason this question is important is, when it comes to learning and being introduced to new concepts, one of the best ways to anchor it in your brain is to amplify it and share it with others. And so I want to push everyone to take what they've learned today and offer it to the world. Let's not keep it contained just to this space. Let's spread the knowledge and spread the resources as much as possible. So it looks like a lot of folks are going to journal to themselves, really anchor it in, think about where this is going to be most useful for you in your life. So I love that. Um, so that's going to lead me into sharing more about the upcoming session. So we have Terrell Turner, the F word, crafting your finance story. So this is part 2 from the first session. Okay. And so we often hear about the importance of telling your story in entrepreneurship, but you have to master the art of telling it through a financial lens. And so this session is going to help you do that. We also have Shane Bermalley, who is the leader of an organization called Carbon that's investing in social impact ventures. And so what we're going to talk about there is how can investors help take the desperation out of, uh-oh, let's see. Oh, that's the preview for tomorrow. Forgive me, folks. Preview for tomorrow. Preview for tomorrow. Let me double check here. Just bear with me 1 second. Get some clarity here. Oh, I'm sorry. Wilson Lester is coming up. So, how investors and founders can engage, and then also disrupting the bias in the fundraising process. So, forgive me for that. So, we'll be hearing from Shane Bermalley, who's going to talk a little bit about how can we take some of the desperation out of fundraising, and how can investors be a greater resource to um, entrepreneurs of colors. And then Wilson Lester is going to talk about how investors and founders can engage. And so, what does that relationship look like, and how can it be meaningful? Okay. So, I'm going to give folks an opportunity to hop back into networking before those sessions start. Or if you want to check out our expo and see what vendors and resources are available there, feel free to do so. Or if you need to take a quick bathroom break, grab some water or a snack, feel free to do that. They start at 12:55. Okay. And so we'll see you then. All right. So looks like we have folks already in session. So we're going to go ahead and get things started so we can make the most of the time that we have with our invited guest, Shane Bermalley. So this session is all about disrupting the bias in the fundraising process. So we're going to be disrupting bias and also disrupting the fundraising process to understand what are the impacts and experiences of people of color and founders of color. The folks who are in the room, we hope, are primarily investors, because this conversation is really for you and is keeping you in mind. And so you all know who I am. You met me during the main stage. I really want to give the floor over to Shane to tell us a little bit about what he's doing, his work in the world with his organization Carbon, and how he hopes to shape the conversation today.
Yeah, hey, thanks for the invite. Pleasure to be here. I started Carbon about a year and a half ago with a very simple thesis, and it's really that I believe that we have enough technology in the world already to solve a lot of pressing issues, and that goes around basic civil rights around water, access to education, sustainable living, and how we kind of rethink the way business is done, with the true tenets of sustainability, which is economic, social, and environmental principles, all valued as one. But with that mindset of, if enough technology already exists, the problem is that we're not collaborating, that we're not sharing. So the concept was to create carbon copies of businesses that are already working to further these initiatives around the globe and empower local entrepreneurs to basically take that business on for themselves. And so we work with the original solution provider to identify something that's scalable, something that's replicable, and then how do we carbon copy that out into a network of entrepreneurs that then we can chain together to create this kind of long growing revenue and long standing business structure that actually creates generational wealth rather than being flipped within a 5 to 10 year time period.
Got it. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and start by really addressing the bias that exists in the fundraising process. So in your experience, Shane, we know that bias exists. I want you to talk a little bit about what are the biases and what implications does it have on founders of color?
Well, it's pretty damning. I mean, by the end of the day, the concept of bias is one that's just ingrained in human nature, I think. So if you really step back and look at this fact that, people invest in things that they think actually resemble them, whether you know it or not, and it doesn't matter what color your skin is, where you are in the world. That's just a hard central fact that probably goes back to the beginning of time. And so I think when you unwrap that a bit, just from a capital landscape perspective, you just don't see too many people of color, period. I mean, my entire career, I've been basically I call myself the brown sheep in the room, sitting there, right? And, your voice is somewhat muted. When you do speak up, sometimes you got to watch your tone a bit because people view it as a threat, because there's this ingrained culture that comes not only from media, but also past experiences with people. And there's just, it's just how people have grown up in their surroundings and what they've dealt with, and just also what they already think, whether they know it or not. And that's where I think there's this layer of emotional intelligence that I think is our responsibility as founders and funders, no matter what side of the table you're on, to really look at the opportunity at hand. And I use the word opportunity because that's what's sitting there, right? You have a chance to invest or not. And what merits are you basing that investment on, right? There's standard core principles that, everybody will go through their due diligence. They'll look at the market opportunity. They'll look at the investment strategy. They'll look at the targeted returns. They'll look at the potential for returns. So if you can see that, all right, now you got to match it up with the person sitting in front of you and the team that kind of stands behind that individual.
I love that.
Do those really match up? And is that something that gives you comfort? And I think,
I want to pause
just
for a moment there, because what that is doing is taking us into the second part of this particular conversation, which is how we confront it. And what I'm already hearing is this idea of it's not me versus you, it's us and the opportunity. And some of the things you've already started to tease out in terms of what do we look for in terms of the opportunity in front of us, and then how does that impact how we view the team and the people who will help advance it. So I want you to talk a little bit about how do we confront those biases, which you've already started to do.
Well, I think one is acknowledging that there's a responsibility on both sides of the table too. I mean, so me as a founder and a managing partner of a group that's looking for LPs, there's a certain way you need to present your information. There's a certain way this needs to look and feel. So it's kind of naive to think that I'm going to come in here blazing guns, be so different than expect the same results that others that have gone through this more traditional process, have had to gone through, but somehow I'm going to bypass all that. You still got to play the game. You still got to walk the walk, talk the talk, right? You still got to know what's going on. You still have to know how to position yourself. And at the end of the day, you still have to know your stuff, right? Like you have to know why your thesis is actually differentiated, why you believe you have the track record and the capability to execute on that. And again, I use the word belief because that's what it comes down to. You have to instill confidence not only in yourself, but on the other side of that table that you're capable of doing that. And it's a sell either way you're looking at it.
I want to pause for a minute on something that you mentioned in terms of like playing the game, and you kind of gotta walk the talk. And so with that, I think a lot of times founders are unaware of the things that they don't know. We don't know what we don't know. And so when you think about investment culture, how can we start to decode what the expectations are and what language actually matters or makes the difference in terms of funding?
Look, I think like anything, you got to do your homework. You got to know what you're stepping into. There's practice before the game, right? Yeah. So you got to take the steps to make sure your materials portray the investment opportunity, not only from my lens. And you got to remember something you said, we don't know what we don't know, but we also know too much at times that we take for granted. So the other person that's looking at our materials for their first time might not have any clue because we haven't dumbed it down enough. Because we know too much. We are immersed in this that, we kind of use this. I hate the word, the term. It's like almost your grandparent needs to understand it, right? It needs to pass that like 80-year-old test where, is it so basic and clear that even your grandmother could understand this? And I think that's something that you got to be really real about, because when you look at a deck or any of your materials literally all day long, you just know too much. there's too much subliminally in the back of your head that you are already thinking about or know that somebody who's reading it for the first time has no clue about. So you got to make sure you're distilling the right points, but that's a responsibility on your part to really prep for that, make sure that outreach is proper. And then when you get the opportunity to sit down at the table, how do you convey that and bring some color into what you've already set forth?
One, I love that point in terms of understanding, okay, how can you simplify the complexity of your idea, of your pitch? The one thing I want to also ask is, how do we know the decision criteria for the investor, right? In terms of this idea of decoding expectations, how do we get access to that information, and what roles do investors play in making that transparent and clear for us?
Yeah, so look, there's different shades of investors, right? So in my world, I'm looking for limited partners, right, to invest into a investing vehicle. Now, if I were a startup looking for VCs, that information is rather public, right? There's sources like PitchBook. You can go to their website. You can just look at their post on LinkedIn. You can see the portfolio of companies that they've amassed and like what they're actually into to see if you align with that strategy. So there's a lot of indication there. When it gets to that LP side of the table, it's a little tougher because that's not normally advertised unless they're a very big institutional investor or a pension fund that's broadly advertised. This is how we invest in private equity or alternative investments. It's kind of cut and dry. Like, we look for XYZ to achieve these type of returns, right? So that's what's there. But then I think then you got to figure out, where do you fit in that bucket? Clearly by the color of my skin, I fit in that diverse category. I'm also an emerging manager. I haven't actually had my own investment group before. I've been part of them in the past, but more as like a principal level, but not as a GP. So, that you start to figure out, okay, I fit in this bucket, but at the same time, you need to help convey that before you approach these investors so they know where to think about you. And, so when I look at us, we're alternative investing, we're impact and sustainability, we're diverse managers, we're emerging managers, right there alone. Like, there's 4 buckets to choose from. And that makes it kind of easy for an investor to be like, okay, I get it. But then there's some more, sexy, more differentiated vehicles out there where you're not this, you're not that. You got to help people figure out where to think about you, because that's the lens they want to see you through and how they need to evaluate whether they can push you through the process.
Yeah, I want to think about the role of the investor in terms of making that accessible. And so at the tables you sit at the conversations that you're a part of with folks who are VCs, in what ways are they trying to go into community or make that information more accessible for founders of color?
Well, I think you've seen a lot of marketing around this, right? And I hate to call it brownwashing, but I think you've seen that. Just like there's greenwashing when the environmental stuff kicks up, it's the same thing. I think we've seen that socially. The real proof is like who's written the checks, right? I'd say go right to that portfolio page and start looking at those pictures. Go to those websites, see who those founders are. You're going to know whether they're actually putting their money where their mouth is. That's the best way to do it. Right. And if you're an entrepreneur and you got other friends who might know these founders, it's another way to think about it. I mean, the reality is, look, there's a lot of BS out there. We all say we're going to do this. We want to focus on that. We realize we're empathetic to this cause or that cause, whatever it is. The only real way to settle that score is to actually cut money and actually write those checks. Right. And so be there at the table, include that in your portfolio. And then also look at their hiring practices, not just about where they're investing. Think about their own internal DNA, right? Like, so, if you looked at our management team, I'm the person of color. There's a couple of people from foreign areas, but you wouldn't know it just based on their lighter skin tones. But then when you look at our associate base, we've pulled people from all over the planet through all walks of life. And it was built that way because I believe the only way to change this, because if you start with the psychology in mind that we invest and things that make us comfortable or resemble us. My goal is also help put people in power that come from differentiated backgrounds. So when it's their time to make those decisions, they're the ones calling the shots.
I love that. Couple of things I just want to call out just from the short conversation we've had so far. The importance of simplifying the complexity of your pitch. of your strategy, so that when you present it in front of an investor, they can easily understand the value. The other thing is actually doing the homework to understand where there's alignment with who you are, and that investor interest is also something that I heard you share. The last thing I'll mention is this idea of who's writing the check, right? And what is the internal DNA of that venture fund or those investors, so that you know that these are people who are really walking the talk. So thank you just for sharing those quick nuggets. Anything else you'd like to add before I shift gears a bit?
No, it's a long process. Be prepared to hear a lot of no's.
Yeah.
But I also think too, on the other side of human nature is we all have common interests that pull us together as one. Mm-hmm. And part of your job as a person is to figure out what those interests are. Sometimes it's sports, music, media, whatever it might be. There's always a common thread. Mm-hmm. And if it's not apparent just based off the school you went to or off the color of your skin, try finding that thread and keep digging. And eventually you hit a tone, and it's just like anything else. That's when relationships are formed. And so the faster you can kind of humanize this relationship, then you kind of break down that barrier. I'm not just this person of color. There's something else there, because the reality is we all have to fight that. Mm-hmm. Right. And if you're aware of that and that psychology, you can actually use that to your advantage, because there is a process to how you start breaking down those walls when you encounter new faces.
Yeah, that's a great segue into the fundraising portion of what I want us to talk about, which is how do we take some of the desperation out of raising capital? So when we do finally get into the room, you know that it's a long journey and that it is a process. Yeah. And so when we are making that pitch, when we're in front of the investor, I would say from your end as an investor, how are you putting that founder at ease and making that process one that is comfortable, so that you can really extract the value and understand the opportunity?
Well, there's two schools on this, right?
Yeah.
They both involve emotional intelligence, but then some of them involve tough love. Because, I've had a lot of entrepreneurs that have, tried to pitch me, and you can tell the ones that are green into their first time. And I work with a lot of students. You have those ones coming out of school. The reality is, like, some of them had it kind of easy up until now. Mm-hmm. And it's my job to kind of spank them and put them in their place and be like, this is what I expect. If you're gonna go down this path, be prepared to be prepared.
Yeah.
Because you only get one shot. I go back to that 8 Mile Eminem, right? Like, you get this one shot. Don't miss that opportunity, because you're not getting back in that door unless you have expanded leaps and bounds to come back with something to impress them. Because once you ruin that first impression and you get that first pass, it's a lot hard to get in that door. But the other thing is to keep calm and stay collected, but also be confident. But be confident in the fact that I always give this "don't be Rudy" speech, because I can't stand Rudy the football player. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you guys have seen the movie. Yeah. But, it's great to have all this passion, but if you don't have the competence, you're not going to get very far.
Okay.
And you need to be very real with yourself, because if you can't be real with yourself, you're not going to be able to sell that to someone else.
Tell me a little bit about that process, though, in terms of conveying competence. Like, from your view, what are the signals? What are the indicators that would suggest that this person has command over their space?
Yeah, so if you're at a seed stage company, and let's just assume you haven't built your product, right? So I'll start from the very ground up. But you knew what to do to set up the company, how it's set up, and then more importantly, you surrounded yourself with a really good team that brings the domain expertise, and basically by them being involved and spending their time on it is a sign of validation. And the same thing goes with your board of advisors or other people you kind of bring to that strategy that really shows why this is differentiated and has an extreme compelling value proposition. Mm-hmm. That's the bare grounds, way to kind of show that confidence and illustrate to the outside that, wow, I got something here. Mm-hmm. Now, the next step from that is, okay, if I have a business, then how am I convincing my customer base and my target market that this is something that people want to buy and that they have to have? Not nice to have, but have to have.
Mm.
Right? Because I think there'll always be businesses, and I always stress this, and this is something you have to be very real about as a founder.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a venture backable startup, or do you just have a small business? And there's nothing wrong with having either one of those, but be real about it, because when you have a small business, there's a whole different avenue of financing and growth expectations that'll come with that. But when you have a venture backable startup, there's a higher bar that you have to meet for differentiation, upside opportunity, growth expectations, all these different things that we're probably used to hearing through these entrepreneurial talks. But a lot of times these startups are really just good small businesses that can grow organically, and you get to keep your ownership, and you can do extremely well with that. And there's nothing wrong. You got to be real with yourself, whether you're going to go down that path or you're going to go down this really challenging field of trying to find capital, trying to put that cart before the horse a little bit because you're chasing markets. You got to anticipate the curve a bit. That's what makes a great venture opportunity real. But you have to be real if you really have that or not. And everyone thinks they do, but the reality is, like, when somebody comes in and pitches me the same thing I've already seen, 3 or 4 of in the last 2 weeks, it ain't that special, right? The team might be special. The team might be special, and like you might be the ones that actually pull this off.
Yeah.
And that's what you have to evaluate. So you also have to illustrate that, not only do we have the idea, but we have the talent and the ability to actually pull this off and almost discredit the competition.
I guess what is coming up for me as I'm hearing you say, really what that process is for people in terms of the compelling pitch, the team, the command over the actual business, understanding the value, what it could look like at scale. We know that there are founders of color who are going in, checking all the boxes, and the checks still aren't being cut. And so from an investor side, I want you to push a bit and expose what's underneath that. Aside from bias, what are some of those barriers that are preventing people from actually writing the check?
Well, the access is an issue, right? Because it's one thing, not everyone has this role. Let me give you an example. I grew up in Indiana, right? And I came out to Wall Street, and I had no clue. Other than taking a class or two in college, even though I majored in finance, I didn't really know the world I was going into, right? But so access is a number one problem, I think, for people of color. So unless you went to the same schools or have the same networks that overlap with your investor base that you're going after, don't expect to be able to just knock on that door and get in, right? Or just hit somebody up on LinkedIn. You got to have something really compelling to have that cold email or outreach go through. And you have to do that in a way where it grabs somebody's attention.
Follow up on that in terms of the access piece, because again, this is about how can investors start to disrupt the bias in the fundraising process.
Yep.
When it comes to creating access,
Yes.
What have you seen investors do outside of marketing? Really
I think
moves to connect with people.
I think it's all marketing, but at the end of the day, just saying that I'm accessible and like, hey, here's my email. Getting on a panel like this and being like, you know what, if you have a really interesting idea, I want you to reach out to me. I want to hear about it. Or, you know what, we have a whole group that's, we set a days aside where, you know what, we're going to look at all founder initiatives across these categories, hit us up with everything. And it's things like that. It's just literally just opening the gate. It's answering that door, like leaving that door open a bit. But also helping identify liaisons. Like, I also run an advisory group at Perkins Coie. We function like this in-house investment banking platform that's free for clients and all. But those groups like that are gateways and catalysts into that venture fundraise process that helps bridge those connections, right? Because that's what we're doing. We're dot connectors. So if those investors can say, hey, I work with so-and-so, these folks a lot, or like, here's how deals usually get to me. If you can get through them and they like it, then you got a better shot at getting to me. Yeah. There's different flavors, but either way, it's helping open up the door and saying, I want to look at stuff. So nothing's more frustrating when you try to go find somebody on LinkedIn. There's no contact info. You got to have their email to connect with them. You go on their website and then they link you to their LinkedIn, and it's just this never-ending circle of not getting anywhere. And so some of that's by design, because you got to realize, these individuals get 2,000 business plans a year. But at the same time, I don't feel bad for you because you also signed up for that. That's your job.
Right. So what I'm hearing from this is the strategic partners with organizations who have an established footprint in the communities that folks are trying to reach. Outside of those partnerships, have you seen any other innovative programs that investors have adopted to really start to mitigate some of the bias or create greater access to the opportunity?
I think the accelerators have been a huge leap forward in that direction, where you have either reputable academic institutions that funds have aligned with, and it goes for LPs as well. There's different groups around Black and Brown founders, trying to look for emerging managers, those type of things. It's being part of these ecosystems and putting that moniker up there, saying like, "Hey, we're here, we're approachable." It's those type of catalyst organizations that I think create these circles of trust, because that's what it comes down to, right? I just don't want to be hit up by anyone and anybody because everyone has a great idea, right? But trying to find those spheres of influence that actually overlap with those target funds you're going after.
Got it. I'm thinking about those partners, and I'm also thinking about access too, because it's like we're introduced to the story of the white entrepreneur of tinkering in the garage, right? Comes up with a cool software, and somehow magically through the support of family and some investor, it takes off and is a unicorn. And so I'm curious to know, in your experience, what do those unicorns look like for communities of color? And how are we reaching those folks who are in communities of color that are tinkering in their garage, right?
I'll tell you what it is. I think it's direct relevance to their experience and their innate knowledge of the investment opportunity, because they've seen the gap that needs to be filled. And so take, for example, like, let's just use some of these Nigerian unicorns that have just come up literally like over, they seem like they're overnight, but if, these are all long slogs, but these were big untapped markets with massive populations. Like Nigeria in a sense is going to be the fastest growing population in the world, but it's also become this great entrepreneurial center. So when you see some of these fintech startups that are just creating some of the basic access to digital wallets or some type of money transfer that never existed before, right? That is a massive opportunity, but usually it's that level of street smarts intersecting now with the business smarts of like, how do I combine these things to basically take advantage of this great market opportunity that sits in front of me? And I think it's that knowledge. When I look at people of color and communities, they know things about their customer base because they are one of them. And the outsider who's sitting up high in a different area doesn't necessarily understand that because they've never lived that, right? It's as simple as like when we look at impact opportunities, when we pull out a water filter here and people are like, oh, what's that? Why do you need that? Because doesn't everybody have clean water? I'm like, no, there's actually 1 billion people on the planet that don't have clean water. But you know what? A lot of people have to walk for water because you assume that just everyone has piped water. But if you can eliminate that walk, or you can find a way to clean up that water and give back that time and resource, that's an amazing opportunity, and people are willing to pay for that, no matter how poor they might be.
Got it. I want to transition us to some QAs, some questions that other people are posing. Just to play back that piece, though, it's trusting that the founder is an expert in their own experience. And so as an investor, that is key, is trusting that these folks who are in front of you are the expert in their own experience. Magley has a question. Are there categories that we, Black and Brown folks, tend to lean to that VCs aren't really interested in? Does it have to be tech? Can investors shift their category expectations by learning our culture for communities of color, or do we have to shift the categories they are directing their dollars to?
I think that's one of my biggest frustrations with entrepreneurs, to be honest. I think so many people get dissuaded and shift what they see ahead of them as the opportunity because the investors say it needs to look like this or that in order for them to invest. I don't believe in that, because I think there's other buckets of capital out there. Now, of course, if you hear that from 30 out of the 50 that are relevant for your stage, there's probably something to it. But I don't think you need to morph your strategy just to fit somebody's investment thesis. because you identified that for a reason. However, I do think that, again, this comes back down to the small business versus venture backable business. Because if you have a venture backable business and you're going after VC dollars, yes, it does need to have certain parameters that exhibit the potential needed to generate the 10x plus returns that are required for that type of risk capital. Right? So it has to have certain characteristics and attributes. Yes. Now, does it matter where that industry is? Not necessarily. Because you looked at back when the sneaker boom and all, like before everybody was collecting sneakers, they had to do it through eBay and some other ways. And then all these marketplaces started to emerge. Like something simple as that, emerged from like these types of communities that you're talking about, where it was literally kind of streetwear, took its own life, but it found ways to use the existing tools that existed in the digital world to fulfill the commerce, right?
And that, I think, is the crux of the question there is, does it have to be technology at its core? Because to your point, it could be streetwear, it could be health and beauty. And if I'm not the tech entrepreneur, but I do have a scalable business that could yield significant returns, like what does the investor need to do to see the opportunity there, right? Or to move beyond that tech mindset?
I think pure tech opportunities comes in waves. I think where we're at now, of course, we're going into the Web 3.0 and things like that. There's a new layer of technology that wasn't there before. But for the most part, you got a lot of startups now that are just combining different tool sets and technologies that are readily available. They're not developing anything proprietary. The proprietary nature is in what are they doing with that technology and how are they combining that together to create this either a unique UX, UI experience for the customer. Maybe they tighten up the supply chain, whatever it is. A lot of them aren't inventing anything other than the way they're sifting through the data and creating the more relevancy. So that's where you're seeing as a lot of the science, I think now in a lot of these, I'm generalizing, of course, more like the software oriented startups. Like most of the tool sets are already built. It's just building a foundation from that to do something different.
Is there an example that comes to mind?
All of them. I mean, take all these SaaS players. I mean, take a company that's even looking at hospital reorganization of how they streamline operation. It's really just a data exercise. They're using sensors or they're using visualization tools. They're using data sets where they show like, here's our operations. And then it's just mixing all that together to sift through then, some type of algorithm to see, okay, this is the most optimized approach on how to do it. And so people are selling enterprise software that says, hey, we can revamp your enterprise to make it much more efficient and boost its profitability. That's just one simple example.
I'm curious, and I'm going to get to a conversation about pitch decks, but when it comes to investing beyond the financial, what are you seeing investors do to embrace a team that may have a really valuable business opportunity, but that needs some additional support? Are there models out there where people are providing that financial support and also bringing in some tech tools or additional team members to help drive the business forward?
Yeah, I mean, more often than not, I think, just like anything else, just as much as a startup has to differentiate from its competition, funds have to do the same thing. Unless you're that tier one brand name, I want a seat at the table. So how do I get that seat? Maybe I have like this middle office or this kind of entrepreneurial support group that helps you with your accounting, your KPIs, your tracking. Maybe I help with connections through our LP base or customer base to really be a catalyst to your business. To me, those are the things you got to look out for. Those are the things that really create a value-added investor. But it's also a sign those are the investors that are really hungry to take this journey with you because they've set up a system and infrastructure to do just that.
Yeah, that is systematic change right there. When we think about disrupting the bias, where it's less about I'm expecting you to come and perform, in a way that I'm traditionally accustomed to. I'm seeing where there are resources and needs and gaps that you have, and I'm willing to provide that equitable support to make sure that you get the outcomes that both of us find beneficial. Now, here's the other question when it comes to the pitch process. Do you think the VC pitch process is financially failing entrepreneurs of color? Why or why not?
That pitch process is a very vague statement. I mean, first of all, it's assuming you even have access, right? If you have access and you found a way in, it's kind of like if someone helped you get the interview and then you blow it, that's kind of on you.
Yeah.
Right. You know, but if you had the right ingredients in that pitch deck and you had the right materials, then you have an even shot to some degree. Now, of course, there is the problem where, and let's just go back to what a lot of people are talking about. Like if a VC has a Stanford buddy that comes by with the exact same idea, more often than not, they're going with that buddy because they know them, they know the school they came from, whatever there's this like, okay, that's the one I want to back. Right. So the pitch process itself, I think, is how you actually get in the door, and then what are you actually selling? And then, of course, you got to really behind the scenes, there's stuff that's already looks and feels somewhat similar. And I think that's the thing that we all are naive of, regardless of skin color, is that, you know, we're not just pitching in a vacuum here, that there are 10 other companies that are doing the exact same things. And guess what? Sequoia looked at all of them in the last 3 months. So you coming into the door, you're not selling me. I'm not always something totally brand new. Just if you go in with that mindset, then you got to sell them on the other pieces of capability, executions, you know, all that stuff.
In what ways are VCs setting the entrepreneur up for success? So have you seen investors in advance of a pitch lay out criteria or provide resources to ensure that when that happens, this person is prepared to make the most compelling pitch possible?
It happens via conversation, typically not on email.
Okay.
Like if I'm out at a cocktail party, or if we're having drinks or we're having dinner, and let's just say I introduce you to one of my VC buddies. I'm like, hey, yo, Matt's got a really cool startup. This is what they do. And they might be like, oh, that's really interesting. You know, when you send me something, really show me the difference of this, or really drill down on this versus that. This is a space we're interested in, but we're seeing some activity there. This is where we're kind of stuck. They'll help guide you through where you need to focus. And and so many people get caught up on the market side. Yeah. And usually, look, as long as you got a multi-billion-dollar industry, and of course you got to make sure it's actually relevant to you, but that you don't need to get caught up in that. It's what are you doing to get there, and how are you going to prove that you can get there, and have you been there before?
I'm hearing all of this and thinking about the ways in which bias can creep into that process in terms of folks' access to networking and sort of their comfort with the process, you know, using conversation as a means to sort of provide feedback rather than making it accessible on the web or via email. And so it makes me think in terms of disrupting the bias in the process, it's moving away from the interpersonal, right? And again, making it accessible and transparent for a person if they don't want to attend the beer or the cocktail hour with you, they can still get the information that they need and be set up for success.
Right.
Yeah. Any other questions in the Q&A? I want to make sure that we get to those. Let's see. Okay, looks like we're good. So next thing I want to ask is, in what ways can investors be a resource for founders to set them up for success? So what have you seen in terms of
before or after the check?
This is before and after the check.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've seen before where, you know, especially this happens a lot on the earlier stage. Well, actually, it happens throughout the spectrum. I'll tell you why. On the earlier side of things, if you find something that it's almost like if you found a rough diamond that you don't want anybody to know about, right? Keep that somewhat of a secret, but you start sharing it around to a couple of folks in your networks because you also want to show, hey, look what I have access to. Look what I'm working on, type of thing, especially if you're a VC in fundraising mode. I saw this happen just in the last 5 months where there's an interesting company that was being started. It was a VC down in like the Southwest that doesn't necessarily get access to knew New York and West Coast type deals, and they knew they had something special. And they were like one of the first calls, because that's where one of the initial relationships was. They actually invited that company down to their LP meeting, which for a pre-seed startup, almost like that's very rare, right? But they were leveraging that for a little bit of show and tell, but it was also to help get direct investment into that company. So that entrepreneur was now given a chance to not only pitch to that fund, but also their LPs, because they were going to create a special purpose investment vehicle to do that deal, right? So you had that, and then you also had in that LP base a lot of potential customers for this technology as well. So those are just some simple examples where, you know, a VC might take a company under their wing and really show them around, introduce them to maybe some academic talent if it's something really hardcore science, you know, show it to some customers to really get, okay, here's what this technology should look like in order for it to be market ready, those type of things. So that's all pre-checked, right? And you'll see that throughout the process and throughout even later stage investing, because by the time it gets to like a Series C or D round, you know, if it's a competitive deal, VCs are now not in the favor, right? Or the investor is the one that's at odds, because now they have to prove that they're worth being at that table, because that company is so hot right now. Why do I want you at my table? What are you going to do for me? Why should I let you in? And so you get this other courting process that goes with that, because there's deal demand, right? Then after the fact, you know, again, there's a reputational value, but, you know, and this is the thing a lot of founders don't understand. Just like I talked about the LP GP relationship, right? So the VCs have investors as well. Unless it's someone's own personal money that they're investing, there's no one else they really have to report to and call the shots with, right? But for most funds, they have an investment committee, which is internal, but they also have an external group that kind of signs off on some stuff. And they're the ones that, you know, kind of call the shots, because it's their money, right? So in order to get more money down the line, especially if it's a first-time vehicle, they want to show a track record of delivering assistance and the ability to move the dial forward for their portfolio. So whether they lead the investment, okay, what else did they do other than cut a check? You know, how much did they help manage on the board? How much were they responsible for? Because the one thing you want to show is, as a VC, and I go to my LPs, like, wow, you know what? I really changed this company from what it was now to this, and here's what I did to make that happen. Here's the network I use. Here's the customer deals I got them. Here's the distribution channels I helped establish. That's the kind of life that takes on beyond that. And then, you know, COVID was a really good shining point on the VCs who really knew their stuff and the ones that didn't, because when everything tanked at the beginning of 2020, most VCs were in full triage mode on their portfolio. And I can tell you, like, some companies I talked to are like, wow, you know what? I had some great VCs stepped up, or, you know, I had them tell me like, wow, that's the most worthless bunch of investors I could ever imagine, because they had no idea what to do. They'd never been in this situation, you know? And so that's what really dictates the future, not only reputation, but also the ability for these VCs to raise capital down the line.
I'm curious with that, Shane. Are you seeing VCs consider alternative models of bringing in aspiring investors? So when you think about the current setup and who's involved in those investment conversations, or who is contributing financially, the diversity of those folks, and in what ways are VCs expanding the identities that they have at the table, so that also is helping to disrupt some of the bias in their process?
It's definitely happening. I'm saying it's happening for a handful, I think, but the ones that are doing it are really leading the charge, and it's the ones that really take this diversity and inclusion piece very seriously, and they understand that, you know, there's a massive succession planning issue here. That, you know, I go back to that. You remember that shot they showed of the White House interns, where it's literally just a sea of white kids. And that's the one image I park in my head that, you know, we need to combat across every industry vertical, right? And so, you know, I think a lot of VCs are taking that to heart too, but they're also doing that from a portfolio perspective, but they're also doing that from the way they hire as well. And so they might bring in LPs or people from their expert, I would say, Rolodex. And I know we did this a lot at the fund I was at. We basically, when we get far enough down in due diligence, we pull people from our network to sit in on a meeting with that portfolio perspective, right? That target company. And it'd be somebody from the industry who's already built a company or is sitting up high somewhere that could either be a customer, an acquirer, whatever. And you bring people into the fold to kind of show this dynamic of, what you're doing. But I've seen people do that a lot with, whether it's consumer goods, it could be athletes, it could be, somebody who has some type of influence that kind of helps seal the deal for them too.
Well, that's what I'm sitting here thinking about too, is for aspiring investors of color, how do you raise your profile to get into these networks, to get access to limited partners? Is there a capital requirement, or is it something that's based off of influence? Like, what are some of the ways you're seeing aspiring investors break through into some of these venture capitalist conversations?
You mean aspiring investors to go after LPs?
LPs,
So if I'm
LPs or VCs, yeah.
I think it goes back to psychology a bit, right? Like everybody has certain things they're into. So if you figure out that is, whether it's sports, media, if I show up with LeBron James and you're a big basketball fan, chances are you're going to like me really quick, right? If we get to go hang out or something, like if there's a way to incorporate those desires and link that as part of the relationship, that becomes a bond that's very special and unique. And I think you start building out circles that way. Now, of course, it doesn't have to be just with influence, but that can be through experts within the field too, right? It could be through academia, who are some leading researchers looking at this issue, who are the regulators going down this path. If you look at stuff like hardcore, like defense technology, you got a couple of generals behind you. All that stuff really starts to bring all these other areas of access that you never had privy to before.
Yeah, I'm seeing some comments in the chat here. It is very much about similar interests, this idea of similarity bias, right? So where there is a shared interest. So if you're looking at venture funds, if you're looking to connect with people, seeing where there is alignment in values and interests, so that, you can start to break through a bit. What I'm also hearing is that the pipelines for gaining access are through academia and sometimes through industry. So the higher you rise in industry, the farther you go with your research can put you at tables with people who, are doing this work. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
And I see some comments in here from Magley saying, this is really why we need more investors of color, folks who understand entrepreneurs of color, because these networks seem to be so tight and so closed. So the more that we can start to create our own funding models and own funding pools, the stronger we can be as a community. Cool. So we are almost at time, and we've covered a lot of ground. So I just kind of want to start to recap some of the things that I've heard over the course of our conversation that I think are really compelling. The first piece is around really simplifying the complexity and making sure that decision criteria on the investor side is transparent and accessible, not just through interpersonal dynamics, but through your marketing materials, also through strategic partners, folks who are connected to community, so that folks have access to you through a number of different channels. In terms of aspiring investors, really leaning into those venture funds and those networks that align with your values and interests. Also continuing to push yourself to elevate in whatever space you are, because that's going to put you at tables that you may not normally have access to. And so also in terms of the venture side, if you are an investor, thinking beyond just finance, but also the support services that you can bring with investment in an entrepreneur of color, because they may not have the technical team, but they have a really compelling idea and a really important value add business that just needs some additional resourcing. So that's that equity piece that helps to disrupt the bias. Any other things you might share, Shane, as we come to a close? Any other imparting words or wisdom you think is important for the investor and also the founder?
I don't think there's been any greater opportunity in the history of this country and entrepreneurship to make a move now. Whether you're an investor or you're an entrepreneur, person of color, this is a chance to make a stand for what you really believe in and provide that opportunity, because it's right at our doorsteps. I'm telling you, man, like, you go back to even Martin Luther King days, right? That still happened within relatively a vacuum within this country. When George Floyd hit, you had people in Paris taking to the streets within 24 hours. The global reach that this has achieved now, and it has shined a light on the problems that we face around racial challenges and access, has been no greater in the history of the world. And everyone knows it now. So now people's corporate identity is judged on how they actually handle this situation, right? And this whole thing about brownwashing is the real players are coming out very fast, right? They're rising to the surface. So if you're lacking and you're still underwater, you still have a chance to really take a stand and be something different. Like I always say this, every minute that goes by is a chance to turn it all around. So the time is now. This is when action is needed. Just make it happen. But I think everyone's just got to understand the game that there's into. And over time, that game will change and it'll morph. But for now, there is a certain way things are done. Just like anything else, get educated on that and make it happen.
I love it. Thank you so much, Shane. This has been absolutely just so informative in terms of kind of pulling back the veil in how some of these conversations happen, in the way that we show up, in the way that investors show up, so that we can start to bridge this divide, so that we can disrupt this bias. I hope that our participants have found this to be useful and helpful as you navigate your own entrepreneurial journey. For investors that are on the call, I hope that this has provided some insight into how you can mitigate bias within your organization and within your process, so that you can welcome more entrepreneurs of color into your fold and into your world. So thank you. And we will return back to the main session. For folks, if you want to hop into networking, Shane, I don't know if you want to stick around a bit, maybe linger into the network portion. Okay, just so folks can connect with you. If people want to connect with you, I know we have your LinkedIn. Is there a website?
I just put my email there.
Perfect. Okay,
because
cool.
I believe in access. So
there you go. Okay. All right.
Can't be talking all this and then not do it. So
exactly, man. Thank you for walking the talk. Got it. Yeah. All right, folks. Well, that brings us to the end here, and I will see you all back in the main session. If you have questions for Shane, feel free to reach out to him. Or again, he's going to pop into our networking portion of the hop in, and you may be able to connect with him there. So thank you for your time.
All right. How's everybody doing today? I am ecstatic to be here and a part of the Inclusive Investment Summit, and I hope this event continues to go on and on and on. We've had some terrific speakers today, and I appreciate you all joining the Can I Trust You? How Investors and Founders Engage. So one of the things that I like to do whenever I start a conversation is I like to create space for context. So before I get started talking about who I am and what I do and some ideas on how I think that each of us that are seeking investment should approach acquiring that investment, why give up equity in your organization in order to acquire that investment, and what should be expected of you. I want to share a quick video. Some of you may have seen this before, and it's not the video that Partners in Equity has in the expo room, which I definitely want you all to check out. But it's a video of work that we did in 2020 and really sets the stage for why equity is an imperative for Black and Brown communities.
Black people's sordid past with and as property stretches back to at least 1863. When 4 million slaves were emancipated and today's equivalent of $48 billion in assets evaporated from the balance sheets of Southern planters and the banks that counted enslaved people as collateral. Since then, the restraints on Black economic mobility have grown more subtle, but no less effective. The Wilmington insurrection and the Tulsa massacre cost 500 plus Black lives, and today's equivalent of $250 million in Black wealth. The persistent impact of redlining has cost Black families billions in wealth, despite being outlawed in 1968. The foreclosure crisis cut Black household wealth in half. And then there's COVID, which beyond the human toll, closed 41% of Black businesses in 2020. Events like these, compounded by the structural headwinds of Jim Crow, mass incarceration, and the Black-white appraisal gap, explain why white household wealth is 10 times Black wealth, and why median Black wealth is forecast to fall to 0 by 2053, unless there's a fundamental shift in the way Black wealth is created and sustained. However, as the saying goes, pressure makes diamonds. And the journey of Black ownership and wealth in America has yielded one of history's most entrepreneurial people. The Black American is uniquely entrepreneurial, with a 50% higher likelihood of starting a business than the average American. As we chart the course of our recovery, realizing the promise of Black entrepreneurship represents one of our best opportunities to rev the engine of economic growth for all communities. With this in mind, Resil NC and its allies encourage policymakers, funders, and partners to invest in Black business ecosystems at scale. Instead of debt that weighs Black businesses down, we must provide equity-like capital that propels them forward. Equitable access to public contracts and private sector supply chains, and the right advice at the right time are mandatory to ensure that the 41% of Black businesses that went away during COVID not only return, not only thrive, but drive this new economy.
Great. So I appreciate you all taking the time to watch that video with me. I think it's really important that we understand the challenges that are historic to particularly Black communities in this conversation, and how we ensure that we create more equitable opportunities for businesses, particularly to gain access to the support that they need to thrive and really scale in an environment where scalability has historically escaped these communities because of disproportionate investment in businesses that do not look like these communities primarily. So again, my name is Wilson Lester, and I am the co-founder of a group called Partners in Equity here in North Carolina that is intentionally focused on creating an opportunity for Black business owners, brown business owners, and indigenous business owners to acquire the real estate where they operate. And we focus that way because we often talk about gentrification in neighborhoods and homes turning over, but we don't talk about commercial displacement in a meaningful way. And the reason that we're fighting against that is because of this number right here, 2053. You saw in the video that there's documented empirical research that demonstrates that Black and Latino wealth in the US will be a median of 0 by 2053. And we have yet to really understand how the impact of our recent pandemic has reduced this number to a much sooner date. The majority of the US will be Black or brown by 2040, which puts this community particularly at danger of being severely impacted for generations and generations to come if we don't have individuals and groups that are focused on resolving this challenge and creating more opportunities for wealth creation. So I've partnered with my band of brothers here, Talib Graves-Mans and Napoleon Wallace, to build Partners in Equity that really goes out into this community of impact and social impact investors to identify capital that's aligned with what we're working toward. So today, I really want to focus in on the word equity as it relates to finance and really unpack Several things that you should really think about as you're approaching an investor and understanding what you're trading and why you're trading, and hopefully you're discovering people that are aligned. So, equity, what is it? Put simply, equity is ownership of an asset of value. That asset could be shares in a company that is producing meaningful revenue. When I say meaningful revenue, I'm talking about year over year activity or IP, intellectual property that's valued in the marketplace that company has identified and created and is now selling or licensing. That is what equity is in the finance term, ownership of an asset of value. All right. But to engage an investor, to engage a founder, is all based on trust. Particularly with private equity, foundation equity, it's really a basis of trust. And it's hard to have a meaningful relationship between these two parties if trust doesn't exist. And many times as a business owner, particularly a business owner of color, this space of trying to get someone to part with capital to help you achieve your dreams can be challenging when those individuals don't identify with you. And that's why it's important to dive into this next part that I want you to write down and remember as you're engaging folks and making sure that you're targeting in the right way. So your expectation is as good as your ability to identify the right investors. So if your expectation is that folks should invest capital into your business, you really have to do a good job of identifying the types of investors that you should be in front of. It is an enormous industry. One of my favorite things about private equity in particularly is because it's near limitless in the United States of America and really across the globe. Earlier in my career, I worked in providing capital to small business, and I always felt like I was in a competition for dollars because it was either grant-based or I was trying to source money from the same pot as other individuals and other entities. But in this space, there's so much capital. It's really, the competition is less, but the legwork on finding the right investors is more challenging. So really targeting the right investors is essential to your pathway to achieving investment. So things that you should ask yourself: can they contribute to my brain trust? Can this investor that I'm talking to really help build me up? Do they know about this type of activity? Are they accessible? Will they allow me to ask questions? Will they be a partner? Will they be more than just a contributor of capital? Will they really talk with me about different aspects of my business as I scale it while their capital is engaged? Is there an opportunity for additional capital from this investor as I scale, or sources of capital? This is really key. So let's say I took on $100,000 at one stage in my business from an investor. Would that same investor be able to contribute $50,000 to my business, or be willing to discuss contributing that kind of capital to my business down the line? As we've grown, we've acquired more human capital assets. We've acquired more relationships that are allowing us to provide our services or product in a different way. Would they be for me in that? And if they could not provide the capital, do they have the kind of network where they could pick up the phone and call another entity or individual that has alignment with what it is that I'm doing, and may be willing to contribute additional capital as I continue to build this organization? Third question: does their portfolio look like me in terms of industry, age of business, and physical demographics? So what that's saying there is, if I am in the, particularly if I am in the hair care industry in terms of designing hair care products, if I'm talking to investors that have no familiarity with the space, particularly any familiarity with the multi-billion-dollar industry that Black hair is, and I design products for that, how can I expect them to really fully understand the value beyond the Black and white? And many times when these investors are making the decision, the Black and white is important, but if they don't know about it, it's hard for them to make that decision. Also, are they used to dealing with a business that's my age, meaning that I have a significant amount of experience because I've been doing this quite a while, so they don't need to be as handsy as they may be? Or I'm young in it, and I need them to be a little bit more hands-on, or I need them to at least understand the nature of a scrappy business that is really getting off the ground and needing a different kind of support. And also, do they understand my physical demographics that I identify with? Are they understanding of that? And do they have folks in their portfolio that look like me? It's an important question to ask yourself and ask of the investors, or at least research on the investors as you're talking to, if you happen to get in a room where you can be firsthand with these people and talk to them and have a conversation and possibly even pitch your deck. Does the investment team represent my background or lived experience in any way? Can we relate? This is so critical, okay? Because if you do have an investor that's engaged in all the other areas that I discussed, but maybe doesn't really represent you or have a team makeup that represents you and your company, it can be hard to relate to that investor in a meaningful way where they'll understand some of the nuanced challenges that you're experiencing, particularly as a business owned by a person of color or a woman-owned business, where they just can't identify with that. And I'll tell you the truth, the majority of the industry, which you can probably assume, is white males that are in between the ages of 30, 45 on the level that is on the mid-level and in some cases even on the senior level, but they may not relate to a 25-year-old African-American woman or Latinx woman or Latina. They may not be able to relate to a group of friends that grew up together and have a great business, went to HBCU and now have a great company that's making pizzas, and they want to open pizza restaurants up all over the Southeast. This is a true story, and I'll put the link in one of the sessions later. But are they going to be able to identify with these kinds of businesses and understand where they come from and their background? Last thing is understanding that patient capital is more than a chronological timeline. Okay, so I work in the space of patient capital, and we extend equity into companies for 10 years and sometimes even longer, okay, with no current returns, meaning no money paid out to us as investors on an annual basis until that horizon that we identify at the beginning. But patient capital also can mean just an understanding of how times change and expectations can change. Some folks and some investors may be rigid to what you agreed to initially, and your company may not be able to produce that to no fault of your own. Maybe you're facing something like what we just experienced in the last 2 years. Maybe you're facing something worse that is impeding your ability to do business. But understanding that you're engaging with investors that are in it with you and their capital is in it with you, and they understand that times change and people change and industries change, and they are part of that ride. So those are the 5 top things that, as a person seeking capital, I think that you really need to understand before you get in a conversation with investors expecting something different without having really vetted whether or not these investors align with who you are and these key points that can ensure that you get capital that can be meaningful for your organization for a long time and really help you achieve the goals that you've outlined for yourself. Now, part of that trust is on you. So now that you know what your parameters are, here's what you have to do on your end for the investor. Deliver what you said as you said it, and over communicate. So that means that if you take on capital designed for a specific purpose, that every day you are intentionally utilizing those resources to meet that end. And as I said before about patient capital, if things change, the cadence of your communication with your investor is so fluid that they can almost anticipate the changes and there are never any surprises. So you have to over communicate with your investor, even if that's just a brief weekly digest or bi-weekly digest that you just send out saying, hey, here's what's going on. Here's the activity that we have, not necessarily specific to them because you may have multiple investors, but you just want them to understand what's happening in the company in real time, what your human capital is doing, what your social capital is doing, and what you're producing in a meaningful way. And that is key and essential to building trust between yourself and the investor, because the investor now understands what it is that you need from them and you understand what you have to deliver for them. So I want this to be a conversation. I want to be able to answer questions in real time. I'm an individual that has raised a significant amount of capital for my purpose. My current fund is a $15 million fund, and I'm currently raising a fund that may likely reach $100 million, specifically to make investment in Black and Brown and Indigenous business owners throughout the Southeast to acquire real estate to operate their businesses in. So can we open it for Q&A, Antonio? Or maybe we can drop the questions in the chat. Come on, I know there's at least one question. We got a bunch of people in the room. I would love to engage you and have a dialogue. Go ahead, Corey. What's your question?
So my question is, in the process of acquiring funding, when you do not have the track record of profitability, how do you go about still securing investments?
That's a great question, Corey. So you're talking about for your small business?
Yes.
Right. So the best way that I can answer that is that you have to make sure that you come up with an extremely compelling concept, first of all. All right. And in some cases, you may be able to borrow capital from an individual or entity, but in most cases, you will not. So what I would encourage you to do is become a part of a local accelerator. There are a number of different entities that are in Winston-Salem that really nurture small business development this way, to at least produce a minimum viable product, an MVP of what your business is, what your business or service can do, and then reinvest whatever dollar amount you have. Maybe your minimum viable product is something that you can accomplish with $100, $250 to at least demonstrate what it is. If your resources don't allow you to do that or make that investment, maybe you're a part of an accelerator that can help couple investment with you in order to build that MVP and demonstrate it and communicate it and really ingrain yourself, whether you do it in Greensboro. I know, Corey, we talked earlier, you're based in Greensboro, or you do it in Winston-Salem. There are a number of entities in our entrepreneurial ecosystem that work with startup businesses, whether that be Launch Greensboro, whether that be Flywheel, whether that be the small business centers at GTCC and at Foresight Tech, that really help small business owners put the framework around their business so that they can, like Matt was saying earlier in the session tomorrow, communicate their business, particularly from a finance standpoint, where maybe I don't have capital today, but here is what I project that I can accomplish. And with minimal investment from myself and from a partner or an organization that can provide me low barrier capital in the way of grants or accelerators that support organizations that do that. So I'm going to, I have my link on here, but I'm going to drop my email in the chat.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to email you a host of organizations that are in our market that do that type of work.
Okay.
Thank you for your question.
For sure. Thank you. I do have another question. If no one else is going to ask a question, I can ask another one.
Real quick, ask another one.
Okay. I think I'm curious to know the strategy you used with onboarding new investors.
Well, you mean like how I acquired the investors?
Mixture of how you acquired them, the funnel from just the initial introduction to getting them confident enough to say, hey, you know what, I do want to make this investment.
It was a process. My initial investor, we met summer of June 2018, and we didn't receive investment until February 2020. It was a journey of building a rapport with the entity first, and then myself and my partners getting in the room and jamming on what we thought was the best and most viable opportunity for investment, vetting that with our peers and partners and potential partners, and then pitching it. And once we pitched it again and again and again until we created a groundswell of support that obviously pushed us over the edge to start receiving investment.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Corey.
For sure.
Any other questions? Love to bring somebody else to the stage. I can call people out. I see some good people in this room. Come on, Chuck Bird, Joe Rotundi. Carson, you can get back up here. Sue, I see you. Dr. Shantae is coming to the stage. Oh, Dr. Shantae, where'd you go? Additional questions?
Hey, how you doing, Wilson? So I'm gonna help you out with some of the Q&As right here.
Okay, are you helping me out? Thank you. I
right.
appreciate it.
All right, so from Mary, she asks, I'm in the cold therapy market. There's not a ton of current investment, but the market is set to grow with the aging population. Where should I start finding investors?
Say the first part again, the what market?
The cold therapy market.
The cold therapy market with the aging population. Where should you start sourcing investors? Well, do you mind? Can I ask where is she located?
Mary, if you're in the chat, can you tell us where you're located? Hey, Dr. Shante.
Hey, Dr. Shante. So partly I would say that, I would definitely take a look at the medical society in your market. The medical society are groups of physicians and businesses that are adjacent to the medical industry. And I think that is an excellent space to engage and begin to grow and develop your network. That way, you may meet a chiropractor or some similar business that wouldn't mind either locating next to a facility that provides cold therapy. Many of those businesses particularly service the athletic market and have folks that have a need for that kind of support. Now, particularly for the elderly, what I'd also do is I would look at the network of assisted living facilities that are in the market, and I would identify if those facilities are adjacent to any foundations that either they operate or have been supported by, and see if potentially cold therapy would be something that they would be interested in being a part of. I would say this about investing and acquiring investors overall. It is always great to have a sponsor. A sponsor is an individual that can help make the connection and help make the introduction so that you can avoid cold calling an entity and trying to pitch your concept or your value that you're bringing to the table. If you can identify that, I think that it goes a long way. But going back to what I answered for Corey, don't anticipate it right away. If you are building a relationship, build a relationship with the right people that can put you in the right rooms and advocate for you. And over time, you may have an opportunity to receive investment to support your business. And that doesn't just go for cold therapy. That really goes for anybody that is seeking private equity. I hope I was able to answer your question.
I think you're speaking on mute.
I'm on mute now.
I should know better. Sorry. So the next question comes from Mona King. And the most investment in entrepreneur programs are targeting 40 and under. What efforts are being made to engage with older entrepreneurs with experience?
That's a great question, Mona, and glad you're in the room today. Hope you're doing well. I will say that disproportionately the resources that are in our market show up as only available to tech businesses or businesses owned by younger people, and something should be done about that, particularly because I'm not certain that those that are letting the opportunity for growth and investment are particularly targeting the age demographic. Just a disproportionate number of people in that age demo are responsive to those opportunities. And I would say that, many of those opportunities are based on tech-enabled opportunities. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier about being sure that you're targeting resources that invest in opportunities like yours, making sure that you're targeting organizations that invest in an older entrepreneur. Like case in point, our business partners in equity, we don't invest in businesses that are younger than 2 years in age and have established revenues for multiple years. What that tends to lean toward is a more seasoned entrepreneur that has more establishment in their community and has been doing business for some time and just needs to go to the next level. Not particularly tech enabled, interested in owning and acquiring real estate. And in most cases, the business owners that have done that have already purchased their first home. And given the average age of when people purchase their first home, those entrepreneurs tend to be older. So, I would just make sure that I'm looking for companies and entities that are interested in more than just buzz topics and high growth businesses. And generally those businesses tend to be those that are tech enabled, and all that capital is trying to chase a unicorn, knowing that, there are not many of them.
You're back on mute.
Sorry, guys. So Qasim is next. What are the specific nuances involved in raising money for real estate versus raising money to invest into startups? And it's a two-part question, but that's the first one.
Right. So for me, I did not choose to go the startup. Our team didn't choose to go the startup route. We were looking to do something very specific, and that was to fight commercial gentrification in markets that are predominantly represented by Black and brown populations, and to proliferate a more significant percentage of ownership of commercial property in those areas. So what I would say is that, we had to focus on folks that were interested in investment that was a little bit safer, because startups are a little bit risky, but our investments are backed up by real estate assets. We also had to focus on social impact investors and people that were willing to commit a significant amount of capital for something that may not yield them a very high return in terms of profits, but would yield a significant impact in the position of communities around the United States of America that are historically disinvested or disproportionately not invested in. So, we had to source that, we had to find that, and we focused on social capital versus just private capital that is in the marketplace. So that's what we did for real estate. I think the nuance with startup capital is that you have a number of businesses, venture capital funds that are not socially focused, but are monetarily focused, and are sourcing the company that is really going to generate a significant amount of profits. And across the board, they spread those chips, hoping that one is going to advance and create a significant amount of profit for their business. I think there's more capital in the marketplace for that, less capital for social impact organizations, though we're seeing growth in the social impact space of venture funds, much like Equilibrium.
All right, and there was a second part. Says, how did you focus your approach to use the 5 key points of advice you shared with us?
How did I what?
How did you focus your approach to use the 5 key points of advice that you shared?
I chose those points because I've talked to a significant amount of business owners in my time. At one point in my career, I was talking to somewhere between 500 and 700 unique business owners a year. And I was listening to each of their stories and each of their approaches to me as the person sitting on the other side of the table that could potentially provide them capital. And these are the things that I think that the ones that were not successful were leaving out of their process of evaluation when they approached the door. So I think that, I wanted to put those messages out there, those questions or statements out there, so that when you approach the door of investment, when you meet the Dr. Shantae Williams and you have built a relationship and a rapport with her, and she believes enough in your organization to say, hey, we're going to go into a room and there's going to be some different people in this room that may have interest in what you're doing, that you have top of mind these 5 simple statements, 5 simple questions to begin to evaluate, who do I have the best opportunity to receive capital from and could have the best relationship, best trusting relationship with that entity after I've used this evaluation. And I think that what creates skepticism is not knowing the right questions to ask on the part of the individual that's seeking capital. The benefit to acquiring capital is you have the opportunity to scale your business faster. The comfort level with doing that is based upon your awareness of who your investors are and their alignment with your purpose and mission as an individual in the company.
Okay, so we have a few more questions.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in. I have a question.
Go ahead,
So I love all 5 points, and I'm just curious, if you've done all these things and you're a business owner, how do you unravel, or what's the best approach if it's not working out between you and an investor? How would you suggest the startup or the person start having or addressing that situation before things completely implode?
That's a great question. And about every 60 days at Partners in Equity, we do a new operating agreement with different entities that we're investing in. And I'm not talking about with the same entity, but as much as I have done that before, doing it now, it's just so in front of my mind that it is always important to think everything through in the beginning. Okay, because once you sign that documentation, you ever heard you only get what you negotiate? And a lot of times people think that the getting is just in the percentages and in the money, but a big portion of the getting is in your position in it. And position includes entry and exit. Okay, so what I would do going into an agreement is I would make sure that there were clauses in my agreement that could be enacted based upon the condition of the relationship. If there's a deterioration in the relationship, that we have a mechanism in place where everybody can safely exit the agreement without significant loss. But many times when we get into agreements, we don't even like the idea of it because we feel confined or we feel like it's going to be a conflict. So one thing that I want everybody to get really, really comfortable with, and this is really a beautiful statement from one of my business partners that we think that when we're negotiating something, we don't want to have a tough conversation early. But the statement is, I don't have a problem with conflict. I have a problem with feeling conflicted. Okay. So while you're in a relationship, there is space for feeling conflicted if you do not have a resolution for the conflict. And it's better to go into an agreement, making everything plain and thinking everything through and having difficult conversations in the beginning, so that if there's an opportunity for confliction, that you have a resolution for it in place. And that starts at the beginning of the relationship.
I love it.
So we have a few more. All right. I am going to pull up a question from Dr. Linda McCrae. All
Great.
right, any advice on business acquisition? I have been approached by another practice following the death of a founder with no will.
Wow. This is really a big issue. I just want to say, Black, brown people, work on your wills. Work on your wills. It's critical. We all have an appointment to leave this place. We don't know when it is, but much of our wealth and our position as a new majority community is not having that part of our business in place. So how would I approach, or my thoughts on acquiring businesses? I don't know what your entire background is, or if the business that you're thinking about acquiring is falling into your background, but I believe in acquisition only when it is going to benefit what I'm currently doing, or my position in it is going to be extremely passive. I would also think about this: negotiate the price of the acquisition based on whether or not the family that you're acquiring the business from wants to maintain any level of equity in the business. If they're wanting to maintain a percentage of equity, then I would anticipate that my buy-in would be significantly less. But I would hold the majority of the equity, whatever that number is, whether it's 95% and 5%, 51% and 49%, whatever it looks like. I would be in the majority position and be able to make the decisions for the company for the most part. That would be my approach to it.
Great. So the next question is from Tony Barnes.
Tony Barnes.
Sorry, I lost it for a second. What would you advise to a small business owner who has an interested investor, but they lack the things outlined in the top 5 that you outlined?
I'd walk away. They lack the 5 things, like they don't have those 5 things.
Yeah, that's what.
All money is not good money. Walk away from the money. I started this by saying it's too much money out here to be in competition for the wrong dollar. Demonstrate some patience for yourself. It'll pay off in the long run.
Great. So we do have a few more questions, and we have a couple more, a little bit of time for those. Just wanted to, if you have any questions that you want to ask Wilson, you could throw them in the Q&A section, and we make sure that we'll grab them if we can, if time allows. All right. So the next one that I have here is from Joe Rotundi. Right. I work with entrepreneurs who don't identify as folks who pursue investors and are often intimidated by the idea. What would you say to encourage them to think big?
That's a great question, Joe. And I know exactly, and have engaged businesses that you work with, seen some of those folks walk away from opportunities. And, one thing that I would encourage, and this is just a little bit more tailored, guys, because I know Joe. And if you don't know Joe, he's a gem in the market for entrepreneurs in the space that he works in. But I would start at the beginning of their relationship with the Forge, of asking them, what do you want out of this? What is your expectation for your business to become? And I would, out of the gate, communicate to them what is achievable, identify how much capital they have, and if they don't have any, I would try to telegraph what is accomplishable without investment. And I think that begins to change the mindset of individuals. And for everybody listening, Joe operates the Forge in Greensboro that is a maker space. And people come there and utilize the equipment that they have to really design and create beautiful products. And art is really what it is. And when you're an artist, as Erica Badu said, you're sensitive about your shit. So you don't necessarily want to give up a lot of interest in it because it's a part of your heart that you've given up to create it. And what I would communicate to those artists are build the best product that you can in the marketplace, and don't be afraid to let it go. And let a portion of it go, because as you let it go and more people appreciate it, then the value of your work increases. I.e., take a painter that sells a piece for $1,000 a day that's worth $20,000 2 years from now sells the piece in 2024 for $50,000. So you kind of got to think about the value that will be added by allowing someone else to come into your business and increase the value of your position based upon the association and the interest in your product. I hope I answered your question, Joe. If not, you can text me.
Great. All right. So we're going to go. I think everybody liked that Erica Badu comment that you made. So the next one that we have here is from Robert Donnan. He says that I'm working with a Black-owned culture startup, Urbanime. It links brands like Foot Locker with Black and brown consumers through events or urban-themed comics. Needs money to sustain before seed stage. What are the next steps?
I think it's important for me to understand, have they had any success in connecting the businesses with the consumer? I think that to what Corey was saying really early on is about the track record. If you can demonstrate, some connectivity to the audience that you're planning to bring in front of these businesses, then you have a higher propensity to gain entry to the market in a meaningful way. What I think I would do if this were me in my business and that you were consulting, or if I was consulting the business, is I would try to secure one client. Okay. I would try to secure one client that was aligned with what it is that I do. And I would beta what I'm trying to accomplish in a very meaningful way, in a very visible way, so that I can then take that and share that activity with other entities that need that support. And once I have some level of a groundswell of support for what services I'm offering, then I can communicate to investors, hey, this is a booming opportunity. In my beta, I was able to, connect this brand with this community. I earned $2,500 on that. And now I got 10 different entities that want to pay me $3,500 to do the same thing. And this thing is on its way this way. But I would create my whole strategy around just acquiring that first client that can allow me to demonstrate the viability of my service and my ability to execute on that service.
Great. So as of right now, I do not see if we have any other questions. We do have time for one more. But Wilson, do you have any final remarks that you want to make?
Yeah, what I want to just share with everybody is that time is not limitless, but you do have time to build your business, and what you do and what you leave on the cutting room floor is extremely important. The time you spend in the cutting room is important. I'm not telling you to overthink it, but I am telling you to prime yourself and prime your business for the opportunity to acquire capital. And that has a lot to do with identifying yourself with the right investor. And when you find the right investor, you all both can act with a level of trust that is meaningful and is replicable with more investors, because that one investor could just create the opportunity of a lifetime for you to demonstrate the viability of a business that will persist past the moment and into the future, and potentially either be acquired or continue to exist in the community for a significant period of time, executing on the promises of their business. So I appreciate this opportunity to share with you all. I appreciate so many people attending and allowing me to engage.
All right. Thank you again, Wilson, for your great session. For everyone that is watching the session, the main stage and the wrap up with Matt will be beginning in a couple of minutes. So I want to thank you all.
All right, folks. Wow. What a first day. I hope that you have found this incredibly valuable. I mean, when you think about all the conversations that we had, Cossum did an amazing job setting the tone for the conversations in terms of why this matters. Why does investing in Black and Brown entrepreneurs make the difference? And where does bias exist? And how did we get here? I want to thank Dr. Shante Williams, also Wilson Lester, Shane Burmalley, Terrell Turner for all of their insights during our breakout sessions. You now know why it's important to be an investor. You also have language to also decode and prepare you for these conversations as a founder. We also know how best to engage with investors if you are a founder, and how that becomes a mutually beneficial relationship. Shane Burmalley just gave us some really important insight around how can investors disrupt the bias and start to reconfigure the process to be more accessible and open to entrepreneurs of color. I hope that you had an opportunity to network with some of the participants in our networking room. And I've also had an opportunity to take advantage of some of the resources in our expo. So I want to pause and again, want to do another pulse check before I talk about what's going to happen tomorrow. So there is a word cloud, and I want you to tell me, when you think of inclusive investing, in one word, what does it do for our community? So based off what you've heard today, what does it do for our community? So I'll let you respond to that, and we'll take a look at some of the insights that you've already extracted from day one. In one word, what does inclusive investment do for the community? Definitely strengthen. Thank you, Sheridan. I want you to drop that into that word cloud function so that we can start to see some of the responses here. What you need to do is refresh your screen, and that word cloud option will appear on that right-hand panel with chat, polls, Q&A, and then you should see the option for the word cloud. So I want to give people just a chance to populate their responses. Okay. There we go. Already starting to see people share. Just take a look at some of the things that are coming through. Creates pathways, it builds wealth, it progresses the community, it renews and strengthens it. It really fuels this sense of abundance and collaboration. I love this idea of reviving communities. And it creates honesty and transparency for sure in the process. So I love these responses. I love it. So I want you to take this energy with you into the rest of the afternoon, and I want you to bring this with you tomorrow. So just to give you a preview of what you can expect, we're going to open tomorrow with a recap video of some of the things that were discussed today. Then we're going to share a video that really history of investing in Black businesses and what that looks like and what it means for us today. Terrell Turner is going to come back and give us part 2 of the F word. We're also going to have some representatives from banks talk a little bit about the role that they play in advancing entrepreneurship for entrepreneurs of color. We're also going to have some entrepreneurial support organizations represented and folks who are working in their various domains to build out an inclusive investing ecosystem. Sorry about that. Got a quick phone call. But basically, they're going to share what it means to build out an inclusive investing ecosystem and talk a little bit about the work that they're doing to do so. And then we're going to hear from some entrepreneurs. So people who are involved in the process and in journey right now, and they will share some of the challenges and some of the wins that they've experienced as they've grown and developed their business. After we conclude today, you will still have an opportunity to do some networking. So if folks want to linger and connect with people, feel free to do so. Again, you'll also have access to our expo. And as we wrap up for the day, I want to invite you to do a little bit of homework before we come back tomorrow. And so what I want you to do is I want you to reflect on all the things that you've absorbed today. And I want you to think about what is the action that you can take to apply this to the work that you do in this entrepreneurial space, whether it be as a founder, an investor, or an aspiring investor. How are you going to take action with what you've learned today? Okay. So really process and apply this information. That's going to help anchor it in your brain. Make sure that you walk away with some key learnings. So until then, we will see you tomorrow morning, and we'll continue this conversation. I hope that you have an amazing evening and that you're leaving here feeling empowered and inspired to take your support in your business to the next level. So thank you so much. And we'll see you tomorrow. All right. I want to welcome people back to the Inclusive Investment Summit brought to you by Hustle Winston-Salem. We are in for a full day of incredible insights and conversations from folks who are leaders at entrepreneurial support organizations from across the country. We also are going to hear from some entrepreneurs a little bit later about their journey in this space and kind of what are some of the challenges and opportunities that they've encountered. I also, bear with me one moment. Looks like I'm picking up some background noise. I think that was the music. Okay, cool. Thank you. uh, so with that, we're going to start today, one, with a video recap, because yesterday was full of important information related to investing and insights for founders to apply to your ventures. So I just want us to see all that we covered. This is a quick snapshot for folks who are just joining us for the first time today.
You know, time is not limitless, but you do have time to build your business, and what you do and what you leave on the cutting room floor is extremely important. The time you spend in the cutting room is important. I'm not telling you to overthink it, but I am telling you to prime yourself and prime your business for the opportunity to acquire capital.
So I want to begin with a quick recap of our homework. Because for those of you who were here with us yesterday, I left you with a reflection question. And that question was, given all the things that you've learned today, what is the immediate action you want to take to apply it to your venture or to your investment strategy? And so I want to give people an opportunity to share what those reflections were. What came up for you after processing everything that we discussed yesterday? So I want you to drop that in the chat. I'll give you just a moment to respond. So I'll wait for those to come through. Just want to direct people to the place where they can drop those reflections. There is a chat feature on the right-hand side of the platform. So as those insights or those ahas come to you, I want you to place them there over the course of our time. So if you haven't had an opportunity to think on it, feel free to take in what we have today. And again, I want you to apply that learning immediately and think about what is the immediate action or the next step that you can take. So, quick logistical piece, I want to remind people about the ways that you can engage today. So, we have a networking button on the right-hand side of your screen. I'm sorry, on the left-hand side of your screen that will allow you to connect with different participants and also some of our speakers and investors today. So, when we have moments for breakout or a short break, I encourage you to hop in and just connect with people who are here. The other thing I'll mention is that there's an expo, and so what we've curated in that expo space are vendors and entrepreneurial support organizations that will literally put you on a pathway to wealth if you are a founder or if you're looking to connect with other investors. Let's say you're an aspiring investor, there are videos and resources that you can tap into. It also will direct you to those folks' websites for you to reach out to them directly and start to build, again, a rapport and network with those folks to really help you advance in your own entrepreneurial journey in whatever space or stage you're in. So that's something I want to mention. Also, if you run into any technical difficulties on the platform, there is something called the Hustle Help Desk. And so feel free to hop in there. They can answer any questions that you may have about the experience today related to the summit or even the platform. So I just want to remind people about that. The other thing that I'll mention too is our ground rules. So for those of you who are joining us for the first time, we are a radically inclusive organization. And so we are very intentional about creating a space that is affirming and uplifting to folks across the identity spectrum. And so we do not tolerate language or behavior that denigrates others, and no racist, sexist, transphobic, homophobic, fatphobic comments will be tolerated. A member of our technical team will ask you to leave if we see that. Okay. Also, looks like we have some of our esteemed panelists with us today. So I want to welcome Faye Forward, President of Forward Cities, Dominic, who's also going to be a part of our panel. Looks like we have Sylvester here. So super excited. Dominic is a part of Act Tulsa, who's going to share some really interesting insights around their accelerator programs and the equity model that they've created. Okay. So next thing I want to direct us to is a video. And so this video really is to say for, looks like we're getting okay. Sorry about that. So what I want to do is direct you to this video, and essentially what we are providing here is an opportunity for you to really understand what's the history of Black entrepreneurship through the lens of our Black Wall Street. And so this video chronicles the evolution of our business development over the course of time, and it highlights a couple of key players in that process. So it's a very short video. I want you to reflect, though, on what are some of the similarities and differences that you see in the experience from the past, and how can we apply that present? So what are some of the things that you're seeing? I'm going to direct our tech team to go ahead and start that, and
The legacies of Black Wall Street, it's important for people to remember because there are so many people who have no idea that there were these vital, dynamic places where African Americans were living out their vision of the American dream, creating opportunity and hope and progress for their communities.
June 1st, 2021 marks 100 years since the Tulsa Race Massacre, when as many as 300 people were killed as an angry white mob destroyed a prosperous Black neighborhood in Tulsa, Oklahoma, once known as that city's Black Wall Street. But Tulsa's story is part of a larger history of segregated prosperity in many American cities.
The term Black Wall Street really came into popularity around the turn of the century. So as Jim Crow begins to really take shape and African Americans are forced into segregated parts of the cities, these communities, rise up in places like Durham, North Carolina, and Little Rock, Arkansas, Jackson, Mississippi, and people begin to notice that there are all kinds of businesses and services that grow there, and so they kind of take on the name Black Wall Street.
One of the biggest and longest lasting Black Wall Streets was in Richmond, Virginia, a neighborhood called Jackson Ward.
So the factors that led to Richmond being the cradle of Black capitalism lay in the diverse slave economy that existed at that time. So you had African Americans who were involved in not just agricultural slavery, but also in urban and industrial slavery. Then after the Civil War, you had this concentrated community of African Americans who had been working in the city, in factories and in fields and rural areas around Richmond. They just continued to build the institutions and the communities and the neighborhoods that they had begun even before the war. And then you begin to have a lot of really important financial firsts, such as insurance companies and banks, which really highlight Richmond as the first Black Wall Street.
One of the most storied figures in Jackson Ward's history was a banker and businesswoman named Maggie Lena Walker.
You cannot study Maggie Lena Walker and not be fascinated, with her. She was born enslaved in 1864, right toward the end of the Civil War. And she really saw economic empowerment of African American women as the path forward.
Walker started her banking career at a mutual aid society called the Independent Order of St. Luke. Founded in 1867, St. Luke was established to help freed slaves gain economic independence.
In 1901, she said, "Let us have a bank." And she said, "I'm specifically talking to the women here, the good women here, whose money is in this organization." And she was able to bring that vision to fruition in 1903 when she became the first Black woman bank president.
The St. Luke Penny Savings Bank, later named the Consolidated Bank and Trust, was acquired in 2005, but Walker's home in Jackson Ward is still standing.
As you see around me, the homes have been restored on the outside, while Mrs. Walker's home has been restored to its full glory as much as we could, using artifacts that belong to Maggie Walker and her family.
We still get a lot of people who come in and do our tours, and they are still amazing. Why didn't I know about her before? Why have I not heard this story before? And it is a story that has been preserved quite fully in Richmond itself, but not so much across the country. What is happening now in Jackson Ward is that those who remember the stories are coming together to make sure that they are no longer forgotten. So the neighborhood may not look as it did when she walked these streets, but the memories are still there.
In its heyday, I imagined that it was fabulous to live in Jackson Ward. Any kind of service that you needed, you could get, in Jackson Ward. And I would just say, walking into the St. Luke Bank, I think had to be a treat. First of all, Maggie Lena Walker made sure that it was beautifully appointed with mahogany and marble. And I could just imagine a maid, a domestic, working in a white person's home in another part of the city. And she walks into the bank and she's greeted probably, by not just her first name, but she's called Miss or Mrs. And I just can imagine that it is Jackson Ward was an incredible experience. But then there's also the dark side, and that is that it is a segregated community. Maggie Lena Walker accommodates segregation by really lending mostly in these segregated areas. So there, I think in the midst of this affluence and this dynamism, there's always that dark cloud of racism and Jim Crow that kind of just outside, there is a world that wants to continue to treat them as second-class citizens.
Jackson Ward was a haven for Black business for many years, but like Tulsa's Black Wall Street, it too came to an end.
The difference between the end of Jackson Ward and the end of Tulsa is really a difference in degree. And so for Jackson Ward, it was more of a slow death.
A wide range of factors caused Jackson Ward's economic decline, including redlining, which kept capital out of Black neighborhoods, slum clearance, where cities razed old buildings without rebuilding in certain areas, and a highway system that cut right through the neighborhood. But the final end to Jackson Ward's Black Wall Street days came on the heels of the Civil Rights Movement and desegregation.
So ironically, at the very time that you begin to have opportunity, at least legally, for African Americans to have equal accommodation, to be able to get, equal access to education, is at the same time that these communities have been so undermined in the decades previous. And so when they have choices to make, they, move to suburbs and leave really the most vulnerable and needy living in places like Jackson Ward. The occurrence of diminishing Black wealth has a long history in our country. I mean, it really takes root in slavery. There you have hundreds and hundreds of years of unpaid Black labor, and then being disenfranchised and their wealth being undermined in other ways. I think that we just really have to deal with this long-standing American exploitation of African Americans.
You can go to your bank tomorrow and you can say, until you as a corporation start to speak on our behalf, I want all my money.
In recent years, there's been a movement to reinvest funds into Black banks and businesses. One of the organizations advocating for this financial shift is Bank Black USA, which helps people find and invest in Black banks.
And we saw that there was this call to action for people to move their money from the larger institutions that had maybe a history of discriminatory practices and predatory lending practices, and move that money to MDIs, which are minority depository institutions.
According to the FDIC, MDIs are more likely to lend to lower and moderate income communities and help promote economic viability in these areas.
So we started researching these MDIs, and we quickly found out that Black financial institutions are undersupported and undercapitalized, right? Black banks are in decline. For example, there was like 50 of these institutions in 2001. In 2021, there's barely 20. Our solution was to create resources for people to be able to compare the banks and services, their financial health, the community impact, because we do believe that these MDIs can play an integral role in closing that racial wealth gap, but they're undersupported.
If you don't learn about the origins and history of Black wealth, you'll fall into the trap of thinking that there was no Black wealth. Take time to learn about Jackson Ward. Take time to learn about Durham. Take time to learn about Tulsa. Let's bring these stories forward and remember those times of Black excellence. And it can come again if we follow the roadmap that they set before us.
Such a powerful video. I want to give you an opportunity to drop your immediate reactions into the chat. And just while you all are reflecting and offering those comments, I'll just share a couple of things that really stand out to me. The important thing is really understanding our history and the importance of archiving and having a documentation of our legacy and the impact in our communities. And so I'm so grateful for this documentary providing that to us. It's empowering, it's inspiring. The other thing is that Black wealth is not new, right? And the emphasis on entrepreneurship and using it as a catalyst to support our community is not new. And so it's important to understand your role as founders, your role as an investor, in terms of really helping to sustain and uplift a community and remedy centuries of systemic inequality. And so the work that you all are doing is so powerful and it's so important. And I think it's evidenced by this video. I think another interesting tidbit is that state-sanctioned violence has really been the most disruptive contributor to our ability to build and sustain our communities and our wealth. And what I mean by state-sanctioned violence is the domestic terrorism that occurred in Tulsa, or the ways in which the state came and essentially decimated our communities by building highways on them or redlining. And so we need leaders everywhere to help preserve our spaces, our people. And it's so important that we're combating this through electoral justice and other ways. And entrepreneurship is also a catalyst for it because it gives us a stake in the community. we have an even greater voice at times when we have a business. The other thing I think I want to call out is the importance of the economic empowerment of women. Maggie Lena Walker was a trailblazer, and she understood that women's role in advancing the community was so important. We know that Black women entrepreneurs are incredibly underinvested in, which is why we've made it a priority as a part of our summit to uplift Black women entrepreneurs and bring this to the forefront. Because what we know is that when Black women are invested in, the entire community benefits. And so shout out to our ancestor in Maggie Lena Walker, showing us the way and showing us why it's so important for Black women to lead and be invested in our communities. And so I want to give some space for folks to share their comments. I see that there are some that are coming in. Some of you have actually visited the home of Maggie Lena Walker. And so important that they preserve that space. So many of our spaces, are not kept in our community. So I'm so thankful that that's a part of our historical registry. Just want to give some space for other people to share your comments. I'll let that linger for you because, again, this was such a powerful video. And so with that, I want to start to transition us into our next part of the summit. We're going to have an opportunity to hear from leaders that are a part of entrepreneurial support organizations from across the country that are really doing the work to uplift entrepreneurs and, again, create ecosystems that are inclusive and where investment dollars are not sort of relegated to a few, but actually available to all. So I'm so excited that we have these folks with us to offer their insights, their strategies, and also resources for folks who are looking to go down this path. And so I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves. Let's see. I'm going to give people just a moment to get connected. And while we do that, I want to read some of the comments. I think it's great that this highlighted other Black Wall Streets. Absolutely. One of the most prominent ones that we hear about is Tulsa. And so to hear about Jackson Ward as one that is often undercited or underreported on, I think that was really cool to see as well. So thank you for sharing that, Tony. All right. So we're just giving our panelists an opportunity to get connected and settled, and then we'll jump into it. Any other thoughts on the video while we wait? Any other thoughts on the video while we wait? Encourage people to just share your perspective. Got it. Okay. What's so cool is that one of our panelists, Dominic, a portion of his team is actually in Tulsa. And so when we think about the legacy of Black Wall Street and that sort of being a cradle of Black business development, that's so exciting that we have someone who is a continuation of those efforts joining us in the conversation today. So all three of our panelists are accounted for and here. And so I want to go ahead and invite them onto the stage. The focus today is really around building an inclusive ecosystem for investing and the ways in which all of the entrepreneur support organizations work together to help uplift and build up investment spaces in our communities. And so we're going to hear from some outstanding people today. Kay Horwitz is the president of Forward Cities, which is a national organization focused on building inclusive ecosystems, entrepreneurial ecosystems in communities across the country. The other thing is they have a particular focus on investment. We also have Sylvester Mobley, who is the co-founder and leader of Coded by Kids, which is an organization that really is developing the technical capabilities of our young people, but also creating a pipeline of entrepreneurs to really solve and tackle some of the issues within our community and really offer some innovation in the world. So we're excited to have him with us today. So thank you for joining us, Sylvester. And then what I will also mention is we have Dominic with us. Dominic Ard of Act House in Tulsa is doing some really breakthrough work in terms of offering some accelerator programs. He has a really interesting model around equity and what that looks like for communities and entrepreneurs of color. So we're excited to hear from him and some of the really innovative ways he's helping to uplift the community. And so Faye will be with us shortly, but I want to go ahead and kick off the conversation with you two. And I'll start with you, Dominic. I'll give you an opportunity really just to introduce yourself. Let people know about the work that you're doing and why you're excited to be here today.
Yeah, well, Matt, thanks for having me, and to the Hustle community, I really appreciate you all allowing me to join you all today. Really excited to be here. It's great when we can have true facilitated conversations like this that really bring forth insights and understanding. So really excited to be a part of the conversation. I'm Dominic Artis, founder and CEO of Act House. We're a global platform for team formation and startup creation. And in short, what that means is that we help innovators find their innovation identity, help them balance teams through our ACT model, and help them accelerate their dreams through our accelerator programs. One of our accelerators is actually in Tulsa, Oklahoma, highly focused on increasing the equity of Black and Latinx-led startups, which is really, really, really exciting. We just finished up our first cohort last week. Actually, December 31st, they finished, but demo day was last week, which is pretty outstanding. And welcome to the second cohort, where we're making $70,000 investments into those startups at 0% interest, 0% equity at a 1x return. It's really exciting. We'll talk more about that. But we do that work, and we also do a lot of exciting work with our assessment. Our ACT models, architects, creatives, and techies. We've been really studying teams for the past 4 years, really thinking about how teams will form, how innovation begins to accelerate. And oftentimes within people, product, and process, we spend a lot of time talking about process and product, not necessarily about people. And I believe when you look at the ground floor of innovation ecosystems, when you can begin to focus on people, you can really begin to see those innovation ecosystems begin to accelerate. So I'm really excited to do that through cross-cultural collaboration. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. So excited to hear more from you too, Dominic. Sylvester, I'll let you go ahead and give us a little bit about the work you're doing and your background.
Yeah, thank you. Really, really good to be here. Really appreciate the opportunity. So I'm the CEO and founder of Coded by Kids, but also the founder or co-founder and co-managing partner of Plainsight Capital. Coded by Kids is a tech and innovation organization. What we really focus on is how do you take the same processes, systems, and tools used in sports to produce high-performing, extremely talented, high-potential athletes and apply it to the startup space. Mm-hmm. So we look more like a youth sports organization in a lot of ways than a traditional education organization, in the sense that we look to get kids as young as possible. We go from 8 to 24. We're not like a 2-week workshop or 3-week workshop organization. One of our metrics, or one of the goals we work to, is to keep a person that comes into Coded by Kids for at least 3 to 4 years. Wow. And the same way a kid is at basketball practice week after week over the course of multiple years, we do the same thing. So, the young people that we work with are learning everything from software development and user experience design to how do you raise venture capital. And the idea is there's a very intentional development and grooming process.
I love that.
And then on the Plainsight Capital side, it's how do we invest early stage venture capital into underrepresented founders? A lot of underrepresented founders struggle at that early stage. They don't have the networks. They're not able to raise those pre-seed and seed rounds. And that's where we come in, and we also look to lead pre-seed rounds for underrepresented founders. So it's also helpful to have a venture capital fund that's run by former underrepresented founders that understand where you've been, what you're going through, and the obstacles that you're facing.
Absolutely. I love it. It's an end-to-end program. And I love that you all have borrowed the brilliance from youth sports to offer some intensity, that coaching and support that people need. Faye, I want you to go ahead and share a little bit about the work that you're doing at Forward Cities. This is also one of our co-founders of Hustle. So it's great to have you back on the stage. I remember the genesis of this program and look at where it is now. So excited to hear from you and all the things that you've got going on.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. It's a bit surreal being with you all, being a guest of Hustle, after a few years removed, but so excited for you all, and thank you for the invitation to come and participate. I cut my teeth in Winston-Salem in the field of entrepreneurial ecosystem building. I didn't even know what it was at the time. And in that work and my experience there, I began to understand that there were so many more dynamics above the even the entrepreneur level, but then there's the entrepreneurial support level, but then the ecosystem level. And that's when I started to realize that it's fractal. And so this idea of inequity exists at all three of those levels. And where I believed and where I found I could have my greatest impact is to work at the ecosystem level. And ecosystem level then across communities, because the inequities that I saw, I felt like that they were just in my hometown. I thought this town is jacked up. Honestly, it's the way I felt. I was like, there's something off and wrong about what's happening here. And I wanted it to be better. And I felt like that we were fighting an uphill battle. And so, I had the opportunity to be able to do this work on a national level. And I began to visit and see communities across the country and realize that, no, this is not about one place. This is not only systemic, but it doesn't matter what size of city. It doesn't matter, whether or not it's rural or it's a center city. This is pervasive, right? And so my work and the work that Forward Cities does is around how do we rise up to that level, and understanding that there's an entrepreneur level, there is an entrepreneurial support level, but thinking about the holistic system. And how can you equip the system to address inequities? And that is the work that Forward Cities does. So we work across the country in communities. We've worked in over 30 communities, across the country. And essentially what we do is we engage with entrepreneurial ecosystem builders that are at the grassroots level, that are already serving and trying to do the work essentially that I was trying to do in Winston-Salem, right? And feeling the same thing that I was feeling, which is this is freaking hard. I feel like that we're like uphill battle. I need support. I don't know how to do this. What do I do? And that's who we work with. We engage and contract or hire those folks. We do wraparound support and training for them to equip them to sort of do this work in community. And then we give them the resources and tools to do that. So we provide, we have a research and metrics team, which provides surveys and program evaluation. We have a marketing and storytelling team and communications team that helps them tell the stories in local community and emerge and sort of, share an brand identity for the community if needed. And then most importantly, we have community innovation team, which helps them do the work that I was attempting to do, which is how do you convene the players together? How do you get them on the same page? How do you get them to review the data and understand the needs and the barriers and the challenges of underrepresented entrepreneurs? And not only that, it's not just about understanding and about planning, but it's about doing something. And so often what I found in ecosystems is that groups of people, they'll have a council, they come together, they sit around in a room and they say, this is what my organization is doing. This is what my organization is doing. What are you doing? And they all sort of like then have a meal together and go home. And then nothing gets done. And so our work is about moving into action. How do we get these folks collaborating together and aligned and not overlapping and duplicating services? How do we make sure that they are collaboratively working together for shared funding, which makes a greater impact? And so that's the work that Forward Cities does. And we're excited also to be leaning into a new Black Wall Street Forward initiative.
Love it, which I want to hear more about in a moment.
We'll get to that.
So I want to give folks an opportunity to really hear more about some of the specific strategies and programs that you all are getting off the ground. So Dominic, I'm going to start with you because there's an interesting philosophy coming out of ACT House around guiding. Essentially, it's raising equity, taking none. That's the program that you all have developed. And I want to know what makes this important for advancing Black and Brown entrepreneurship.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this. So my background kind of provides a unique lens into the entrepreneurial ecosystem perspective. And a portion of that background is in urban and regional. And when you kind of talk about how multi-tiered and multi-layered these ecosystems are and how you have to begin to kind of address it from multiple different angles, that was something that was very important to us. And as one that started in co-living incubation, and I accelerator as well, one thing that we thought diligently about is like the breadth of what's happening in the ecosystem. How do we begin to support, but furthermore, how do we begin to accelerate the impact of these particular founders in order to come at the table with more skin in the game? When you're dealing with early stage pre-seed companies, there's not much from an evaluation standpoint besides product and the team that kind of give you a good landscape to begin to evaluate from. And so then when you start to look at the landscape of the family and friend round of, I think Kaufman produced a report where it showed roughly about anywhere from $5,000 to about $25,000 or $35,000 is really the average of what you see in most Black and Latinx communities when it comes to the family and friend round, comparably to their counterparts in predominantly white communities. That family and friend round extends from about 85,000 to 115,000, right?
Wow.
And so as we kind of saw, a lot of the philanthropic market, high net worth individuals wanted to tackle this problem a little bit more effectively, we thought about how can we begin to raise the value of the equity by taking that and being that family and friend round when it's the beautiful thing in that is we've been able to actually see great progress in that. We accepted 9 companies in our first cohort. Our program is 6 months, 3 months incubation, 3 months implementation for our accelerator. And by December 31st, which was the end of the accelerator for cohort 1, we had 2 companies already trigger their initial return of 70,000, right? So 2 companies trigger that. We'll have another company trigger by March 15th of triggering that $70,000 back. And I'm pretty sure roughly about 2 or 3 more are lined up kind of 4 to 5 months post-program, right?
So I want to make sure I'm following, Dominic. It sounds like you all invest in the companies by taking no equity, but primarily providing support services. And as that company starts to see growth and their valuation increases, then that's where you say, okay, now is an opportunity to start to think about pulling it.
For sure. It's definitely just off of a trigger of revenue and also the amount of capital that's been raised, right? And so because once they hit that certain trigger, then they're able to actually work out a plan to actually begin to reinvest that 70,000. And the reality is that 70,000 is now coming back to the cohort that's coming in. And so we raised a $5 million fund in order to do that. But what it also does is for us and also for the other growing venture markets that are actually taking place is that it provides them with more well-prepared Black and Latinx startups to actually fund, right, and invest in. And so we focus our efforts in that space, which is really exciting. And probably down the road, we've already kind of have it prepared. We're just wondering, should we press go or not, to just kind of raise a venture fund and really begin to accelerate that impact even more.
I love it.
But nonetheless, there's a lot of other ecosystem players that are participating in that work. For us, we want to make sure that the entrepreneur, the founder, the innovator is coming to the table, knowing how to negotiate, knowing how to really begin to understand unit economics, the value proposition, and begin to scale their business to the next level.
Excellent. Thank you.
Amen.
So, Faye, I want you to talk a little bit about the collaborative ways you've seen entrepreneur support organizations provide capital and market opportunities for Black and Brown founders.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And you know, one of the interesting things about the way we work is that Forward Cities, we never come into community and tell them what they should do. This is about, we work collaboratively with community, and so we employ surveys, and they tell us what the needs are. Often we hear that obviously capital is one of the needs that rises to the top, but we also often hear that there are other challenges, and so what we do is capital is not always what they want to prioritize. They may think that it's something else, but where we have led and where we tend to think about our capital work is how can we be innovative? Because it is not, for us, it's not about the ability to get more access to what already exists. Like, we know these things exist. For us, it's about how can we engage different partners in the community, in the councils we work in, to emerge new solutions. And so we engage them in a collaborative design process where they are able to share, hey, based on what the data is telling us around what entrepreneurs are saying they need or don't need related to capital, what can we either build on? Can we look at what's working across the country? Can we bring that here? Or if there's not something that fits the needs that we've identified, can we create and design something new that would address the needs, the specific needs of our community? Yes. We're going through this right now in Indianapolis, where we have the need was emerged. Number one, they need capital. And so we have a group of 15 organizations that we all asked to submit ideas. What could your community do together to help, increase equitable access to capital? We had, nearly 10 ideas submitted from that group and from Forward Cities based on our background and experience and work we've done in other communities. Today, they are voting on which of those ideas they want to move into design process, 1 or 2 ideas. And JP Morgan Chase has agreed to fund whatever idea emerges from this group. And what's exciting about that is we get to pilot something new, and this community gets to have ownership of this. It came from them. It belongs to them. It emerged. Black people, we have our solutions. We know. Black and brown people, we've been finding our own solutions for a long time. What we haven't had is funding. So this idea of being able to marry our ingenuity with funding support for this work is huge. And so that's one of the ways we were leaning into it and we're excited about.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I love the emphasis on identifying best practice. I love the idea of involving members of the community to really drive a solution that they could own and that they can run with. Sylvester, I want to go with you now because you have a really interesting philosophy around diversity and inclusion policies and how sometimes they can miss the mark when it comes to building an inclusive ecosystem for investing in Black and brown founders. Would you share just a little bit about that? And, what does that mean to you? And also, what are some alternatives that we need to consider?
Yeah, so there's a few things that I've found in my work. One, often when we're talking about underrepresented people, especially Black and Latinx people, it's talked about in the sense of, more of a problem to solve. We're not talking about people who have opportunity, people who have value to add. I'll sit in conversations with people in government, with people who are in corporations, and it's like this: if we just get these Black kids a job, then they're not creating problems for the city. We're not. It's not a matter of like, hey, these are people with real value. And we're often setting the bar at employment. In a lot of large cities, when you hear the dialogue and the conversation, anything that's related to the tech space, it's how do we push as many Black people into a certification program as we can to get them into jobs? Not how do we prepare them to be employers? How do we prepare them to start and build startups? So a lot of the work I do, a lot of what I'm talking about is how do we push back against that narrative. In the beginning of the history of our organization, we got a lot of pushback from funders because funders would say, well, not all of your kids are going to be CEOs or CTOs, and not all of your kids are going to start companies. And my response was always like, well, I'm a pretty practical person. And yes, you're absolutely right. Not all of our kids are going to do that. However, I set the bar at preparing them to be CEOs and CTOs. I set the bar at preparing them to be founders. So if I fail, what happens? My kids end up as VP of product somewhere or director of engineering somewhere. You set the bar at employment. So if you fail, your failure looks very different than my failure. We do the same thing when we talk about entrepreneurship. I can look across the city of Philadelphia where we're based. There are tons of programs targeting underrepresented people that all focus on small business. There's nothing that focuses on how do we prepare underrepresented people to start and build scalable, high growth companies, which to me is a missed opportunity. So we try to focus on those things. We try to focus on how do we work with people, how do we prepare people, how do we support people to go as far as absolutely possible without us being the thing that's limiting their potential, which so often is what happens.
Wow. When I tell you, I feel watered by the comments from all of you. I mean, just so empowered and inspired by the work that's happening within these ecosystems, within your organization. Faye and Dominic, both of you have assessments that you offer to ecosystems. Can you tell us about those?
Yeah, Mac, before we go there, I just want to touch on Sylvester's comment specifically. Faye said a lot of things. Sylvester said some great things as well. That comment around the bar, right? And where we're setting that bar, I think it's so important because I think the culmination of not only us, who are on this panel, but other ecosystem builders that are doing the work to create more inclusive ecosystems for Black, whites, Asians, and Malaysians, right? It's really around perception change of how we see Black and Latinx individuals within the Americas as value creators, as economy movers, as influencers. And I think the core of the work that we're doing is really touching and addressing that beyond measure. But I just wanted to say that first. Faye, you kick it to the assessment so then I'll kick back and go after. But I just wanted to make sure we really kind of put that out as a
plus
point.
one to it. Plus one. I think especially within a capitalist structure where Black and brown bodies have been exploited, as we've seen in the video, solely for our labor. So what you're saying, no, we are creators. We actually build economies. We build communities. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So this is a beautiful conversation. I'll begin by tagging on to that. This idea of we think about it from the standpoint of asset-based economic development. Like this is a business development. We are done with the deficit language and thinking about how can we speak to who our assets as we start there, right? We start with the assets. Yes, we acknowledge barriers, and the work that we do is about removing barriers, but the assets are unlimited, right? Once the barriers are removed, and that's the work that we do. Is that like we want to make sure that we can achieve our full potential, and there's nothing holding us back.
Yeah.
And when we think about forward cities, often we think about and talk about the fact that it's hard to change something that you can't measure. And you're not able to really understand where it sits. Because if you don't know where you're starting, it's really hard to chart a path to where you want to go. And so we've developed a few tools to do that. We have one of the tools that we use is called our E3 scorecard, and E3 stands for Equity for Every Entrepreneur. And this scorecard essentially is a tool for conversation and healing, and that sparks action. And so we've laid out these multiple elements that make for a healthy and equitable ecosystem. And they're in the categories of people, programs, networks, and narratives. And each of those has its own sort of subcategory and elements. But this idea of getting different people, both entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial support providers in a community, to take this assessment. We use Qualtrics to collect the data, or we can do it as a focus group in a large event where we'll get the data in real time. But it allows the ecosystem to see itself, for everyone to be able to see how this collective vision, collective understanding of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and gaps. And so if you think about, if they're able to all see it, then they can begin to have an authentic conversation about, here's where we are, here are the things here's where we're working well, and here are things, and here's the thing, it's one or the other. Either you're working well and our work can help you figure out, forces to help you figure out how to sort of triple the impact, exponentially increase the impact of what's working well. Or if there are things that are jacked up and not working, we will help you figure out how to remove that barrier and address it so that you can sort of begin to increase equity in your ecosystem. And we've now deployed this scorecard in over 10 communities across the country, and we're looking at more communities to join us. And it's a free tool. We make it available. If you're an ecosystem builder out there that wants to understand this and help your community understand this, you can go to our website and look at the scorecard, and we can help you get started on that journey, because that's the beginning. People who fund this work, they care about data. They will care about numbers and understanding and measurement. And so you can't go in there and say, hey, it's because it's right, because it's moral, because,
it does not work.
If that was going to work, it would have worked before now. It is not. And so we start with the data, and we help you tell the narrative of the numbers.
Yeah. To kind of piggyback in that space, as Faye kind of pointed out so eloquently in the beginning, ecosystems are layered, right? There's just like business, people, process, product. You have program, place, and people when it comes to innovation ecosystems. And so for our assessment, and just like in my years of looking at innovation ecosystems, working in the backgrounds of Chattanooga, Miami, Rochester, New York, Birmingham, we started to just think through like people. Faye made a comment earlier about oftentimes ESOs will sometimes meet around the room and just say, hey, we're doing this, we're doing that. And I was a part of that conversation. And, one moment was just like, okay, well, what are we doing to really understand the innovators that we're serving? And so when we thought about how could we do that, our team model, architects, creatives, and techies, we began to really test that over the past 4 years, from our accelerator to hackathons with Apple, John Deere, Thurgood Marshall College Fund. And to provide some just quick data on it, the very first year they actually put on that hackathon in 2016, roughly about 3-day sprint, all people developing platforms or apps on the iOS platform. 20 teams formed, only 2 out of 20 teams were developed prototypes. So we started to kind of examine the problem. We looked at, well, how do teams form? And CB Insights produced a very good report in 2017 around team formation being the top 3 reasons, or one of the top 3 reasons of the 20 reasons why entrepreneurs fail. We started to think through, okay, well, how can we deploy our ACT model and test it? And so we allowed everybody who was at the hackathon when they formed teams, you had to have an architect, you had to have a creative, you had to have a techie. And the architect is more the business mind, the creative is more the design mind, the techie is more the programmer within tech verticals and tech-enabled verticals. So they formed teams. You could have one of each, but you had to have one of each, but you could have 2 of each. But 16 out of 20 teams formed prototypes on the iOS platform that year in 2017. The year after that, 19 out of 20. And because we were just so kind of gully and greedy, we wanted to see if we can actually get to that 20 out of 20. And we did, which was very exciting. But now we have a psychological assessment that really begins to help us understand who's an architect, creative, or techie, the innovation mindset. So there's been a lot of conversation around the entrepreneurial mindset, but innovation ecosystems are not just within communities, they're within corporations, they're within other environments. And so our assessment really begins to help people understand what they gravitate to. Do they gravitate as an entrepreneur or an entrepreneur, right? And then last but not least, team fit, right? Like really looking at collaboration style, communication style, understanding compromise. And so we're in a pretty aggressive beta in that right now. It's been tracking extremely well. I'll actually just like share, Matt, you can share that link with everybody in the audience, but the end results are not necessarily connected to it, but our team will be more than happy to share your results with you. But it's one where if we can begin to address innovators on the ground floor, then the work that Faye, Sylvester, myself, other ecosystem players are doing can really be amplified. And oftentimes there's a lot of tools like out there from Myers-Briggs and strength finders that help, just everyday individuals and workers understand their kind of identity and where they kind of grow to. But for us, we wanted to help the innovators understand their innovation identity, but then also get them to the place of collaboration and team fit, because that's what matters more than anything. The dream can't work if the team's not working. And so you need the team to make the dream work, for sure.
What I love, if I could just connect a couple of dots here, is, we have Faye and the work at Forward Cities really working with those ecosystem players to look at what are we doing as an entire community? How do we prepare ourselves to welcome this innovation? What I love about the work you're doing, Dominic and Sylvester, is it's really on the individual level, right? How can we equip you with the capabilities? How can I give you the mindset that will really allow you to know how to mobilize resources, how you to really capitalize on your ideas, and then also ground them in community and solve problems and be innovative in the world. So I love the work and how it all fits together. So this is why this matters. And so I just want folks to understand, like, the people who we have on this panel right now are some incredible players really moving us forward. Sylvester, I want to come to you because you were recently named one of Forbes 50 champions for the amazing work that you're doing at Coded by Kids. But can you also share the vision that you have for One Philadelphia, which I think is a really interesting model, and how it plays a role in creating an inclusive ecosystem?
So this is an interesting conversation because I'm listening to Faye and loving everything that she's talking about, because in a lot of ways, One Philadelphia is that work. We found ourselves in a unique position as an organization because, while we are an education nonprofit, we've always straddled this line between education, startup space, and tech. So it put us in a different place than a lot of other nonprofits in our region. And we started to look at the ecosystem, especially as I started to move into now I'm going to be a fund manager. What do we need in the ecosystem for viable, scalable companies that are growing? And just started digging into why things aren't changing. Pew does a report every year for the city of Philadelphia, and it's the state of Philadelphia. And every year the poverty numbers never change, and people are asking why. We operate in Delaware that experiences some of the same problems, and in New Jersey it's experiencing some of the same problems. And we started to just go, level after level, what's happening here that's resulting in things not changing? Because if you look at a lot of these problems across the country, we are investing a lot of money into it. A part of the problem is we're investing money into symptoms of the problem. We're never actually addressing the roots of the problem. So we're doing this thing where it's almost like you're treating someone with cancer by giving them painkillers without ever treating the cancer. And that's what we do over and over. So we just kept going level after level, saying what needs to be fixed here to drive the change we want. And then let's go a level down, what needs to be fixed here to drive the change that we want. So we started pulling together partners across the ecosystem that honestly have nothing to do with tech or the startup space. We started reaching out to organizations and programs that do literacy education programs, because essentially what we said was, well, we can't build scalable startups if people are at a 6th grade reading level, or people are struggling with math comprehension. We started reaching out to college prep organizations saying, hey, if we work together with the intentional effort of building an innovation ecosystem, how can you support that? Because ultimately we want people going to college and higher education. So it was really, if we looked across the ecosystem and started pulling all of the pieces together, to start addressing the things that have prevented us from moving forward. What does it look like? And that's really what One Philadelphia is, and also recognizing an innovation ecosystem is more than innovation. At one point, one of our funders asked, why are you having conversations with people who are working around sustainable housing and food insecurity? And I was like, well, we can't have a sustainable innovation ecosystem if people are unsecure in terms of housing and people can't feed themselves and their children. This all has to work together, but no one ever thinks about these things working together, unfortunately, except for Faye. That's why I've been really excited listening to Faye talk. But that's what One Philadelphia is. And the idea was, if you look at cities like Philadelphia, because I talk about this in other cities, you don't have one city. The city looks very different depending on what you look like in the neighborhood that you live in. And at some point, to really reach the ideals that we say we have to build one city.
I love it. I love it. This idea of convening those important stakeholders to really drive that systemic change that we need. Dominic, were you about to build on that?
Yeah, no, I think Sylvester made a very good point, especially from a sustainable housing component. When we started the Act House and really began to look at, okay, how do you begin to help innovators on the ground floor? Like, housing is a crucial element to feeling secure in order to actually create and innovate, right? And so when people are worried about job security in order to actually bring in capital, in order to make sure that they're fine, right? When you start to think about the user experience of the innovator, you kind of put them in this position post-undergraduate, post-grad school, student loan debt. Do I have to get a job, or can I get into the creator economy? Well, if I get into the creator economy, how many 1099 contract positions can I actually begin to leverage in order to take care of the principal while I can begin to expand on the creative side? And that was the core thing from the beginning. Like, how do we address this from a place standpoint with Act House, and thinking about how can we begin to address innovators from a housing component and beginning to lower the rate of rent through co-living in order to actually provide them not only people to really begin to build and connect with, but also like financial incentives in order to actually help them with the key thing that matters most, which is like security. Like, it's a basic need, it's Maslow's, right? So if you don't begin to address it on that level, you're going to miss out. So like the things that Sylvester and Faye are speaking of in relationship to the multiple elements of housing policy and then sustainability and these other components, reading comprehension, it's critical, right? Because all that goes into accelerating that people want to see when it comes to the innovation ecosystems.
Absolutely.
Matt,
go ahead.
I just wanted to say one thing based on what Dominic was saying. It's interesting. I was talking to one of our funders at a large institution who said to me at one point, the most talented Black people all work here because none of them can afford to start their own thing. And that's what often happens. Our talent, because we're saddled with student loan debt, because, you need to be able to raise capital and support yourself and have secure housing. We don't have that security or that safety net to go out and build something. So our talent ends up getting siphoned off and going to work at institutions and organizations.
Wow.
And one resource to add to that for people who kind of need to see some of the fuller understanding of like what shapes communities, which then shapes innovation ecosystems. I remember reading this book before it really got hot, so I'm kind of happy about that, just as an urban planning nut. But The Color of Law by Richard Rothstein. Two things I love. One, I love that it was someone that didn't look like me that wrote this text, and then two, it was such a very objective measure of looking at where these things began to start from a housing policy component, and then how that began to shape the transfer of wealth and the lack of transfer of wealth for many denizens of the United States, right? And so it's a very important read to kind of just get a good global picture of how things shape up. But I just want to share that with the audience so you guys can check that out too.
Yes, foundational text. I was
Yeah.
talking with my pastor about that. I mean, that right there, it completely changes the game and just shifts your perspective. So I want to invite some questions from the audience. So I'll give some folks to start to populate our chat with some of your questions so that we can pose them to the panelists. But while we're waiting on folks to do that, I want to do a quick round robin. So literally kind of spitfire 1 minute responses if you can. What are some recommended strategies entrepreneurial support organizations and communities can adopt to create a more inclusive environment for investing? If you had to give them one strategy right now, what would it be? Dominic, you want to kick us off?
I'm leading with Faye. I'm going with Faye first.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so you had to start there. So I will say, y'all are too brilliant for me. Now I'm trying to say something that would resonate. But I would say deep listening is what comes to me. We're all very smart. We all understand this work. We know the strategy. Sometimes we can get caught up in that, and we can rely on our own lived experience and our own sort of expertise. But often what I find is that when you just slow down and stop trying to do and stop trying to create the thing, make the thing happen, and you just be still and listen. Entrepreneurial support organizations, even the ecosystem as a whole will tell you, they even sometimes if it's a whisper, will tell you what they need. And you have to slow down enough to recognize that, to hear it, to soak it in, and to honor that. Because even though there are patterns, even though there's systemic issues, people are still people. They need to be heard. They need to know that you are not seeing them as a number or a project or a potential solution, but as a human being. So, be an ecosystem whisperer is what I would say.
Yes.
Love it.
Yep.
Faye provided the theology and the philosophy, so I'll hit the pieces. And this was said earlier, like data, right? Like, and don't get caught up in the vanity metrics. Like, let's truly look at what is really happening up under the shell. I think that's just so important to understand the vibrancy and the health of the ecosystem. You have to understand the vibrancy and health of the people, and also the vibrancy and health of that company, right? So I think that's definitely key. And I would also say for ESOs, I find this often when I facilitated a group probably back in 2014, if I'm not mistaken. I asked them one question: out of the 14 organizations, how many of you all talk to entrepreneurs every month? And then I went to every week, and then I went to every day. If you are not talking to entrepreneurs on a consistent basis, innovators on a consistent basis, entrepreneurs on a consistent basis, like daily, and not just like, give me this data, but understanding what's going on with them, you're not serving your customer, right? Like, you have a customer as an ESO, it's that innovator, it's that entrepreneur. Like, do right by those people all the time.
Got it. Sylvester.
Yeah, I would say not treating the work like charity. Often anything that's in this space, people treat it like, it's a handout or it's charity instead of what it is, whether it's through actual capital, whether it's through programming, whether it's through support. We're investing in people who have a lot of talent. They have a lot of potential and a lot of value to add. To me, that's not charity. It's just a good economic decision. There's value in it, and that's the way it needs to be treated.
Love it.
So powerful. Here's another question. In your experience, you know what? I'm going to pause on this one. Have you all seen alternative funding from equity, such as debt, lending circles, CDFIs, work better for communities of color? And do you believe that ESO should work more toward these models, or sort of seeking some alternative solutions in terms of how we fund entrepreneurs of color?
Yeah, I'll tee up. I don't necessarily have specific examples, but I have some specific thinking around it. So Sylvester said something that's very important, like to the funder and the ESO that's actually doing the work. Like, you can't treat it like charity, right? Like, what's the value proposition? What's the model? Like, you should be looking at the capital as a way to just jumpstart what you're doing in order to make it sustainable, right? And that comes from the activities and the work. I do believe that those financial mechanisms that are out there all have particular requirements, and we've evaluated and looked at a lot of them. But understand that, if you're not speaking the unit economics of that capital stack and structure that you're going after, it's just not going to work. And so I don't fault the capital as much as I fault the programmatic or the intervention and the design of that intervention. That's probably not human centered at all, or not culturally centered towards the particular group that it's actually going after. And so those would just be my general thoughts on it.
I want to get some clarification. You said unit economics for that stack.
Yeah, capital stack. So like if you're looking at garnering money from a CDFI, right? There's particular requirements, there's particular process, there's particular data points that are needed and necessary in order for you to capture dollars, compared to a foundation that may not have the same process structure and I guess like process and structure to actually bring capital in those dollars in. And so just really understanding where you're gathering capital from is so important in order to understand if that relationship is what's needed for the intervention that you have to address hopefully the problem and not the symptom.
Yeah, I think to Dominic's point, and when I think about the question, usually I talk to people about it in terms of it depends on what you're trying to build and what you're trying to do. So some types of capital are more appropriate for some types of things. Sometimes we try to do like this, well, you can use this for whatever you're doing, but you can't. I think, it's important for founders, entrepreneurs to be clear about what it is they're trying to build. And then that will start to lay the path for, okay, based on what I'm trying to build, this is the capital that I need to access. So then this is what I need to do to prepare for that capital. Because each one, to Dominic's point, each one has its own requirements and things that you have to be able to show. So I think where I've often seen the bigger issue is people not really being clear on what it is they want to build, and then understanding what that means in terms of the capital they need to raise, or the type of capital.
Got it.
Yeah, I'll piggyback on the type of capital, because Forward Cities is doing something a little different. We're thinking about this from a holistic lens, and so not just financial capital. And so if you think about this idea that entrepreneurs, any business, it's about what money do you have coming in the door in terms of capital, what money and market opportunities, how much are you spending, right? And then that leads to what you got left for your profit, right? And so we're thinking about from an ecosystem perspective, what are ways that we can actually increase not only the capital that's coming in, but how as an ecosystem can you reduce expenses for a business so that they actually take more profit, and profit for the entrepreneur, not necessarily for investors, right? And so we think about holistic capital from the standpoint of the intellectual capital of the entrepreneur. What are they bringing to the table? Social capital from peers and for people who can make introductions to the right folks. We think about philanthropic capital feeding into the ecosystem, corporate capital for equitable procurement. We think about how can you also think about how you are reducing your expenses by sharing resources with other businesses, right? There are any number of ways that you can utilize a network to actually reduce costs and spending for a business in a way that allows them to take home more capital. And that is a holistic community solution for businesses that we call E3 Capital, that we think has a lot of potential. This is what Black Wall Street was built on. Like, and how do you also keep money circulating in Black and brown communities longer? By using other Black and brown businesses for your services as opposed to going outside. And so if we can get back to the tenets of Black Wall Street, I think we have a lot of potential to build on from a capital perspective.
Wow. Thank you all for sharing your perspective, your wisdom with us today. I want to bring us to a close and just ask if you all have any parting words for our participants in the summit today. I mean, you all have shared so many gems. And I mean, I feel like we could keep going and going and going. So I just want to quickly have you all just offer some closing remarks. What's the big takeaway for people today?
I'll go with what Hustle Winston-Salem just posted in the chat, and that is utilize a network. That's it. I think we have to get much more creative around how we tap into our networks. There is capital in the network.
Okay. Sylvester, Dominic.
Dominic, I thought you were going to jump out there. I'm going to
go for it. You got it.
I'm going to echo what Faye said. It's a conversation I have a lot. Like, you have to tap into your networks and use your networks, because that's probably going to be the biggest asset that you have.
All right.
Yeah, I definitely agree, 100%. And not to just to continue moving forward, but I think there's just a reality of if you're ESO, a founder, or an innovator out there, do the due diligence. Like, take the time to listen. And whether you listen through a conversation, listening to data, do that time, right? Furthermore, I was speaking to a founder and a group this morning around just don't be afraid to stumble, right? Like, as you're going after it, sometimes inaction is what prohibits us from actually seeing certain things done. And so we live by something that is internal to us, which is, hey, just don't think different, act different, right? And more that you can be to push forward the great action with the due diligence of the listening, taking that data, putting it together, and just not being scared to stumble and get 2% better each day. I promise you're gonna make gains in the work that you're doing. And use the network. The people like that are doing this work. All of us on this panel, we definitely reach out to others as well. And so just don't be afraid to do that. Sometimes closed really don't get fed. So seriously.
Love it. Thank you all. This was amazing. I don't know if the participants are feeling as inspired and empowered and refreshed by the work that you're doing as I am, but I can tell you that you all have really made a difference today. Like, this summit is infinitely better because you were here. And so thank you for the continued work that you do in the world and to really uplift our communities. So grateful for your time. I wish you the absolute best. Hustle will always be a resource for you and welcome you back. So with that, we're going to wrap up, folks, and bid our panelists adieu. Much love to you all. Look forward to connecting with you too.
And now, we all gonna have to work together now, because now we can put it out.
That's how this all that's the stuff about anyways. It's like, oh, okay, great. We've been meaning to connect for a while. Now we're on the panel together. So.
It's happening.
Indeed. Awesome. Thanks everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. So up next, folks, we have our breakout sessions coming up. These are going to be really powerful. So we have Terrell Turner returning for the F Word Part 2, Crafting Your Finance Story. So we often hear about the importance of telling your story in entrepreneurship, but have you mastered the art of telling your financial story? The other panel that we have is called The Color of Money. banks and corporations' role in investing. And so what is really powerful about that particular session is we have a representative from the second largest Black bank in America, right here in North Carolina, represented, who's going to offer some insights around the ways in which they are supporting entrepreneurship for Black and Brown communities. So I encourage you all to refresh, network, and prepare yourselves for an even greater conversation and access to resources that can really help move us all forward. So that will kick off. Let me check the time because I don't want to tell you. Those begin at 12:30. So you have some time now, so about 9 minutes for networking and connecting with each other. If you haven't hopped into the expo, do that. Our networking feature will actually allow you to pair up with the participant on a one-to-one basis so you can really have some engaging conversation with people. Don't forget to hit that extend button if you need to have more time. Otherwise, you'll get kicked out and it'll connect you with someone else. So see you all shortly. Take a stretch break, get some water, connect, and we look forward to seeing you at 12:30.
Welcome back to day 2. I hope that you guys have been enjoying the other sessions and have been enjoying some of the awesome speakers. I think there have definitely been a lot of great speakers that have stepped on the stages and have really provided a lot of context and a lot of great insight. And so what I will say about this session is there are a lot of different things that, that we can cover. There are a lot of different things to cover. And one of the things that I think we should really keep in mind is that, this session is really about providing you with the best insight possible. And I think the best way to do that, to provide you with that insight and to provide you with the tips and the ideas of the things that you need, is really for you to get engaged and to ask questions. Because I think if you're asking questions, then you are really going to get the things that matter to you. And especially when it comes down to telling your financial story. When you're telling your financial story, you definitely want to make sure that you make it your story. Because one of the things that I have realized when talking to so many different business owners is that they have spent a lot of time telling a story about a business. But then once you start to really dig in and you look at the details and you really look at the numbers behind their business, you start realizing your numbers are telling a completely different story than what you have been telling us in your presentations and in your conversations. So I always say is when it comes down to telling the financial story of your business, you want to make sure that it really is your story that you're telling, because a smart investor will be able to do some research and be able to understand, does your business really live up to the things that you have said in your presentations or the things that you have shared publicly or in private conversations? So you want to make sure that you're really internalizing that. And one way to do that, I think, is to really ask your questions. So as we go through this session, if there is something that you have a question about, ask that question. Now, one of the things that I'm going to do is we're going to revisit a little bit of the terms that we covered yesterday. So if you missed the presentation that I did yesterday, where we talked about some key financial terms that you want to make sure that you're aware of, I'm going to do a brief recap on that. And then what I really want to do is I want to go through a framework of how you can tell your story. And what you can do is you can take that framework and start thinking through your own business story. And I'm telling you that time and time again, I've used that framework and it has helped, my business. It has helped other businesses. I've used that same framework when I work with Fortune 500 companies, and that framework will help you. And then what I'm going to wrap it up is not only the framework, I'm going to walk through an actual example and explain how I would pitch my business and how I would use that framework to tell my own story. So For those of you that weren't able to tune in yesterday, my background is accounting and finance. I'm the founder of the TL Turner Group, which is an accounting and CFO firm. We support small businesses and medium-sized businesses with, the simple things like, bookkeeping, making sure that people understand their numbers. And then on the CFO side, we do a lot more strategic advanced work where we're working with business owners, helping them understand how do they communicate that information to other people. Like some of the things that we've done is working with clients that have looked to raise capital. Some of our clients have raised about $2 million in funding from third-party investors. And part of that was being able to craft their story and being able to communicate that to the person that they're talking to. Some of the other things that we do are digging into some of the details where there may be someone that has invested in a business already that then contacts us and says, hey, we'd like you to take a look at this. We want to understand, do the numbers line up with the information that they're telling us? And so then it's digging into the numbers and really figuring out what's going on and then providing them with the insight that they need. Now, outside of, I would say in the firm in 2021, our firm was recognized in the New York Times as there was an article that was done on top 100 Black-owned businesses across the U.S. that you would love. And our firm was the only accounting firm that was represented in that article by the New York Times. In 2021 was also named a 40 under 40 Black CPA, a award recognized among all the Black CPAs throughout the U.S. So a huge honor there with that award. And outside of that, one of the things that we realize is that, there's a certain level of capacity when you're running a service business. So we may not be able to take everyone on as a client. So one of the things that we do a lot of is we provide a lot of free content. There's some paid content as well through our media company called the Business Talk Library. My wife's background, she is a finance executive with a Fortune 500 company. We work in the business together, as well as having other partners in the business that we create a lot of great content where we talk about topics that we have learned from rooms that we have been in and things that other people should know to prepare them to be able to move to the next level. So we have a ton of podcasts, ton of YouTube shows. We create a lot of content, and I travel around and I do different speaking engagements. I mean, in the past 2 years, a lot of it's been virtual, but we also do some in-person speaking engagements and trainings. And because our passion is really about how do we help simplify accounting and finance and help business owners actually make sense of it. Now, one of the ways of doing that is being able to effectively tell your story. So as a recap from yesterday, here are the major terms that we went through yesterday. Now, the way that I would think about, the terms as it relates to investing, please understand there are a lot more terms that when it comes down to finances, and depending on the specific type of business, some of the terms may be more relevant than others to you. But what I really wanted to do is really point out these are some major terms that come up in conversations when you are talking about investments or bringing on investors. These are more than likely some very, very, very common terms you're going to hear. And the way that I think through this is, you're going to hear about these different roles or these different people, different categories there. You're going to also hear about different concepts. Now, these concepts are really going to come into play when investors are trying to think through the strategy. Like, is this investment, is giving you money, is putting money in your business, does it fit into their overall strategy? And the concepts are some of the things that they're going to look at on that. Now, the terms are going to be common terms that I think that you probably should have and speak to or either reference as you are telling your story. So this is information that you should be providing. And these common areas, and most of these are common financial metrics that you want to make sure that your presentation and that your communication to the potential investors it includes these items because people really need to understand these to really grasp, is your business a good investment for them or not? Now, one of the things that I said yesterday that I wanted to make sure that I came back to and talked a little bit more on was the concept of valuation. Now, what the term valuation means, it is, and I guess just some technical definition that may define it as, this is the hypothetical value of your business. So what this says is, if you sold your business today, if you sold 100% of your business, what is the likely price that you would get for your business? Is, in a simple term, that's what valuation is how much is your business worth? Now, when it comes to investing, a lot of times investors are thinking through this. Depending on how much money you ask for, they're kind of doing the math. For example, if you said, hey, I wanted to bring on an investor for $100,000 and they're going to get 50% of the business. So by simply doing the math, I know if $100,000 buys me 50% of your business, then the entire business is worth $200,000. And that's kind of how the valuation concept. So when someone asks you a question like, how much money are you looking for an investor to put into your business? Then the next question will be, okay, how much of your business are they going to own? Whereas if you came back and said, I want them to put $100,000 in and they're going to only own 10%, then your valuation of your business is really 100,000 divided by 10%. And so that's how you start to understand valuation. Now, one of the most common ways that you really see about this, or you hear about this, is if you've ever watched anything with stock markets where they say that something has a market cap of X, or this entire company is worth this, which they're taking all of the shares that are outstanding times whatever the current price is. So that's this concept of valuation. Now, the reason why that becomes important is because an investor that you are talking to, one of the things that they are trying to understand as they are listening to your presentation is your business really worth the value that you are putting on it? And they're trying to understand, can they follow the math in your numbers? And so the other concept that becomes very important is the multiple concept, and then on the terms, the EBITDA. So most people, the way they're going to calculate, if you're a small business, the way they're going to understand how much is your business worth is they're going to look and say EBITDA, which is your earnings before depreciation, interest, and taxes and amortization. So pretty much what you're trying to see is, okay, when I take what you sell, your revenue minus your direct costs and your operating costs, like what does your operating profit for your business look like? And then what they're going to do is they're going to take that number and multiply it by some type of factor. And whatever that math comes out to, so they'll say, let's say if your multiple is a 6, they'll take your operating profit, multiply it by 6, and in their mind, they are believing your business is only worth what this math equation tells me. And so as a business owner, when you are talking to investors, one of the things you want to keep in mind is mathematically, if they were to calculate what my business is worth, you want to make sure you understand that. Now, if you believe your business is worth more, then we need to make sure that you have certain things presented in your presentation to explain to them why you think your business is worth more. And one of the most common areas that, if you've ever seen the show Shark Tank, one of the things that trips up a ton of people who go on Shark Tank, and I've talked to several contestants that have gone on to Shark Tank. I've actually, in one of the podcasts that I host, I've had a couple of guests on my show that were on Shark Tank, and we talked about, what that experience was like. We talked about how their pitch went. And one of the things that they consistently told me is when they got to the financial section, that's when everything fell apart. Because they could not substantiate that part of their presentation, they lost the interest of all the sharks. And if you've ever seen the show, you usually see that's when people start to fall apart. And one of those areas where you'll see someone that says, we're looking for an investor to put $100,000 in, and they're going to get, 2%, some ridiculous number like that. The immediate thing after they say that, what you see all of the sharks doing is they're doing a little math on their sheet of paper and they're calculating. So if you're asking for 100,000 and I'm only going to get 2% of the business, they're backing into the math of saying, oh, you believe your business is worth X? Like, then the rest of the presentation, they are trying to understand, is this business really worth that? And so that's where they get into that discussion back and forth. Well, I'll give you the 100,000, but I want 20% or I want 30% of the business. All of that comes down to valuation and multiple. And if you are going to bring on investors, you want to make sure you understand how that math and those concepts work. So the next part I want to really dive into is when it comes down to telling your story. Before you are ready to tell your story, one of the key things that you have to be able to articulate to yourself. You may not necessarily have to articulate this to others, but you want to make sure that you can articulate this to yourself is, what is your goal? Like, what are you really trying to achieve? Because there are so many times that I come across different business owners that are trying to explain, or they're trying to pitch their business. And before they pitch their business, I'm asking them, what does success look like for you? So you're going to go pitch your business to this investor. What would a successful outcome look like? And most of the time, they don't really have an answer. And so I always say is, you want to make sure that you have clarity on what is your goal? What are you trying to achieve by having this conversation with this investor? Maybe it's you just want to get some insight. You want to get a third-party, unbiased perspective on what they think about your business. Maybe you just want to develop a relationship, or maybe you do want them to invest in your business. You want to make sure that you understand what your goal is before you start having that conversation. The other piece that I think a lot of people overlook, and this is probably, I would say entrepreneurs are probably the worst at this. It is understanding the investor's goal, because not all investors invest for the same reason. And if you are trying to present your business in a way that will attract the attention of an investor, I will definitely tell you, if you don't understand what their goal is or what's important to them, there is no way that, or maybe there's maybe by sheer luck, you might be able to say something that attracts their attention. But if you actually take the time to do a little bit of homework, and of course, depending on who the investor is, you may have access to a lot of information, or you may have access to limited information. But if you do some homework on the person that you are pitching to, what you will start to understand is what is important to them. And what you want to make sure you do is that you start, I guess you would say, adjusting or tweaking your presentation to make sure that when you have a conversation with them, you talk about the things that they appreciate, the things that they understand, or the things that they care about. For example, when it comes down to, pitching to an investor, if an investor really, their top priority is, I want to support social equity. I'm really looking for business owners that are in a market and that are Black and brown business owners. Now, if that is one of their highest priorities, then one of the things that you want to probably talk about is what is the impact that your business is having on the Black and brown community? How many people in your leadership fall into that category? Now, you'll still talk about all the other things in your business, but you don't want to lose sight of what is important to the audience that I'm communicating to. Because what ends up happening is a lot of people get excited about their business and what they think about their business, and then they just blurt out everything that's important to them, and they completely forget to think from the perspective of the person that I want to actually give me some money, like they're going to put their finances at risk for my idea. And so you want to make sure you're thinking through that. And as a quick rule, here's a quick short list of some of the most common types of goals that an investor would have. Some of those may be, an investor may be looking to do a flip. Now, what a flip means is the investor is looking to buy at one price, hold it for a period of time, and then resell the investment at a higher price. That's what we, in simple terms, that's what we would call a flip. And so with that, an investor is hoping that whatever I buy whatever I buy my ownership at today, that the value of your business is going to grow over time, and then I can resell it for a profit to someone else. Another one is social equity, where there are some investors who are very targeted to where they're saying like, hey, I want to invest in businesses in specific communities or businesses that are started by very specific social economic groups. Now, they still expect the business to be sound. And I always tell business owners and entrepreneurs that you're not just going to get investment because you're a Black and brown business. You still have to have a pretty sound business, because if a person's investing, for the most part, they're going to be able to kind of understand whether your business is really sound. And then there are some who invest for residual value. Typically, that's not the most common. And what residual cash flow and residual value means is that the business is so profitable that they're going to get a percent of the profits on a regular basis. For a lot of early stage and hyper growth companies, that's usually not the case. Usually they're looking at it from the perspective of the flip. And then there are other cases where the investor wants to invest in the business for the sake of product synergy, meaning you created a product that is very similar to or compatible with another product that they own. So they're looking at ways of how do you get synergies from owning a part of your business, of combining the products or the services. So now there are other motivators why an investor would invest, but these are some common ones. So now to the core of why you guys showed up is being able to tell the story. Now, one of the ways that I think about it is that we are very, very familiar with telling stories. And I would say, Mary, I haven't forgotten about your question about a book recommendation. I will definitely come back to that one. But when it comes down to telling a story, the thing that we have to think through is that we are very, very familiar with hearing stories. Now, as people, we are constantly inundated with stories. If you think about your favorite movie, or if you think about your favorite book, most of the time it is something about that story that you connect with. So when you are telling the financial story of your business, you almost kind of want to think about your favorite movie. And if you really break it down, you'll start to understand that, you know what, the plot is really kind of what tends to attract you. Now, if you think about a movie that you've seen that you really like, where let's say you saw the preview for the movie, typically in that very, very short preview, the goal is to give you an idea of the plot of the movie and introduce you to a few of the main characters to attract your attention enough to want to come and invest the time to see the entire movie. Now, when it comes down to telling your financial story, what I always tell people is think of it kind of like most of the time it's going to be about the length of a little longer than a movie preview. And there are some key things that you want to make sure that you cover and that you touch on, that you attract enough interest from the right investors to be able to then have a further, more detailed conversation about whether they are going to invest or not. Now, the first part about it is when you think about a story, is this going to be what is the main point? So when you think about your business and you're talking about your business, a lot of times people just jump in and they talk about their product and how cool their product is, how great their product is. I'm going to be straightforward with you. No one really cares. What they really care about is what problem is your product solving and who are the customers that have that problem. Because you can have a very, very great product, But if your product doesn't really solve a problem that matters to paying customers, then you really don't have that impressive of a business. You may have a very, very, very sophisticated product, but what really matters is, does your product solve a problem that is relevant to paying customers? The next part about your story is you really want to understand, okay, how big is the problem that you are solving? Like, how big is this scenario and this issue and this thing that has come up? Because this one, in the business sense, it translates into what is the market size of the potential customers that you are actually targeting. Now, when you think about the market size, you really want to kind of understand, like, how many people actually have this problem. Now, one of the ways that a lot of people tend to get this confused is they tend to just think about, how many people are related to this. And one of the obvious, I would say probably most obvious, is when I talk to entrepreneurs in the automotive and transportation space. Whereas a lot of entrepreneurs will create this product that is relevant for passenger automobiles, and they'll say, well, there are X number of drivers in the country, so our market size is X. Now, if you're a sophisticated investor, you're probably realizing that, okay, there may be, let's say, make up a number, 120,000 drivers in the country, but not all of them really want your product. So what I really want to understand are, what is the market size of the people who are most likely, or who are likely, or even remote likely, to actually buy your product? Because that tells me how big this problem really is that you are trying to solve. The next piece of it is you really want to understand, it's just kind of like, what does the path to success look like? Now, one of the things that I tell people is that when it comes down to watching a movie, the part about the movie that becomes the most exciting is the story that happens in the middle. So you get an idea of, at the beginning, the introduction that happens, you get some context about what's going on. And then there's all of this stuff that happens in the middle. There are, opportunities, challenges. There are different decisions that need to be made. There are different things that you need to work around. That is the part of your story that you want to make sure that you can help your potential investors understand. I told you the main point, the problem that we are solving for paying customers. I've told you how many customers, or an estimate of how many customers have this problem that we could potentially sell our product to. Now, in the path of success is, these are the things that we are going to do to be able to actually solve this problem for customers. Now, how you go to execute has a very, very, very big impact on whether or not that investor is going to have confidence in putting money in your business. And if we go back to yesterday, we talked about the definition of an investor is someone who is willing to take their own money or money that they are responsible for managing, and they're willing to put that money at risk because they believe in your business and they believe in your ability to actually execute to achieve a goal that they care about. So if you are going to be able to communicate to an investor, hey, not only do we have a solution that customers are willing to buy, the market size is big enough, and we actually have a plan and a path to be able to achieve that. And that's where you really start to reel in an investor's confidence level. Then the thing of every movie that we all have seen, and you've probably seen a movie before where the movie just kind of ends. There's really no resolution to it. And you always kind of walk away from movies like that and you say, you know what? There was something missing about that. And that becomes a common thing with a lot of people who are pitching their financial story and telling the story of their business, is what they forget to do is they forget to either give people a update of, hey, here's where we currently are in the business. Or they forget to paint a picture of what success will look like. Again, this kind of ties back to when we talked about before you pitch the story of your business, you want to make sure you understand what is your goal. What's your goal of the pitch? And what is your goal for the overall business? And one of the things that you want to make sure that you paint for an investor is you want to be able to help them understand, hey, when we achieve the thing that we are trying to do, here's what that will look like. Now, this is an area where I do think going back to some of the financial terms and some of the financial metrics, this is where you're probably going to see a lot of that come in more. Because one example may be is as you're talking about, your business, you're talking about the growth, the success of your business is, our plan is to achieve X amount of dollars in revenue by, year number 3 of being in business. Because what that does is it gives the investor a lot more comfort in knowing that you are actually intelligently thinking about your business. Whereas a lot of people from different presentations that I've heard, the way they usually wrap this up is, we're going to be the number 1 business in such and such industry. And one of the very first questions that comes to mind for an investor is, well, what does number 1 look like? Like, I don't really know what that means. And if you don't paint the picture, what tends to happen is the investor is going to paint their own picture. And that's one of the worst things that you can have. Because I remember when I was working for a Fortune 500 company, and it was a company that was doing, north of 14 billion in annual revenue. And there were some conversations that we were having with some of the analysts. And it was during a time where the company had just fired their last CEO, and they were bringing in an interim CEO. And I remember being in a conversation with that CEO. And one of the things that he pointed out to me, he said, from his experience of working with Wall Street analysts, one of the biggest shortcomings that a lot of CEOs have is they'll talk about all these great ideas, all these great things they want to do with the business, but they don't take the time to actually help investors understand this is what success looks like. Because if you don't paint that picture for them, they're going to create their own picture. And when they create their own picture, more than likely, you're going to be in kind of a losing battle, because now you're trying to hit a target that you probably don't even know exists. And so when it comes down to communicating with your investors, what you want to make sure that you do is you paint the picture of how great this business is, what the opportunity looks like. You paint the picture of the potential challenges, but then you also want to make sure that you come back and you tell them, hey, when we work through these challenges and we pursue these opportunities, here's what the outcome is going to look like. Or, hey, here's what the outcome currently looks like. And that way it gives it allows you and the investor to be on the same page. Because one of the things that you will realize is as you start to bring on investors, going back to some of the terms we talked about yesterday of with board members and oversight, whereas a lot of times when you bring on an investor, they're going to want either regular updates or maybe they're going to want a seat on your board of directors. And what your board of directors are there for is they are there to provide advice, and they are there to provide insight and oversight to the senior executives. So if you're the founder of a business and you have a board, your board is there to understand, hey, what's going on, and have strategic conversations with you. Now, when you are bringing on investors, sometimes that board structure is formal, sometimes it's informal. But if you bring on investors, they are going to want some type of updates on a regular basis for you. And what you don't want to do is you don't want to make that a bad relationship, because they expect you to be doing X and you are actually aiming to do Y. Because what that eventually does is it creates a very contentious relationship between you and your investors. And one of the things that you don't want is you don't want to create a contentious relationship, because depending on how much of your business they own, then you see stories where, a founder who started a business ends up getting voted off as the CEO, or there starts to be tension in the business, or the business stops growing because there just isn't congruency in that structure. So one of the things that you want to make sure that you're doing is that you're being very clear about, hey, this is what success looks like for the business. Now, the truth is, when you lay that out, the idea is you are trying to find an investor that actually resonates with your story. Because where you do have to be very mindful and of not falling into the trap of trying to just get every investor you possibly can because you love the idea and that you're taking money from everyone. I always tell every entrepreneur, every business owner, all of the ones that I work with is, when you are thinking about, bringing on investors in your business, you want to make sure that this is the right investor that you want to bring into your business. Going back to the goals, when you understand what your goal is for your business and you understand what their goal is for their investment strategy, then you can see, does this really align? Because there have been some situations where there have been some business owners who have come to me and said, hey, I have this other business owner, this person who wants to invest $500,000 in my business. It will allow me to do this. It will allow me to do this and this and this. And after doing some due diligence and some homework and having a conversation with that potential investor, I came back to that business owner and said, I don't think you should take their money. And part of that came down to really understanding, I knew what the business owner wanted to do with their business. And then after talking to the potential investor, what their goal and their agenda was completely incompatible with what the business owner wanted to do. So although there was some interest of an investor wanting to put money into their business, if we went back to the investor story and I said, hey, let's go back to how you told the story of your business, the problem that you solve, the problem that you care about as the business owner, and we talked about what your picture of success looked like. When I compared their picture of success to what the investor had in mind as the picture of success, I said, this is not compatible. If you did take their money, then this is going to be a very contentious, uncomfortable relationship. And I doubt that you will be able to actually execute to grow the business. So you want to make sure that you are keeping that in mind. Now, something else I wanted to also go back to is I want to go back to when we talked about the market size. Now, for a lot of businesses that are looking to get investment, one of the things that I see them get tripped up a lot on is that they start to think of their market size in very broad terms. And what ends up happening is that they don't really get specific enough. So they start creating unrealistic expectations in the minds of investors. For example, if we create an application that allows people to manage the scheduled maintenance for their vehicles, and let's say if we create that application and we say, there are 100 million vehicles in the country, that's our market size. Well, you really have to take a step back and ask yourself, okay, all right, how many of those drivers actually take their car to get maintenance on a regular basis? Well, that's probably not 100 million people. That's probably some smaller number. And then you also have to ask yourself a question of, okay, all right, how many of those people, what percentage of those people actually utilize technology for things like this? Then that number gets a little bit smaller. Now, what that starts to do is it starts to give you a sober perspective of what does your market size really look like? Because if you brought on, and let's say you attracted the attention of an investor and they believe your market in people, but your real market size is something like maybe 30 million people, they are expecting you to grow faster than you probably ever will grow, which is just going to create problems for you on the back end when it comes down to how you run and execute in your business. So you want to make sure that, like I said, you are defining what you believe the picture looks like for your business. Because again, when it comes down to telling the story of your business and it comes down to pitching the financial story that you are telling about your business, you are the author of that story. Now, yes, you will have to take into account some things in reality, like, you know, the price of your product, the market constraints that you have, and also the size of your market. You do have to take those things into consideration. But at the same time, you want to make sure that you are thinking about your story from the context of, hey, I am now painting a picture of what my business looks like, and now what my business could look like, and what I think the business is going to look like 2, 3, 5, 10 years from now. You are the artist that is painting that picture. And what you want to make sure that you are painting that picture in a way that speaks to your core objectives and a way that speaks to what that investor may value. So I want to go through an example of this. So I'll use a real example of my business where I filled in some of the things about my business. As I said, I run a accounting and finance firm, the TL Turner Group, and we provide bookkeeping and CFO services for law firms is one of the big segments that we target. So if I wanted to say, what's the main point? The main point is that law firms often struggle to grow their business and to become more profitable because they just don't understand the financial side of their business. And our business is we provide understanding, we help them figure that out, and we provide the financial support they need to get a better understanding of that part of their business. That is the main point of what we do. I didn't really talk about, you know, all the technical stuff that we do. I talked about the problem that we solve. I talked about who has the problem. And then I just reiterated, we can solve that problem. Now, next, you want to understand, okay, how big is this problem? Well, currently, there are 441,000 law firms in the US. But in doing further research, about 54% of them express that they feel pretty comfortable in understanding the financial side of their business. So what that tells me is the other 46 is my real market size. Because yes, we may pick up some clients that feel like they understand it, but my real target is going to be the 46% that do not feel comfortable that they understand their financial side of their business. And then when I talk about, okay, what's the process? How is that journey going to look? Well, the way that journey is going to look is we provide multi-tier, we provide different service packages to meet the needs of different types of accountants. We also provide custom reporting that we can sell as well to our target market. That is the process. That is what we are going to do in the execution stage. Now, what the resolution looks like for me, because I'm already in business, I can give a little bit of a status update and I can tell you how the journey's going. So what I will say is that so far, we're currently working with about 30 different law firms. We have a historical trend of onboarding 2 new law firms every month at about a average annual revenue, average recurring revenue, meaning this revenue is long-term contracts, meaning it's going to come in every year at about $18,000 per new client. And our net profit margin is about 22%. Based on this short pitch or this short story, you now understand, if you are an investor, you would understand all of the major things about my business enough for you to decide, is this interesting enough for me to want to know more? Is this interesting enough for me to want to dig in a little bit more? And the truth of the matter is, it didn't take me very long to explain all of this. Now, of course, if I wasn't actually, trying to talk you through the example, I probably would have got through these four elements much faster. But the idea is that when you're talking to potential investors, what you want to make sure, like I said, that you are able to do is paint the picture of your business, give them the main point, tell them how big the problem is. You also want to look and understand, hey, what is that journey? What is that process? How are you going to go about solving this problem? And then the last thing is, you want to make sure that you give them some type of resolution and paint for them how the solution or how the success is really going to look. Now, I appreciate you guys for coming back for a second session and telling your financial story. As I said, I am constantly doing different shows. We create different content, and do want to say thank you so much for tuning into this session, and enjoy the rest of the sessions for this conference. There's some awesome speakers that are coming up. There are, a ton of great things for you to learn and continue moving down your journey. And this has been Telling Your Story. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our next session today, titled The Color of Money, Banks and Corporations' Role in Investing. I am Travis Rouse, and I am a Senior Vice President, Chief Sales and Lending Officer for M&F Bank, and I'm happy to be presenting to you today, and happy to be a part of this program. First, I'm going to give you a little history about our company and kind of our existence here in North Carolina, but also just kind of share some exciting things that are happening within our company in 2022. First of all, excuse me, our company was founded at the turn of the century of the turn of the 20th century. And at that time, African Americans had few opportunities to finance homes, to few options of getting loans for businesses, and few places to safely deposit their money. And this gave rise to a company like Mechanics and Farmers Bank, where 9 pioneering and very courageous businessmen representing several trades across the spectrum, to include brick builders, brick masons, doctors, barbers. There were 9 businessmen who had the idea of creating a safe place for Blacks to deposit their money and find loans to help fund and empower the dreams that these people that individuals had back then. So in 1907, Mechanics and Farmers Bank was chartered, and we opened our doors for business in 1908. And we're happy to say that we've never closed those doors, even through the Great Depression. And specifically in the Winston-Salem market, our bank was opened in 1981. Now, for well over 100 years, this year 115 years, the bank is still stable. The bank is still independent, and we're firmly committed to supporting the dreams of everyone in our community. And I specifically say dreams because, as I mentioned earlier, we are about, and that's part of our mission, empowering the dreams of our customers and prospects in the markets that we serve. And the proof can be seen all around you in the businesses, the churches, the universities that have operated for decades, due in part to our unwavering support, as well as the entrepreneurs who we've helped set up shop. And in some cases, that young couple who's settled into their first home. We are very eager about getting into 2022 and really working very hard to kind of to empower dreams of our customer base. We're happy about our progress, and we're happy about the partnerships that we've created in the markets that we serve. And to all of those who are customers, I appreciate. I want to take the opportunity and say thank you for being customers of our bank. And if you're not a customer of the bank, please go see our Winston-Salem office. Karen Polite, Rochelle McBroom, Corey McCann, Laquita McIntyre, Evelyn Akery, all great teammates and all ready to take great care of you as a customer. A little bit more about our bank. We operate in 5 markets in North Carolina. We obviously have a branch in Winston-Salem. We also have one in Greensboro. We have a branch in Charlotte. We're headquartered in Durham. So we have 2 branches in Durham, and we have 2 branches in Raleigh. And so we are again very excited about the prospects for business in North Carolina, and look forward to to moving forward in 2022. Now, one of the things that I want to switch gears a bit and just kind of talk about, one of the things that plagues Black banks. We're talking about the color of money. There are 18 Black banks left. When I got in banking back in 1990, there were 56 Black banks in existence. That number has dwindled down to 18. But I'll tell you one thing: M&F Bank, Mechanics and Farmers Bank, is working very hard to make sure we stay in business, and we stay that mainstay that can help businesses and individuals empower their dreams. And so, to that end, some of you may have heard about an announcement that M&F Bank was receiving capital from the U.S. Treasury, $76 million to be exact, from the U.S. Treasury. That is true. We certainly don't have the money yet, but we have been awarded approximately $76 million to help us do the things that we want to do in the markets that we serve. And certainly the Winston-Salem market and other markets will benefit from that investment of capital. But I want to share with you a little bit about our journey in getting that money, and then also give you a snapshot of where this money may take the bank. I'll rewind to back to June, July, August of 2021. We got word that we were going to have the opportunity to apply for this capital. It was a very long and involved process. I led the project for the bank, but it was a very, very document heavy process. We had to submit a lot of financial information on the bank. We had to submit some initial plans about what, if we got this much money, what would we do with it. Now, we applied for more than 76 million, but we were only awarded 76 million. But I'll take it, and we're going to do good things with it. But as I said, we spent a lot of time submitting that application and really kind of thinking through what would this actually mean for our company. So, what would it mean for our company if we were to bring in 76 million in new capital? Well, the first thing it would do, it would give us the opportunity to do more lending, which is where that's kind of the essence of a bank. We take in deposits, and we in turn recycle those deposits within the markets that we serve in the form of loans to empower those dreams that our borrowers have, whether it's home ownership, owning businesses. We've spent a lot more time in the commercial space, financing small businesses, and we play very well in that space. So we're excited in terms of what this capital will help us do. But it will first and foremost help us lend more money, but it will also help us grow as a company. I mean, we feel like with bringing in this much in new capital, we'll be able to grow the size of the bank to $500 to $750 million. We're currently roughly $380 million. With this new influx of capital, it will raise our lending ability. It will increase our lending limits within the bank, and it will really allow us to grow the bank in a meaningful way. And so we are very, very excited about that. In the ESIP, in this capital application, one of the things that we had to address is what type of lending. If you got this money, what type of money, what type of lending would you do? And so we see where we fit in that space is lending in a couple of key areas. One is we see the bulk of the funds going to financing, minority businesses, Black-owned businesses, and so we see the majority. We see probably 50 to 60% of our lending activity as a result of this program will be around financing small to medium-sized businesses. So we are going to be very intentional about finding ways to lend to Black-owned businesses in the state of North Carolina. That's what we do now. We do that now. We go to sleep thinking about that today, and we wake up in the morning looking for ways to do that. And we will, in earnest, do even more of that over the next several years. We submitted a 10-year lending plan as a part of this program, and we plan on executing on that plan to lend more money to Black-owned businesses across the markets that we serve. The Winston-Salem market will be a benefactor of those loans. The second place that we think we'll spend some money, we want to do more in the way of affordable housing, financing affordable housing, making affordable housing available. We don't do residential mortgages now, but we know that that's going to be something that we enter back into in 2022. We're going to find affordable housing projects that we can participate in our markets that make sense for our bank from a location and the metrics of the project. We're going to make sure that we find those and in earnest figure out how to get those done, or partner with organizations, whether it be nonprofits, CDFIs, to help get those done. But we want to make sure that that type of deep impact lending is done in all of the markets that we serve. And so we're excited about that. The last place that we will focus is in the area of consumer lending. And I mentioned before, adding residential mortgage to our complement. We used to do them years ago. We stopped there's some regulatory things that just caused us not to choose to keep up with residential mortgage. We're going to enter into that business again in 2022. It'll be the latter part of 2022. But we know that being in that business, you have to do it right. And so we don't want to get back into that business to where we can see we have the capital, we have the funds to make sure that we will be able to get into that business and do it right. So we're happy about that. We're very happy about that. So that kind of gives you a kind of a snapshot of where we'll focus some of that money from a lending perspective. Some of the other things that we'll be able to do, we'll be able to we'll be able to expand our workforce. If we want to do more in the way of affordable housing, we're going to have to hire those resources that we may not have in the bank now. And affordable housing is something we've done a little bit of before, but we want to be in a place to do a whole lot more of that. So we're going to need to bring in some resources from a community development perspective that will help us do that. We want to add, we'll add an SBA, we'll add some SBA resources and really build up our SBA team so that we can do a lot more in the way of putting capital in the hands of business owners. Because one of the important things for our bank is helping reduce the wealth gap. And we feel that there are some key areas where you do that. One, I talked about getting into mortgages. Home ownership is one place. Entrepreneurship, owning businesses and growing that business is another great way of creating wealth and improving wealth, and financing small business owners and helping them grow wealth through business ownership is going to be a very primary way for us to help reduce the wealth gap. So we're very excited about that. And then lastly, we are going to work very hard to partner with CDFIs and nonprofits around the state. We're going to look at areas that we're not doing business in now and see what areas make sense for us to expand to. Are there CDFIs in other markets that we need to be involved with, engage in doing this important work? So all of those things are on the table for us as we think about what we're going to do on a go-forward basis. So, that's with that. I think, I think I've given you some indication as to kind of where the bank is right now, and where we plan on going as a company as we move forward to grow our bank and to deploy those funds from a lending perspective.
Hey, how you doing, Travis?
Good.
All right. So thank you for your great presentation. I just wanted to kind of tap in with you guys to see that we had a couple of questions.
Happy to entertain questions. Yep.
Right. So for everyone who is was watching, if you have any questions for Travis in regards to M&F Bank and in terms of like their interaction with the community, please drop it either in the chat or in the Q&A section. All right, so I'm just gonna pull up the first one here.
Okay.
All right, from Joy Williams. Well, she said, just to add, Truist. Okay, so she said Truist provides themselves on being able to access online accounting, banking easily, deposits, online bill pay. Would M&F Bank be able to compete on that technological banking level with a $76 million investment?
Well, I think much of what I see there, online accounting, banking, deposits online, bill pay, we do all of that now. With outside of everything but the online accounting, I'm not sure what that is, but online banking, using our mobile app, our bill pay, using our remote deposit feature, all of those things are in place now. And to Ms. Williams' question, yes, we will use this investment to enhance and make those things even better and even stronger, so that our customers won't have to think about other places to get those things. We want them to get those things from us.
Great. All right, great. Sorry. So the next one. So we do understand that M&F Bank is the second oldest African American owned bank in the United States.
Yes.
Right. But do you mind just sharing some of kind of like the triumphs and the different barriers that M&F Bank has had to overcome over the years, right? In terms of that puts you guys in this position that really champions the community.
Sure. Well, I think one of the things that has been good for us we've had great leadership. And you will recall back in 2007, 2008, there was a recession, and the leaders at this bank did a great job of managing through that period of time. There are many banks that failed. M&F was not one of them. We prevailed and we thrived through that period. We cleaned up our balance sheet. We disposed of those assets that we needed to, and we did what we needed to do to take care of our people who helped us through that period of time. And we are absolutely on the other side and the positive side of what was a very difficult time for us. And in that time, our capital went down. That is correct. We had some loans that went bad, and those get charged against your capital. But this capital and other investments that other some of the larger banks have made in our company will help bolster M&F Bank and create the longevity that we're looking for in the future. So what that all has helped us to do is become more profitable. We have increased our lending over the last 5 years. Our loan balances have grown. I joined the bank. The loan balance was around 146 million. It's somewhere in the 230. We're trying to get it to 240. So we've gone up almost $90 million in the 5 years I've been here at the bank. And so we have been, and that's not me. That is a group of employees. Like the folks, the great folks there in Winston-Salem and the other markets that we serve, all those folks rowing in the same direction, working very hard to put new business on the books and helping business owners like many of you and individuals like many of you empower their dreams to move forward.
Awesome. And there was a follow-up, in terms of, was there anything that you guys, may have seen within the investment space in particular? So is there anything that you may have recognized over or you've seen during your tenure at M&F Bank?
Investment space. Help me kind of unpack that a little bit. What do you mean?
So, when talking about the general barriers that M&F had to overcome over the course of its history, I guess, is there anything, to kind of like narrow it down? Because I guess we're talking more in general. Was there anything more in particular that may have stand out in the investment space? So investing in, in terms of like loans or things of that nature to Black-owned businesses?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things that we have done and we will continue to do is just that. We specifically made it a point to focus on our targeted population and find ways to put capital in the hands of those businesses. It's one of the reasons why we in 2017 why we made a concerted effort to be an SBA lender. We were approved to be an SBA lender 30 years ago. We really hadn't done very many loans, and so one of the things I was charged with in when I joined the bank was I had to figure out how to do a whole lot more SBA loans than we had done previously, and we've done that. We have our SBA portfolio is somewhere in the $30 to $40 million range. It is a good, well-performing portfolio, and I would venture a guess of probably 70% of those loans are to Black business owners, and so we are happy that we did that, and we are ready to do even more as we move into the future.
That's awesome. All right, so we do have a few more questions. If
okay,
still
great.
So the next question is from Misha McDaniel, and Misha, please correct me if I'm enunciating your name incorrectly. But her question is, how does M&F evaluate loan applications from entrepreneurs with businesses that have non-traditional profit models and or not yet profitable?
Well, I will say the startup business is tough for us. It is tough for us because we do prefer the more seasoned business with 2 to 3 to 5 years of experience in operation. I think the thing that we've put in place to kind of help us is we use before we started using SBA in a meaningful way, we used to not go down that road. So we would not look at some of those loan requests. We now can use SBA and other programs to help some newer stage businesses or some businesses with some of the I guess the non-traditional income streams. I think the thing that I need to be very clear about is we want a business to show that they have the cash flow to pay us back. We never want to make a loan to somebody so that we end up taking their collateral. So we want to make sure that the loan is whether it's a non-traditional profit model or a traditional, revenue minus expenses equal net income profit model. We have to be able to show that there is cash flow to repay our debt. And so we will ask a lot of questions. We will dig into what the actual situation is. One of the things that we teach our bankers is we want our bankers to meet borrowers where they are, regardless of their circumstance. Explain to us how you make money. And we want to use your explanation and be able to document that explanation so that we can make the loan for you. But we have to get into that. And we have to kind of go deeper than what's on paper.
Understood. All right. So the next question is from Evelyn Brown. She asks, "Does M&F Bank do any commercial mortgages?"
We absolutely do. That has been our primary focus in my tenure with the bank, and before that, we look at ourselves as a commercial banking focused bank, and commercial mortgages are our bread and butter. Absolutely.
All right, awesome. All right, so this next question was submitted anonymously.
Okay.
All right, and the question is, what are you doing to attract the next upcoming Black generation to the M&F Bank, versus the normal white lead banks that our community are members of?
We are doing things to specifically market to the upcoming Black generation, to millennials and to younger customers. We have a seasoned customer base, and we understand that we want the young Black customer who is looking to grow, with a bank like ours. We have increased our social media presence to engage with that segment in a more meaningful way. We understand that financial education and financial literacy, when we're out speaking to different groups, we hear that question a lot about give us some financial education, give us financial literacy. So we in earnest make it a point to be very intentional about in our branches and with our bankers being very intentional about financial literacy and financial education. In our outreach, we're very intentional about taking the bank to various organizations to speak to speak about the virtues of why it's good to maintain credit, why it's good to have a budget, those kinds of things. And then lastly, we've created new vehicles in an online space on our website. We've created smart money habits to impart more knowledge and skills for the younger generation that may not have had financial education growing up. And in smart money habits, individuals are able to create a curriculum around the things that they want to learn more about. And then the final thing is we've created a partnership with Harvard Business Publishing, which will focus specifically on helping business owners start businesses, give them more education around financing businesses and that kind of thing. And so we heard this segment speak loud and clear. If you want to do business with us, you've got to give us more technology, as Ms. Williams so appropriately asked about earlier. But also we've heard you've got to give us more information, more relevant financial literacy, more relevant financial education. And we worked very hard to do that in the last 45 years.
Great. That's great. That's great. So Misha McDaniel had a follow-up,
okay,
right? And basically she was interested in learning whether if M&F Bank participates in any referral programs. So where if you have any lending institutions that you may direct denied loan applicants, that they may be suitable for maybe some other bank products.
Potentially, we have partnerships with. We've sent loans to Carolina Small Business, which has offices in Raleigh and in Charlotte, but they can lend all over the state. We have partnerships with other organizations that, and our individual bankers have people that they know at various institutions where if we're not able to do it, then absolutely. We can direct individuals to other banks, other nonprofits, other CDFIs to get loans done. Absolutely.
Awesome. So I have something that's more of a think piece of sorts, right?
Okay.
If you'd be willing to entertain it. All right.
Okay.
And,
I'll do my best.
All right. So I'm just gonna read it to you. I'm gonna take some pauses and stuff like that, but just let me know. Okay. So over the last year or so, tech companies have become more aggressive corporate players to dive into reinvigorating the bank black movement, right? And they've deposited millions of dollars in financial institutions, right, that serve majority black populations, right? But despite this, there has been criticism that some of these deposits drive the deposit money into black-owned banks or community development banks is a great start, but you can't solve 400 years of systematic disparities with just those deposits. And black business leaders are pushing for more equity investments because equity is going to be the biggest bang for our buck, but it's going to make the biggest impact. I understand that equity investments are much riskier and long-term commitment than often, I guess, hesitance from companies' treasury departments to tie up capital for so long. So even experts agree that equity investments could become the next frontier in supporting black financial institutions as long as companies are willing to take the plunge. Do you have any personal or professional thoughts in regards to this, right? And how we can get tech companies to kind of get over that, to do equity investments in black banks like M&F Bank?
Well, that's a very interesting summary there. I can only speak and give you my thoughts around it. And I would say, I would urge the tech companies to talk to some of the larger majority institutions out here, because many of those organizations previously had not invested in black banks, like a Bank of America, like a Wells Fargo, like a JP Morgan Chase, like a Citi, which those are the four that actually invested in M&F Bank. And so what they had to understand is that we are viable, we are necessary in terms of lending to and providing services to underserved communities, and we have a very, very relevant place in that space, and we are also profitable, and we know how to run banks and businesses, and so these banks had to understand that we know what we're doing, and we're a safe place to invest. So where the majority bank sector had to get over that hump, I think the tech sector is going to have to do some of that research and follow the lead of some of those larger banks who have invested in companies like M&F Bank and Citizens Trust Bank and Industrial Bank and Liberty Bank and those other Black bank players across the country.
Awesome. Well, I really appreciate you entertaining that question or that.
Sure.
Providing your thoughts on that.
Sure.
All right. So it looks like we have about one or two more. If
Okay.
you're still good to go. All right. So again, Ms. Joy Williams chimed in, and she says that you have a large supporting pool of citizens who want to bank with you and want to help make this bank and other Black and Brown-owned banks even more successful. But she asked, how are the changes being decided on? And is this conversation with some of the customers of the community to help keep the bank relevant to basically to the most pressing needs, and what would draw customers away from those other banks?
Is that did she type that in the chat or
in the Q&A section?
Q&A? Let me look at it and read the question.
Yeah, no problem.
Let me find it. Okay, here we go. You have a large
And again, thank you guys for for adding so many questions.
Oh, sure, yeah.
They were definitely really great.
Let me just read it.
I think we have time for about one more after this one.
Okay, great question. Great question. To answer your question, Ms. Williams, yes, it is. It is in conversation with customers in the community. We have community advisory boards in each of the cities that we operate in. We also have created a millennial advisory board that's bank wide, and we use those groups, and they are made up of community leaders and customers in all of the markets that we serve, and we use those groups to kind of help us gauge where are we going in the right direction. We also talk to our customers. We survey our customers, and one of the things that I want us to, and I'm going to be pushing for internally, is for us to even do some focus group kind of work to really get some people in a room and kind of talk about, here's where we're thinking about going. Kind of give us your thoughts, because we want to do all we can to draw customers to the bank, and also we want to have the resources and the bandwidth to take care of them once we bring them in. The worst thing we can do is lobby to get a bunch of customers in, and we don't know what to do with them when we get them over here. So, we will do all of that work in concert, but we do on a regular basis ask the community, our customers, and our advisors in our markets, what's the most pressing thing that needs to happen from a bank product perspective, and also what's happening in the community. And so we feel like we do that, and we'll do it even more in earnest in the future. But Ms. Williams, thank you for that question. That's a great question.
Great. All right, so we do not have any more questions, but,
okay.
But Travis, if you want to just leave if you had to leave us with any parting words or any final thoughts that you may have in regards to the color of money, and like I said, in terms of that may directly tie with M&F Bank or not.
Sure. I'll just say that people ask about the relevance and the viability of Black-owned banks. I think we are tremendously relevant. I think there are resources and things that you'll get from us that you're not going to get from other organizations. I'll give you a prime example. Many of you have heard about the Paycheck Protection Program, and I can tell you right now that we showed up very well for our customers and later in the program for our prospects, because we got loans done. We couldn't do every loan for everybody, but we provided a tremendous amount of coaching, amount of information to borrowers across the state of North Carolina. We lent, from a paycheck protection perspective, we lent money in 81 different cities in North Carolina. Now we're a small $380 million bank. And we did that. We didn't add not one additional piece of staff. We did it all with the people that we have that work at the bank now. And we met those customers right where they were. And many of them where they were was, I can't get my big bank to call me back. What should I do? And so we're giving them counsel. We're telling them how to go back and approach their bank, or we're telling them that we can take care of it for you. And in many cases, that's what we did. When the other banks, because of their capacity, whatever it was, I don't want to bash them, but whatever it was that they couldn't get back to their customer, we got them done in a lot of cases. And so we're very happy about that. We're relevant, we're viable, and we're here to stay, and we're going to take great care of whoever puts their trust in us to do business with us.
That was awesome. I really appreciate that. So I want to thank you, for hosting this session. All right. And then for everyone else that is, who's attended the session, definitely throw your praise or any comments that you have for Mr. Rosa, like in the chat, so that he could definitely look at it afterwards. But we do have about 5 to 6 minutes before the next segment takes place on the main stage. So you guys, if you want, you guys can go into the networking section, or you can go into the expo. And what I heard is that there's something being given away for free in the expo. So definitely want to go over there, check that out and make sure that you guys can probably claim yours. But you heard it here first. I appreciate you guys again. Thank you, Travis, for dedicating your time for this session. It was really, really helpful. Thank you.
Happy to do it. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you for being here.
I want to welcome folks back. So we are moving into a very special portion of our summit. So we've invited 3 dynamic Black women entrepreneurs at various stages of their journey to come and offer their stories. So if you can remember from our previous video, what we talked about was the importance of investment in Black women because of the economic empowerment that it brings to the entire community. And so we saw that legacy reflected in Maggie Lee Walker. And so in our interest of bringing it to the present day and also moving us forward, we wanted to center the experiences of Black women so that folks knew exactly what were some of the challenges and what was some of the opportunity that we need to tap into. So I want to give these women the floor and give them plenty of time to share their experiences and offer their perspective to help enrich not only the investors, but also founders in the room around what is it that is really important to know about this journey as an entrepreneur. So without further ado, I want to bring those women up, and I will take a back seat, and here they are. They will introduce themselves.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tamika Wells. I am the owner of Honeybee Delivery LLC. And I'll just start off with a story. I love singing and dancing, and I love watching young people achieve their goals and their dreams. I had a chance to watch old auditions from American Idol. I had to catch up. I work so much. So there was a girl named Just Sam. She was a young girl abandoned by her parents, raised in the projects by her immigrant grandmother. She would go and sing on the subway to pay her rent. She had no fear of the subway. The grit, the grind, the gratification of using her gift to make room for her felt right at home. But when she stood before Lionel Richie and Katy Perry, she couldn't get her song out. She was stuck. All the nerves and the reminders that she did not belong there came back just like that. It was too bright in there. Wait, where is Hollywood? It's too rich. Who is she to go all the way to Hollywood? Never mind, win the competition. The one thing that was offered to her by the judges was, Lionel Richie asked her, he said, Sam, do you feel safe? And they came around and they hugged her. And all through the process, they encouraged her that she was safe. She went from bringing that little busted box to where she would put the money in on stage just to feel comfortable, to just changing and transforming into not just Sam, but Samantha Diaz, a beautiful creature. and she won the competition in the midst of a pandemic. So I came into the pandemic 3 years full time, leaving corporate America as an entrepreneur. I was excited after seeing all of these civil unrest and the true colors of different people, that the people that I trusted, I feel safe with, Hustle Winston-Salem, had an accelerator just for me. Because Magali will tell you, I'll say, Magali, can I go to this one? Should I go to that one? I don't have the bandwidth for it. I already have a therapist. Forget that. I'm just trying to survive the pandemic at this point. I don't have time to shuck and jive with the old boys right now. Okay. Did that in corporate America. So I needed to hear that I was safe. And so I joined the process. I went to the meeting. I heard Kasim's heart, and I felt better. And I kept telling myself, okay, I'm safe. So then I started looking at the form and I saw all the jargon, and I kept hearing the backstories. You don't belong. You can't do this. And I had to tell myself, yes, you can. I kept asking Magali questions. I kept saying, I even asked in the portal, and Adrian was so gracious. And I said to her, the thoughts that came to my mind were like, okay, you don't have a Harvard business degree. You didn't go to Stanford like the CEO of my competition. My son loved the show Shark Tank. And I, working 14 hours a day, would randomly pass by the TV set as he's watching. I would hear terms like equity, seed funding, valuation. But what it meant, I had no idea. And so the process looking at that form kept saying, you do not belong. And then I thought about my background in banking. We were trained that when you speak to people, customers, you do not use jargon and acronyms. And the same thing if you travel to Spain. Their dialects, even though you say you speak a Spanish, but what kind of Spanish do you speak? Okay, is it Castilian? Is it from Galicia? You can go on and on and on. Same thing in American English. Do you speak banking? Do you speak art? Do you speak seed funding and scaling? No speaky. So I got to this form and I'm like, I'm at a loss and I'm intimidated. And then I have my own personal battles going on, as we normally do, especially when we want to scale and we want to overcome obstacles. And so I quit. And I mean, I not quit. I actually finished it, but I did a half job, to be honest with you, because it was like already everything told me, no, I'm not welcome. And so I kept asking, even though I asked, and I'll get back to, I asked Magali this. I said, Magali, how much do I pay myself as a CEO? We're used to working for free. You just survive. How do these gig economy companies say that they're raising seed money, millions and millions of dollars? They're not turning a profit from a gig economy, Silicon Valley, yet and still the CEO of the most oppressive company I ever worked for as a gig worker is a billionaire now. How they do that? Teach me that, And so, and then how do I keep my cool when you stand before investors and they can ask you HR inappropriate things in the corporate world, like, if we give you this funding, do you plan on having children in the next year? So I want to be that girl like Just Sam, who transformed to Samantha Diaz. I don't want my dreams to die with me on the subway. I'm built for greatness, and I want to be that investor one day that helps people grow to their dreams. But you got to teach me the language, and I'm willing to learn so that I can teach others. I'm Tamika Wells, and I will pass it on to Karen.
Thank you, Tamika. Thank you. You will not be that person that you said you don't. You won't. That's not going to happen to you because you have a vision. Stay close and understand your purpose and your focus, and you keep going there. Thank you for that story. I'm feeling good. I'm Karen Cuthrell. I'm CEO, Chief Emotions Officer of the Feelings Company, where we grow folks socially and emotionally stronger in the early years. We understand that love is the most important feeling, and I love that you're spending this time with me today. So I'm going to tell you the Feelings Company story, the investment journey. Ta-da! My feelings, perspectives, etc., where we stand today. 3 stories I got to tell. I had someone came with me with an outrageous percentage from a company as an advisor. That's one of the horror stories, an outrageous percentage from a company just for an advisor. And then someone else won an outrageous return on their investment dollars and equity. And I'm looking at myself, is it me? What am I saying that people can come to me with these outrageous things? But one of the biggest stories was that I was in an incubator, and it was the time that my mom was transitioning. And I was going there every week trying to just keep up, because I lived with my mom for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 4 months while she was transitioning in a nursing home. And so I was going, trying to keep all those terms. I'm like, you had to teach me those terms in my head. And one day they said to me, no one's ever going to invest in you. No one is ever going to invest in you. And that came to me at a time where I was already at a long time, just barely making it. And so I had to look at that and say it was just an experience. It was just an experience, because thank God I'm emotionally intelligent enough to understand self-awareness of others. And that statement was really how they felt about themselves. And so with social emotional learning, self-awareness, you cannot allow people to project their feelings of inadequacy on you. So I did not let her do that and kill my purpose or my dream, because I realized I have an assignment in this world and I have a purpose. And I also rock with the senior citizen Black Women Magic Group. We're senior citizens doing this entrepreneur thing, and it's great. So after that, what happened when I didn't allow that to happen? A man that I had met at Venture Cafe came with me to my mom's room one day, and we've been talking investment. And he looked at my mom and he said, Miss Jenny, my name is, and we're going to take care of Karen. It's okay for you to go ahead. We're going to take care of Karen. And my mom thanked him. He said, I got 2 friends. And the 3 of us, we're going to take care of Karen. And that piece right there showed me that when things come in your life to stop you, there is a God that will give you faith and send a message just at the perfect time to keep you going forward. And that's what happened. And that's how I got my first investment firm. I'm sitting in the room right now where I got my first investment. This is a magical room and it's awesome. But if I had listened to those people, that person who said no one's ever going to invest in you, I wouldn't be sitting here today. So what would I like to see changed in the investment space for me? More people need to invest in education. You know, when I was in Washington, D.C., there was a dental group that wanted to invest in the Feeling Friends. But when they took it before their members, they chose to invest in prisons, because prisons make more money at the time than education. And if we don't invest in our children will continue to have curriculum that's not culturally relevant to them, and it doesn't fit the way they learn. So I would like to change in that space, more people just to invest in education, and to also know that adult social emotional learning is so important. So Magali and I met Magali in 2016, and I've hung on to her, clutched to her since then. And so she said, do something that a Feeling Friends would do, you know, to explain who you are. And I said, well, okay, Magali, if I get a download. So this is the poem I have for you all today. Leaving the world better off, emotionally better off than I found it. Raising capital for the Feelings Company was a full-time job. As a senior, Black, gifted, and a woman in education, my experience has been 10 times as hard. Seeking investment for a Black person is like the auction in slavery. Your arms are strung up to the sky while folks measure to see if you are worthy. As a Black woman with a world-changing product, the Feeling Friends is a world-changing product. It is even expected that I come to investment in heels, even if I pitched the perfect product, folks still didn't make the deal. So I knocked on investors' doors, and if they opened, I was ready. But the yes that I needed to hear so often rarely came for me. Why won't people invest in me? In the past, is what I often ask. Now I don't give a flying. I just stay focused on my social and emotional tasks. So I just kept on investing in me, staying focused on the dream. And without losing my purpose, I began to build a strong and faithful team. Now, my team doesn't look like others, but is exactly what I asked for years ago. I asked for a team of believers, and one by one, they have begun to show. Now, my team didn't come with investment dollars. No, they came with so much more. They came with wisdom, knowledge, and the experience that I was looking for. I do not measure my success through the current investment dollars I received. I measure my success on the things hoped for and the things that I still have not seen. So if an investor comes, they come, and I'd love to see you. And if it is never to be, I go to sleep each night in peace, knowing that I've changed the world just a little bit, socially and emotionally. I am Karen Cuthel of the Feelings Company. Thank you, Magali. And I pass this mic on to Shannon.
Thank you. My name is Shannon Stokes, and I am the founder of So Cool Brands. And I'll tell you a little bit about So Cool in a little bit, but I just want to say I am so grateful for this opportunity to be in this space as a Black woman, as a Black businesswoman, and to share this time with Tamika and Karen, because I'm going to talk about a lot of the things that you all have experienced. There are commonalities there for sure. So I founded So Cool Brands last summer with my husband, Hansel Cooley. So Cool Brands was founded to fill the void of accessible health and wellness products for Black women. And we do this through a line of health and wellness products that are created with Black women in mind. We are in the process of developing a CBD sparkling water beverage, as well as other products that really enhance the self-care of Black women. And so this business just really came out of the idea and the research that Black women are one of the highest consumers of wellness products, yet most products are not made with them in mind. We market to Black women to buy products, but we're often treated as an afterthought and often underestimated. And I found that in this space of looking for funding, looking for investment. And we know that when we invest in Black women, who are often the pillars of the community, taking care of everybody and everything, and often putting themselves last, that, when we do invest in Black women, it not only improves their life, but it has a positive impact on their home, their community, as well as their family. And so, I took on the challenge of really helping Black women who are disproportionately impacted by a lot of healthcare issues. And so our product line is created to address that, but then also to create a wellness community, a supportive wellness community to talk about these things and how we can create change. And so my investment journey, my husband and I, we basically have come together to really bootstrap it, to take as much time as we need to do things the way that we want to see them. I work in a nonprofit sector, and you don't make a lot of money in nonprofit. And so you do it for the passion, you do it for the heart, you do it for the mission. And oftentimes, women of color, Black women, we start businesses out of necessity. And so we're putting all of our hard-earned resources into that. And so when I start to look at accelerator programs or, grants that are out there, you start to see the lingo that don't connect. You may understand it, but it doesn't speak to you as a Black woman. It didn't speak to me as a Black woman, you know. When someone says, you know, we want up to 15% equity right off the back when you're starting out, and you're just like, well, I barely got my business off the ground. Or you apply for a grant and the feedback is, well, we want to see more from you. We want to see that you put more investment into your business. We want to see another partnership or collaboration because they feel like you don't have the experience when you birth the vision, you know? So how how is it that, you know, someone who had no idea about what I'm talking about is going to tell me like this is the way it needs to be done? You know, if you are given the vision of how to uh, put this business out into the world to help others, then you should be the one to do it. And so I have quickly realized that, you know, as people are as accelerator programs or I guess grant panelists are reviewing these business applications, that if they don't see it as important to them, then it's not important to fund. And so I'm just here to use this time to reiterate that it is important, the work that we're doing, even if somebody else don't see the importance of it. And so I my whole stance is, you know, I I was unable to attend some of the earlier sessions, but I'm hearing like this, the language of legacy and you know, providing for the next generation. And in order to do that, you can't just give away everything in the beginning. I'm not saying investors are bad, absolutely not. But when you're starting out, you know, stay true to your vision and, you know, use your gut feeling as you're making decisions about who to partner with. When it comes to partnerships, you want to think about, you know, those mutually beneficial outcomes. And it's not enough to just give money for equity. You know, we want to know where the money is coming from, who we're partnering with, how the relationship is going to look like going forward. And so for me, not having that transparency in the application processes have kind of just discouraged me from going that route. For other people that may work, but um, I want to make sure that I'm staying true to, you know, serving Black women, which is important to me and the women that I serve. So um, I think that's all I have to say, and I'll pass it on to Matt. Thank you.
So we are going to take a couple of questions from the audience. So as a Black woman, what advice would you give to investors and/or entrepreneurial support organizations?
I would say to entrepreneurial support organizations, when you're doing this piece right here and you bring somebody in the incubator, start with the finances, start with the money aspect of the business. I was in an incubator that did not do this. And once I got through, I said, I wish they had started with that piece in building the business so that once you get that piece under your belt, because that's where most of the terms are, you get that piece and then you're able to build the business that you really want to build because you have a greater understanding of the financial piece. For investors, once again, I would say, look, broaden your scope, broaden your vision, and look at those businesses. It's always not tech that's going to bring all of the money. Sometimes it is education. Sometimes it is products that we have that are African American community that when we sell to each other that we know, and you get the marketing out there, they will be very profitable as well.
And I'd agree. I piggyback with what Karen said, you know, and then when you, like I said, well, I don't know if I remember I said it, but I come from a background of a single parent, then I became a single parent, then I, I tried to explain to somebody that didn't have that experience when I was in the chamber and then leadership, Louisville Clemens. It was like 2020. I said, do you like that movie, The Pursuit of Happiness? Oh, yes, I love Will Smith. Oh my God. So yeah, try that for 21 years.
Wow.
And so it's, if we know about emotional intelligence, that's a sensitive topic, AKA trauma trigger, etc. So come from a place like Lionel Richie did of we're here to help you. We're safe. We're going to help you unpack these things because we know you've been bandaging it and duct taping it and rough riding it. And every time you turn around, somebody's trying to pick some more cotton off your back. I understand that. And you still got the sores from it. But we're not here to hurt you. We're here to help you, and teach you and educate you and build you up and not take from you, like you said, that all that equity. We didn't leave or dare to be entrepreneurs in order to be, I was going to say a word, enslaved again to another master.
Exactly. I feel like those are my sentiments as well. And so I guess the advice I would give is making sure that these investors understand that those stories that we carry with us, that it's important not to uh, trigger us, but then also understand that we hold power as well. We bring that to the table, and that it needs to be a true partnership.
Yeah, we know our communities and we know what they need, what they love. So sometimes data is important, but also trust that we know we're in the thick of it.
It says what keeps you going when met with faith. Faith keeps me going, and knowing that I have a purpose. I found out what my assignment was. My daughter was diagnosed with depression at 6, and so that's how I got into this emotional intelligence space, because they said you got to get her to talk about her feelings. So I asked them to give me something, and they had nothing. So to save my daughter, I knew I had to develop something for her, and I did. And that was years ago. And so that I know that we have something good here, and it's not just people with children with depression. It's everybody right now. COVID has leveled the playing field for mental health and social emotional learning, especially in our communities. Mental health is still, after all these years, a bad word. So social emotional learning allows you to begin to look at mental health a little way. It's that door opener to mental health. So knowing that we're opening doors and that we are getting people emotionally whole, that keeps me better going every day. Every morning I ask myself, or what are you going to do today to make the world emotionally better than you found it in the evening? Did you do that? So that's what keeps me going every day.
Yeah. I'm going to answer the question, what keeps me going when met with resistance? And I didn't mention this. So our product line hasn't launched yet. And it's been really delayed for a year. And so I am grateful and happy that we are going to launch this summer. But that whole process was very discouraging. And I think what has kept me going is not only my faith in in believing in what I'm doing, but then also having that circle of friends, my Black women friends who always check in and like, so what's going on? What's up? And because no one else would ask. It's hard when you post about something on social media and you're like, oh, this is gonna happen, and then it just doesn't. So yeah, I think it's so important to have that community, that supportive community around you, that's riding with you through it. So yeah, that's what keeps me going.
Yeah, I totally agree. I would say education. I always, I self-education is the best education. So I may not have a college degree, but I have over 40 hours of class time with the Small Business Center, reading books. I have over 100 Audible books. I've studied. I'm certified. I'm a master certified life coach. I've studied Greek, and I'm probably going to study Hebrew because I don't want Europeanized faith anymore. I want what he said, and that's it. No, yeah, chew up the meat, spit out the bones, but always just keep growing and be like water. We were designed to flow. We were designed to move around obstacles. We were designed that if we keep going, we can erode those obstacles. Look at the Grand Canyon. We are more powerful than that. So if somebody, as I've seen so many different changes and transitions in the last 18 months, 2 years, with people, friends, communities, and chambers and groups I do and do not belong to anymore, churches I don't mess with anymore. You got to flow. You got to know, and like she said, know your purpose, know your source, know that you walk in abundance. And if there's if there's a no, is that a no to scale, or is it a no to move and go a different direction?
Yes.
And being self-aware and knowing what you can and can't manage or handle at that time, because we were trained to handle it all no matter what. And that's not necessarily true. We deserve that respite, and we deserve that break in that safe space.
The links. Yes, I guess our link is www.thefeelingscompany.com, thefeelingsco.com. It just changed.
And so go ahead. Okay.
No, you.
So Cool Brands is SOQOL brands.com. And our social media accounts is so cool _brands, both on Instagram and Facebook.
I have on Instagram, she is Tamika Wells, or at she is Tamika Wells. And I have at Coach Elevate Her. And I'm currently launching a mastermind groups for women to come together and problem solve and be that group that Shannon was talking about for us. So there's a lot of irons in the fire. I'm also on Amazon. I'm selling on Amazon. I took my grocery delivery business to Amazon, selling non-perishables now. So you flow around things. But when I get www.tamikawells.com up, I will let you all know. It's just a lot moving, but it's going forward.
All right. Listen, I want to give you all just a round of applause and thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
sharing your
Thank
experience
you.
and your perspective. Seriously. I just want to take a moment for us all to really reflect on what was shared with us when we think about what it means to prioritize the safety, the trust, and the economic well-being of Black women who are doing so much for our community to really lift us up. And so I want you all to know that your perspective is taken to heart, and we will do our best at Hustle to continue to affirm and make space for you so that you feel supported in the work that you do in the world. So thank you so much for sharing. So we're going to move into a bittersweet portion of the day, which is the wrap up. This has been an incredible 2 days, folks. I mean, I could not have imagined what would flow from the conversation. All I hoped for was that it would be goodness and that it would really lead to some catalytic change in our community and in the work that we want to do in terms of building entrepreneurs and connecting people to the resources that they need to thrive and develop businesses that improve the quality of life for everyone. And I would say we hit that mission and we accomplished it over these past 2 days. So I want to thank you all for giving us your time and for being such pivotal participants, to this experience. And so when I think about the past 2 days, I do want to call out some of the important lessons that I think we all have left with and that we can take into the future, because this is about learning from the past, hearing where we are in terms of our current reality, and using this information as fodder to build the future that we all want and that we know we need. And so when we think about what Qasim shared with us on that first day in terms of understanding the historical context of inequality and inequity, and how it really starts at such an early age when it comes to building these pipelines for venture capitalists that are housed in these elite institutions and elite spaces, and how really important it is for us to democratize that process, for there to be a space for all of us to make way for investing in businesses and investing in our community, which is really the work of Dr. Shantae Williams and her book, Black Angels. And so if you haven't hopped into the expo and visited her booth, she's actually giving away 50 books. So for folks who sign up, so you have that resource available to you, because we need as many people in this investment pool as possible. I want to thank Terrell Turner for his work in terms of really giving us the language of investment and helping us successfully navigate this entrepreneurial context and journey with command over the space, and helping us craft our financial story so that when we move into those rooms with investors, or when we're talking to our other founders, we're empowered and we know the value that we bring. Also, Wilson Lester, for your expertise and all the work that you did in terms of, again, helping us understand how do we broker successful relationships with investors as founders, and how can investors do the same with founders. So how do we make those relationships work and really be effective? Also, I want to call out the expertise of our panelists today and all the work that they're doing as entrepreneurial support organizations to build out inclusive ecosystems that enable us with investment dollars, and that also are preparing us to innovate and lead in ways that historically has not always been afforded. And so we are truly standing on the shoulders of giants when we think of our entrepreneurial journey and the success that's ahead of us, when we think of folks like Maggie Lee Walker and those Black Wall Street business owners who really stood the test of time and the resistance of enslavement and Jim Crow to start to build sustainable futures that we are starting to live in and want to continue. I guess the other thing I would say when it comes to disrupting bias, for those of you who had an opportunity to listen to Shane Vermally, he offered some incredible insight from the investor side in terms of what it looks like to provide equitable support to people. So it's not just about writing the check. That's important. It's also about providing some support services. It's about going into the communities that you really want to invest in and building relationships with strategic partners and also with them directly. So it's not just on the founder to have to adapt and mold themselves in a way that feels palatable, but that they really are understanding the culture and the people who they so, desperately want to invest in, right? So that's something that's really important. Also want to continue to emphasize the importance of championing Black women and the economic investment in Black women. That's so important for the future and for today, right? Because what we know is that Black women as leaders and pillars in the community have infinite impact on possibilities for everyone, right? So those are some of the big takeaways that I want you to think about. There is one thing that we will be sending around as follow-up material. So we are asking you to think about what your commitment to inclusive investment will be. So we're going to drop a link, likely in a follow-up email, if it isn't already in the chat. And it essentially is our Inclusive Investment Summit commitment card. And so what it asks you to do is think, when you think about inclusive investment, what are you willing to commit to? And it also asks you to think about, would you like to get some accountability and a reminder about this commitment sort of quarterly? So at a three-month mark, 6-month mark, and a 9-month mark. So we just dropped that commitment card link in the chat. We don't want this conversation to stop here. We want it to continue. We want you all to know how invested we are in the process and how important your role is in maintaining the momentum from the summit today. Let's see what else we have here as we come up on the close. I also want to take a moment to thank our sponsors, right? And so we would not have been able to create this experience without the support of some incredible sponsors and organizations within our community. So I want to shout out the North Carolina IDEA Black Entrepreneurial Council for their support, the Black Philanthropy Initiative of Winston-Salem, the Winston-Salem Foundation for their support, also Building the Boss. They provided a lot of logistical support, Dancing Grass Studios for their design and branding support, Open Media Agency for the technical experience and this hop-in platform that you all have engaged in. Also want to take a moment to thank the Hustle team. And so Tony Barnes, oh my goodness, your genius and your commitment to this work. I don't think we would have been able to deliver such an incredible experience without you. So thank you. This was one of her first times organizing a summit, and I think we all can say it was a huge success. So big kudos and shout out to your work, Tony. Tasha Wilson, who has been at essentially holding down the Hustle Help Desk and fielding questions and making herself available to support folks as they come in and out of the summit. So thank you, Tasha, for being our boots on the ground and making sure that people had answers to the questions that they need. Magali Yacinth, oh my goodness. So Magali is our interim executive director at Hustle Winston-Salem. And this woman is fearless. She is incredibly committed to this work of building Black and brown entrepreneurs and systemic change so that people are supported and that the system doesn't continue to sort of disenfranchise and marginalize us. I stand corrected. No longer the interim, honey. She is the executive director. So I stand corrected. Sorry about that. So big shout out to Mags and all the work that she does in terms of leading this organization in Winston-Salem and being a part of those conversations with other entrepreneurial support organizations, members of the city, and other stakeholders who really help this thing work. I also want to take a moment to thank our speakers and those folks who lent their expertise and their experience to really offer us strategies that we can now lean on to build an ecosystem in our own community, to invest in entrepreneurs of color, or to advance our business as a scalable or venture-backed business. We now know how to navigate these spaces much better because of the insight and the wisdom that you shared. So we are so thankful for you and your presence. And then most importantly, I want to take a moment to thank you, our participants, because without you, this experience is fruitless. And you make it worthwhile because of the work that you're doing as entrepreneurs, as aspiring investors and current investors. So you thought it important enough to give your time and your energy to really be involved in this journey with us. And we are so grateful and so thankful for you. Okay. And so what I want you to do is also keep up with Hustle, because we want to keep up with you. And so you can follow us on social media at hustle_WS. You can also keep up with us on our website, which is hustlews.org. We'll post updates there. There's information about our programming that we offer throughout the year that's really important. And so I hope that you will continue to follow us and again, remain committed to our mission. What we will also send out is a feedback form. We want to hear your perspective. We want to get some input on what you thought about this experience. that's going to be incredibly important to the continuation of something like this. So your insights, again, your feedback is going to be incredibly useful. So please take the time to complete that when you see it. And let's see. I'll mention that we are not completely done at 2. We're going to keep the networking rooms open for another 30 minutes. So if you have some time, stick around with us until 2:30. If you don't want to do the one-on-one session and maybe want to connect more with the group, if you go into the sessions button, there is an option to do some group networking. And so I encourage you to connect in that space as well. And so I think that's it for me. I'm checking all of my, my documents over here, and just to make sure that I didn't miss anything. I can tell you folks, it has been a joy to host this summit. My hope is that this won't be the last one, and that we, again, can take this present experience and really use this as a catalyst to build the future that we all deserve and that we all need for the next generation. So we're going to do our part to support you today, and we want you to do your part in terms of helping to build that future and a better tomorrow. So in the words of Hustle, I'll tell you, our focus is on systems, stories, and solutions. And since our inception, our goal was to continue to be a force of positive turbulence as we challenge and shape systems, share your stories as a way to expose barriers and work toward bridging the gap of entrepreneurial inequality and provide resources to women, people of color, and those in marginalized business districts. So I want you to hustle for you. I want you to hustle for me. I want you to hustle for all of us. Thank you for your time, folks.